Chapter 703. Shocking Strength. Lin Ling's attacks were crazy, but the Dragon Monarch's attacks weren't weak either. It was just that Lin Ling had been suppressing the Dragon Monarch, but now that the Dragon Monarch had disappeared, he might be able to kill Lin Ling in a single move. Among all the martial arts in the world, only speed was unbreakable. Spatial martial arts were a higher realm of movement martial arts, above the true intent of wind and true intent of cloud. If Lin Ling couldn't break through it, what use would it be? Unless Lin Ling's sword was faster, or his fire could burn into space. But it was difficult. First, no matter how fast a sword was, it couldn't be faster than the speed of space. Second, if fire could burn into space, what kind of fire could do that? Die. At this time, a voice like that of an ancient war god rang out. In front of Lin Ling, a spatial fluctuation appeared and a wind-shaped azure dragon rushed out, its mouth wide open, wanting to swallow Lin Ling whole. So fast, I can't sense any spiritual energy fluctuations at all. Many people's hearts trembled. The space of wind was indeed strange. Lin Ling wouldn't be able to react in time. However, Lin Ling didn't move at all. Although he couldn't see the Dragon Monarch's figure, his soul force was extremely strong. As long as he locked onto his surroundings, he would be able to sense the Dragon Monarch rushing out of space. Therefore, when the space in front of him was torn apart and the wind-shaped azure dragon appeared, Lin Ling didn't move at all. He knew that it wasn't the Dragon Monarch. The Dragon Monarch was very cautious. He had the mysterious power of the space of wind, but he still didn't dare to attack directly. Pa! Lin Ling stretched out a hand and a blazing flame erupted. His palm blocked the wind-shaped azure dragon. This method of dealing with all changes caused many people to suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling's reaction was very fast, and his true intent of fire was very strong. After all, that wind-shaped azure dragon wasn't something that an early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator could block. Chi. Although he blocked it, Lin Ling's figure was pushed back. But at this time, a strange spatial fluctuation appeared behind Lin Ling. The Dragon Monarch had finally made a move. A giant axe that seemed like an ancient azure dragon fiercely chopped down. This chop contained the might of a half-spirit artifact, as well as the power of a dragon's bloodline. If Lin Ling could not block this attack, then he would die. Lin Ling. Onlookers could see things more clearly. Heavenly Concubine and the others anxiously shouted. They could see things even more clearly. Moreover, Lin Ling's situation was not very good. He was being attacked by the wind-shaped azure dragon. By the time he reacted, it would be too late. Am I going to die? Many people widened their eyes. However, what they didn't see was that Lin Ling was carrying the Dragon Monarch on his back, but his lips were curved in a cold smile. His right hand, which had been hanging by his side all this time, was still tightly gripping his great sword. The great sword had actually begun to emit flames. The flames burned brighter and brighter, fusing with the true intent of the sword. June, be careful. That small change couldn't escape Lord Long's eyes. He could sense that Lin Ling's sword had become incomparably terrifying, even more terrifying than before. It had the sharpness of a sword, but also the destruction of fire. A terrifying voice rang out in his mind. The fusion of the true intent of martial arts. This is bad. Duan Tiangang also reacted to Lord Long's shout. He crazily shot towards Lin Ling. He had a feeling that the Dragon Monarch was about to be defeated. And once the Dragon Monarch was defeated, then he would have to face Lin Ling. If it was before, he wouldn't fear Lin Ling at all. But now, he didn't dare to say such words. Lin Ling's strength was shocking. He wasn't much weaker than him. Too slow. Lin Ling didn't even look behind him. He slashed out with his sword. Bang! A terrifying sword appeared. It was as dazzling as a meteor, but the sword light seemed to come from the horizon. What? The dragon monarch who had just rushed out of space widened his eyes. He could sense the smell of death. That sword was terrifying. This caused him to anxiously withdraw his attack and hurriedly hide in space. But he was too slow. Everything was too slow. He schemed against Lin Ling, but in reality, Lin Ling was also scheming against him. Bang! That sword followed him into space, even tearing apart a small area of space. Plop! A figure fell out of space. This person's entire body was burning in flames, but his head was gone. His arm was tightly gripping the sky-striking axe. He was the dragon monarch, and now he was killed by a single sword, dominating the world. At the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out. This meant that the sword was faster than sound. Silence. Below the city walls, there was a deathly silence. What a terrifying sword. That sword actually burned space and tore it apart. Could that sword have 70% or even 80% of the true intent of the sword? The fusion of the true intent of martial arts. Qin Nan stared ahead in disbelief. His body was trembling. Previously, he was worried about Lin Ling, wondering how Lin Ling was going to defeat him. However, Lin Ling's answer was simple. As long as the dragon monarch dared to show up, he would never have the chance to enter the space again. The dragon monarch could not block the sword. Even if he reacted quickly, it was useless. The sword would still slay him after entering the space. To be able to merge two true intents of martial arts, the first person in the sacred land of the rainforest, if he was not a genius, then what was? Young Master Tinglong has lost too. The crowd stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's strength was too shocking. Young Master Tinglong, one of the 18 young masters, thought that he could look down on everyone because he had obtained a great fortune in the ancient tomb. However, who would have thought that Lin Ling's fortune was even greater than his? Lin Ling did not show any treasure, but his strength. This meant that Lin Ling's harvest was the increase of his strength. At the thought of this, many people felt bitter. In the beginning, when Lin Ling said that he had obtained the storage ring, many people were still laughing at him, saying that Lin Ling did not obtain any offensive treasures and that he had gained the least. But now, who could still laugh? So what if he did not have an offensive spiritual weapon? Lin Ling had the strength. The dragon monarch's eyes turned red. He could not wait to kill Lin Ling on the spot. He felt like he was in a dream. Not long ago, he had brought the dragon monarch to the Master Mountain. At that time, he had seen a little ant obtain the key. He had wanted the little ant to give up the key, but the little ant had refused. He was not angry at that time because it was just an ant. But now, how could he not be angry? Because it was not an ant, but a genius that could kill the pride of their heavenly dragon empire. Lin Ling, die. Die. At the same time, Duan Tiangang had already arrived. He wanted to save the dragon monarch, but he was too late. Blade of Nirvana. Die. Lin Ling's gaze did not waver. He was still indifferent. He had already sensed that Duan Tiangang would make a move, so he had already prepared his soul force attack. Soul force attacks are useless against me. My weapon is a true spiritual weapon, the chaotic evil sword. Die. Duan Tiangang's hoarse voice echoed in the air. He seemed to have sensed Lin Ling's attack. His sword was not big, but it was 3 feet long. It emitted a light like a sea urchin, making him look like a sword saint. This sword was different from Lin Ling's sword. Lin Ling's was a domineering and magnificent sword, while his was a sword saint's sword. Wang wang. All the soul force attacks were blocked by the sword. The sword was green in color and emitted sound waves. It could actually protect its owner and shatter the soul force attack. Chapter 704. The biggest winner. The hearts of the crowd trembled violently as they looked at the figures that were like celestial soldiers. Lin Ling had actually made the three princes take turns to fight. Even if Lin Ling lost this battle, his name would still resound throughout the 100 territories. So Duan Tiangang is the biggest winner in the tomb. Qin Yun. Qin Nan's pupils constricted. Lin Ling seemed to be in danger. Even he felt that Duan Tiangang's sword was troublesome. It was a spiritual weapon, not a half-spiritual weapon. It was a true spiritual weapon. Make your move. Qin Yun. He couldn't watch Lin Ling die in Duan Tiangang's hands. After all, Lin Ling's potential was terrifying. In time, he would surpass Duan Tiangang. Wait. Qin Yun. At this moment, Qin Nan frowned and said. At this moment, the great Qin Empire couldn't make a move. After all, the battle was agreed upon by the juniors of both sides. The Heavenly Dragon Empire didn't make a move despite the death of the Dragon God. The Justice Duan family didn't make a move either. Hence, it wasn't a good time for them to help Lin Ling. More importantly, Qin Nan saw a white figure pouncing towards Lin Ling. It was the heavenly concubine. The young girl held a black and white halberd in her hands. She was like an ancient goddess of war. She was going to block the sword for Lin Ling. However, the aura of the halberd was also terrifying. It was also a true spiritual weapon. Heavenly fish halberd. Dong. Dang. A crisp sound rang out. The halberd and sword clashed. It was like an ancient goddess of war fighting an ancient emperor. The chaotic evil sword released an ancient, holy, and evil aura. It was like a scholar, but also like an ancient evil god. The heavenly fish halberd released two black and white ancient fish. They seemed to represent ancient beasts as they clashed. When the two spiritual weapons collided, the crowd's hearts trembled violently. What was certain was that the two people who had gained the most from the ancient tomb were these two people. Lin Ling's gains were indeed great, but he was only ranked third. Finally, with a boom, the two figures separated. Duan Tiangang rode on the Qilin and retreated 50 meters. The heavenly concubine was 100 meters away. The heavenly concubine's cultivation was weaker. Furthermore, it was her first time controlling the heavenly fish halberd. Whoosh! When the heavenly concubine flew backwards, a figure appeared behind her and hugged her, stopping her terrifying speed. This person was Lin Ling. Are you all right? Lin Ling asked with a frown. The heavenly concubine smiled and shook her head, but her complexion was a bit pale. It was clear that forcefully using strength that she hadn't fully grasped was too much for her to bear. Silly girl, I'm not afraid of that sword, you don't have to block it for me. Lin Ling reproached. The heavenly concubine blocked the sword for him. This was something he didn't expect. Luckily, the heavenly concubine obtained a spirit treasure. Otherwise, the outcome would be unimaginable. At that time, Lin Ling would regret it for the rest of his life. Just like you and the others, I also want to protect you. The heavenly concubine smiled. After she finished speaking, her face blushed. It was clear that she, who was usually very smart, was very embarrassed to say such words. Lin Ling smiled helplessly and scratched the heavenly concubine's little nose. Then, he put her down and said, You go back to the great Qin Empire first. Leave Duan Tiangang to me. Duan Tiangang is the biggest winner of the tomb. Can you defeat him? The heavenly concubine was still a bit worried. Lin Ling smiled and said, The biggest winner might not be him. Lin Ling's voice was very calm, but it made the heavenly concubine's body tremble. Then, she laughed. She liked to see this youth so confident. Then, she didn't stay any longer and ran towards the great Qin Empire. She believed that this youth had a trump card that would surprise her. Lin Ling, in a battle between men, you actually relied on the help of others. Furthermore, it's a girl. What martial arts are you talking about? In the sky, Duan Tiangang rode the Qilin majestically. He looked coldly at Lin Ling. The Qilin was covered in green scales and looked extraordinary. Its nose touched the smoke and it looked disdainfully at Lin Ling. It was a kind of disdain. My battle with the Dragon Monarch just ended and you sneak up on me. What martial arts are you talking about? On the ground, Lin Ling said indifferently. In the depths of his eyes, there was a cold light. He also didn't expect that Duan Tiangong's harvest was even greater than the Dragon Monarch's. Spiritual item. Duan Tiangang actually had a spiritual item. Even his invincible soul power attack was blocked. This was the first time for Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling also knew that this didn't mean that Duan Tiangong's spiritual item could ignore soul power attacks. It was just that his own soul power wasn't strong enough. Moreover, Lin Ling had a feeling that Duan Tiangong's sword wasn't able to block the boundless demon eye. It was just that Lin Ling didn't have time to use the boundless demon eye. Good. Since you say so, then I was too impulsive before. Next, I will fight with you. If I win, all the treasures you obtained will be mine. But if I lose, my spiritual item will be yours and my mount, the soul-slaying Qilin, will be yours. In the sky, Duan Tiangang calmly said. He wasn't angry because Lin Ling had escaped a calamity. He didn't underestimate Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling was able to kill the Dragon Monarch and his strength was terrifying. But if he went up, Lin Ling would still be defeated. It was just that the process of defeat might be a little troublesome. That was all. After all, he had always been ranked higher than the Dragon Monarch among the 18 young masters. In the past, he was ranked higher than the Dragon Monarch. This was because the lucky chances he obtained were greater than the Dragon Monarch's. Duan Tiangang, kill him. In the distance, the Heavenly Dragon Empire's Lord Long's eyes were red. Lin Ling had killed his Dragon Monarch. Today, he would definitely kill Lin Ling. But since Duan Tiangang was going to act, then he would let Duan Tiangang kill him. Lin Ling was like a dream. Even now, Lord Long still hadn't recovered from the shock. Their Heavenly Dragon Empire's genius had died in Lin Ling's hands. Tiangang, you must kill him. Duan Tianhe coldly said. But Duan Tiangang remained silent. He glanced at Duan Tiangang and knew that he only needed to use his full strength. As for the experts of the Great Qin dynasty, he didn't need to worry about them because Duan Tiangang would protect him. He didn't need to feel any psychological burden in this battle. He only needed to use his full strength. The people of the two ancient empires placed all their hopes on Duan Tiangang. Only he could wash away the humiliation that Lin Ling had brought to the two ancient empires. Otherwise, if they let Lin Ling return alive, then not only would their two ancient empires lose face, but Lin Ling would also obtain all the rewards from this ancient tomb. Whoosh! Duan Tiangang rode on the Qilin and floated down. He slowly said, I won't kill you. What? Lord Long and the others narrowed their eyes. Duan Tiangang wouldn't kill Lin Ling? If you were an ant, I wouldn't mind killing you. But you're not an ant. Instead, you're a true monstrous genius. And when it comes to monstrous geniuses, I like to cripple them. Duan Tiangang said again, causing the crowd to suddenly understand. Crippling a genius was better than killing one. And crippling a peerless genius was even more painful. Duan Tiangong's heart was truly vicious. This time, Lord Long, Duan Tianhe, and the others didn't object. After all, if Lin Ling were to be crippled, then it would be no different than being killed. At that time, they would feel even better when they tortured Lin Ling. The one with the greatest harvest, it seems like you're very confident. But let's talk about it after you cripple him. Chapter 705. My brother. Your strength is not bad. In fact, if I didn't enter the ancient tomb and obtain the greatest opportunity, I might not be your opponent. Duan Tiangang didn't stop Lin Ling's actions and said indifferently. His words made many people's hearts heavy. Duan Tiangang also admitted that he was afraid of Lin Ling. Duan Tiangang was ranked 7th among the 18 young masters and was also the strongest genius under the age of 20 in the 100 territories. He was ranked 300th on the Heaven's Pride ranking of the 7 major martial halls. If he wasn't Lin Ling's opponent, this meant that Lin Ling was ranked 300th on the Heaven's Pride ranking of the 7 major martial halls. What a terrifying result. After all, Lin Ling hadn't been in the rainforest sacred land for long and he was younger than Duan Tiangang by a year. But that was in the past. Unfortunately, I obtained the opportunity in the ancient tomb and crippled you like a crippled dog. Duan Tiangang said again, full of confidence. This was also the reason why he didn't kill Lin Ling. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, he was still just an ant. He, Duan Tiangang, was the true genius. Your battle with the Dragon Monarch has already proven your strength, so I don't need any warm-up battle. I'll let you know how strong I am. Soul-slaying Qilin. Roar! Duan Tiangang shouted and jumped down. His mount, the Qilin, let out a roar that shook the soul. My head hurts. Roar! Some of the weaker people rubbed their ears. The Qilin's roar was too frightening, shaking the soul. In the distance, Prince Duan smiled. Duan Tiangang, this battle will be the battle that will make you famous in the rainforest sacred land. Roar! Not everyone in the Duan family had a Qilin as a mount. It depended on luck. If a weak beast was used as a mount, it wouldn't be worthy of its master's prestige. If a strong beast was used as a mount, it would be hard to subdue. Therefore, although the Duan family had the Qilin bloodline, it was very difficult to subdue a Qilin as a mount. And Duan Tiangong's Qilin came from the ancient tomb. This was one of his greatest lucky chances. I gave it a name, Heaven Battling. The moment I saw it in the old tomb, we felt a resonance in our hearts. This beast will accompany me on my expeditions, fighting the heavens and earth, rebuking the winds and clouds. Duan Tiangang stroked the Qilin's gigantic head, causing the Qilin to shake its head in enjoyment. However, the Qilin's cold and tyrannical gaze continued to sweep the surroundings, filled with contempt for all living beings. So that's how the good fortune of the great necropolis is. However, this Qilin doesn't have a pure bloodline. Lin Ling said calmly as he looked at the Qilin. He, how can a pure bloodline appear in this world? My Zhan Tian has half Qilin bloodline, and was born from an azure flood dragon. He is the king of demonic beasts. How can you understand his power and nobility? Duan Tiangang spoke in disdain, as though he was very dissatisfied with Lin Ling's blasphemy towards his mount. In that case, you want to fight me with the Qilin? Lin Ling asked indifferently, not caring at all. You are very strong, and your martial arts foundation is very deep. Unfortunately, martial arts doesn't represent everything. There are also spirit weapons, talent, king physique, cultivation realm, and even mounts. These are also the manifestations of a martial artist's battle prowess. Duan Tiangang said proudly. I've never heard of it. You can comfort yourself with that. However, if you want to fight, I will accompany you. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled, causing many people's eyes to narrow. Lin Ling didn't seem to be afraid, but the Duan family's Prince Duan disdainfully smiled. Lin Ling didn't know how terrifying the king of demonic beasts was. He was simply overestimating himself. It had to be known that in this world, the greatest difference between humans and demonic beasts was that humans had higher comprehension abilities, while demonic beasts had higher innate talents, powerful bodies, and tyrannical temperaments. Lin Ling was facing a Qilin with a noble bloodline. Even if he was a genius, how could he be a match for a demonic beast? Zhan Tian, he doesn't seem to put you in his eyes. He wants to fight with you. Duan Tiangang also smiled helplessly, mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. The Qilin's nose exhaled smoke, filled with disdain. In its heart, Lin Ling was just an insignificant human. Did I say I wanted to fight with it? It's just a beast. It's not my turn to fight. However, Lin Ling's lips curved into a cold smile. His disdainful voice rang out, causing the crowd's eyes to flicker. If Lin Ling didn't fight, how could they fight? Little Flame, there's a little fellow who wants to challenge us. Why don't you give it a try? Lin Ling patted Lin Ling's shoulder. At this time, many people discovered that there was a monkey slightly bigger than a fist lying on Lin Ling's shoulder. The most shocking thing was that the monkey had been sleeping all this time. Only when Lin Ling summoned it did it open its eyes. What exactly was that monkey? Previously, when Lin Ling was fighting, it could still sleep. This was too strange. GG. After Little Flame woke up, it rubbed its clear eyes and looked forward. That cute appearance caused the crowd to laugh uncontrollably. This fist-sized monkey can fight with the Qilin? The crowd felt that this was simply a joke. Duan Tiangang also felt that Lin Ling was stupid. Not to mention that Lin Ling's monkey was so small, even a monster as large as a mountain wouldn't dare to fight with his Qilin. Lin Ling was courting death. How sad. This is your mount, right? Other than the storage ring, this is the only thing you got from the ancient tomb? Even I don't want to laugh at you. Duan Tiangang shook his head. Lin Ling's face turned cold. Little Flame isn't my mount. It's my brother. Huh. Duan Tiangang finally couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling actually treated a little monkey as his brother. This Lin Ling really disappointed him. He coldly waved his hand. Lin Ling, kill that monkey. Let it know your nobility. Roar. The green-armored Qilin roared, causing the clouds in the sky to disperse. It seemed to know that Duan Tiangang was the focus of the crowd. Therefore, it also enjoyed the attention. As for the little monkey opposite it, it wanted to swallow it in one gulp. This was its pride as a monster king. Whoosh! Its speed was as fast as lightning. When it galloped, it actually caused people's souls to jump along with it. Soul-slaying Qilin. A Qilin that slaughters souls. Who can stop such a ferocious beast? Many people retreated again. Their hearts trembled. They seemed to have seen the arrival of an ancient monster king. It was very domineering and terrifying. That little monkey jumped down. Soon after, someone exclaimed. They saw that the little red monkey on Lin Ling's shoulder had arrived in front of Lin Ling. Moreover, it no longer had its lazy appearance. It actually prostrated itself on the ground and bared its fangs. It seemed to know that the Qilin was provoking it, so it wanted to prove its strength. Monsters all had their own prestige. They wouldn't allow other monsters to violate their prestige. However, that little monkey was too small. How could it block the Qilin? It's dead. It's not even enough to fill the gaps between the Qilin's teeth. Someone said helplessly. They didn't think that the little monkey would win. Only Lin Ling was still smiling indifferently. Daring to look down on Little Flame? That dumb Qilin beast was going to have a good show to watch. Whoosh! A huge Qilin claw grabbed at Little Flame. That claw was more than twice the size of Little Flame. This claw was enough to kill Little Flame. Roar! At this moment, an earth-shattering roar was heard. Little Flame, who was only the size of a fist previously, was now growing crazily. Its red hair was like bamboo shoots after a rain. Its body began to grow to 2 meters tall. A red-haired, white-headed giant ape appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Bang, bang, bang. After the giant ape appeared, it completely ignored the Qilin's attack. Instead, it pounded its chest with its huge hands. The sound was like the rumbling of thunder. An ancient tyrannical aura spread out in an incomparably terrifying manner. Chapter 706. Kill. That little monkey has changed. Many people covered their ears with their hands to block out the loud howl as they stared at the giant ape in disbelief. Shwa. At the same time, the soul-slaying Qilin's claws arrived. Even a middle-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to block that claw. The claw slashed towards the giant ape's chest, causing the crowd to stop breathing. Is it dead? Roar. However, an even more tyrannical aura erupted. Under countless gazes, the giant ape stopped beating its chest and looked down at the Qilin. Its eyes were filled with disdain and the pride of a king. As for the claw attack, it didn't hurt the giant ape at all. This beast has such a strong defense. Many people widened their eyes. Is that still a fist-sized monkey? It's simply a giant ape with an invincible body. Duan Tiangang's eyes narrowed. His proud mount couldn't hurt Lin Ling's little monkey. Where did that little monkey come from? Roar. At this moment, the giant ape lowered its head. It opened its mouth and let out a roar. It was like a formless sound wave, emitting an innate king's aura. Woo-woo. The Qilin's huge body trembled. Its proud tail drooped down and it actually retreated slowly. Zhan Tian, you. Duan Tiangang's gaze froze. His Qilin had a noble bloodline and was the king of the beasts. However, it was afraid of the giant ape. How could this be? The king of the beasts is like a puppy in front of a ferocious beast. Little Flame, kill it. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. Many people's jaws dropped. Ferocious beasts were existences from ancient times. They were existences above the beasts. Lin Ling, not only was he powerful, even his mount was terrifying. In the ancient tomb, his harvest was no less than Duan Tiangang's. Roar. The giant ape's wide feet stomped on the ground, and the earth cracked open. It turned into a fiery red shadow and pounced on the Qilin. That tyrannical look made the Qilin tremble even more. That was the aura of the king of beasts. It was scared. It had to be known that the world of monster beasts was different from that of humans. Even if a human's strength was inferior to their opponent, but if their heart of martial arts was firm, then they would still dare to fight against a stronger martial artist. However, monster beasts were born with a clear distinction between status. When an ordinary monster beast faced a king, they would have an innate fear, a fear that came from their bloodline. Therefore, how could the king of monsters be arrogant when facing a ferocious beast? That Qilin doesn't even have the heart to fight. Many people were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. In their eyes, the Qilin who had walked down from the sky with his head held high was now like a stray dog. Roar. The giant ape's speed was as fast as lightning. It was a true close combat demonic beast. It grabbed the Qilin's front leg and smashed it into the ground. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled continuously and dust flew everywhere. The sound was deafening. The Qilin was completely oppressed. Could it be the legendary Zhuyan? Far away, some older martial artists muttered to themselves. After Little Flame transformed into the giant ape, they had a faint sense of familiarity. They had seen it in some ancient totems. Its body was like an ape, with a white head and red feet. It was said that when this kind of ferocious beast appeared, the world would go to war. This was a true ancient ferocious beast. It was the king of ferocious beasts that stood side by side with Tao Tai, Hun Dun, Tao Wu, and Xiong Qi. Subconsciously, many people looked at Lin Ling. Their hearts trembled again. Lin Ling had actually subdued such a ferocious beast. His luck was too good. Bang! 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 The giant ape was still smashing the qilin. When the scales on the qilin's body were broken and it was dripping with blood, it raised its right hand and tilted its head. It looked at the qilin in disdain. Its eyes were cold, bloodthirsty, and even tyrannical. Its innate bloodline told it that such an impure monster beast dared to be called a qilin and dared to call itself a king in front of it. The giant ape grabbed the qilin's two forearms with both hands and was about to split the qilin into two. Lin Ling, you dare to let your mount touch my Zhan Tian? Duan Tian Gang roared. His pride was the soul-slaying qilin. However, this pride was being torn apart by the giant ape. This caused him to madly pounce over. I said it before, it is my brother! Exclamation point. In the distance, Lin Ling's voice was low and hoarse. He took a step forward and shot towards Duan Tian Gang. Clang! The two swords collided in midair. A terrifying astral wind blew in all directions. Lin Ling had to fuse two great true intents of martial to block the spirit artifact in Duan Tian Gang's hand. Little flame, with your pride as a ferocious beast, destroy it! Exclamation point. Lin Ling coldly shouted at the same time. However, Duan Tian Gang quickly roared, you dare! Exclamation point. Roar! The giant ape only listened to Lin Ling. How could it not dare? Swish! Blood splattered everywhere. The qilin was torn apart alive and split into two. The crowd felt like they were in a dream. A terrifying demonic beast king died in front of their eyes. After that, the giant ape searched with both hands. It found a round ball of flesh in the qilin's flesh and swallowed it. That was the soul-slaying qilin's demonic core. The giant ape knew that it could greatly increase its strength. Moreover, from its inherited memories, it knew that in the world of demonic beasts, the weak were prey to the strong. Demonic beasts devoured each other. Kill! Roar! Duan Tian Gang let out a deep roar of anger. His prideful qilin had died in front of his eyes. He wanted to kill. He wanted to kill Lin Ling. He wanted to kill that giant ape. He wanted to use the spirit artifact in his hands to kill. You said before that a mount is also a type of battle strength. Now, I'll return those words to you. Little flame, fight! Fight! Lin Ling's mouth moved slightly. A hoarse voice came out. A fiery red shadow pounced from behind. The two of them fought side by side. Rumble! A terrifying aura erupted, causing the crowd to tremble in fear. In their eyes, Lin Ling used his sword to resist Duan Tian Gang's spirit artifact, the chaotic evil sword. Moreover, the ferocious beast was assisting from the side. It actually suppressed Duan Tian Gang. This battle was earth-shattering. The mysterious Yellow City was completely destroyed. A large number of martial artists were watching from afar. To them, this was the most terrifying battle between experts they had ever seen in their lives. Lin Ling's growth speed is too crazy. Boom! As for the martial artists who were watching from the sidelines, they were already numb. One must know that during the battle at Old Master Mountain not long ago, Lin Ling wasn't a match for young Master Teng Long and young Master Qian Qi. At most, he was on par with young Master Xue Ling. However, after the trip to the old tomb, Lin Ling grew crazily. Every time you thought he had reached his limit, he would unleash his trump card again. Right now, even young Master Qian Qi, Duan Tian Gang, was being suppressed. Bang bang bang. This battle, from the front of the city to the back of the city, was incomparably intense. Where was Duan Tiangang's previous arrogance? He was being crazily suppressed. If it weren't for the chaotic evil sword in his hand, he would have died long ago. The chaotic evil sword was incomparably powerful. However, the time he had it was too short, so he couldn't display its full power. As for the people from the two ancient countries, their eyes were red. Lin Ling was humiliating them once again. Kill! Kill! In the distance, Imperial Prince Duan pursed his lips. But in the end, he coldly waved his hand. In this battle, their Justice Duan family had lost. They had lost to Lin Ling. They had lost everything. Not only did they lose their prestige, but they also lost their harvest from the old tomb. Chapter 707. The ancient flame devil descends, kill them all. Kill. On the other side, Lord Long of the Heavenly Dragon Empire also waved his hand. He originally wanted Duan Tiangang to cripple Lin Ling, but Duan Tiangang also failed. Left with no choice, the Heavenly Dragon Empire also had to act. People from the two ancient countries, how shameless. Kill. Many people saw this scene and yelled angrily. This battle was a battle between the geniuses of the younger generations of the three ancient nations. Before this, when Lin Ling was in danger, those from the Great Qin Empire didn't make a move because they were afraid of breaking the rules. But now that Lin Ling was about to win, those from the other two ancient nations actually made a move to kill Lin Ling. Despicable, people from the Great Qin Empire, kill. Kill. Qin Nan's eyes also turned red. In reality, he didn't want to act because the other side had two ancient countries, and they only had one Great Qin Empire. But the arrow was already knocked on the bow, and the other side had gone too far. Kill. Kill. The people of the Great Qin Empire also moved. Qin Nan and Qin Shao flew towards Prince Duan and Lord Long respectively. Lin Ling, your time of death has come. Kill. The top experts were all pinned down, and Duan Tianhe, who had been eyeing covetously, pounced towards Lin Ling, revealing his killing intent. Lin Ling is in danger. His strength is enough to defeat the same-age genius, but Duan Tianhe is older and stronger. Lin Ling is not his match. Kill. Currently, no one in the Great Qin Empire can stop Duan Tianhe. Kill. The crowd's pupils constricted. This battle was getting more and more intense. From the battle between the genius young masters to the battle between the ancient countries, the fuse was actually Lin Ling. One had to admit that today, Lin Ling's name would completely shake the upper three regions, and even the 100 regions. However, Lin Ling couldn't stop Duan Tianhe. Uncle He, save me. Kill. At this moment, Duan Tiangang only had a panicked expression. After all, Lin Ling was too crazy, and so was the giant ape. If Duan Tianhe had come a moment later, he might have died. I must kill Lin Ling. In the distance, Duan Tianhe's cold voice drifted over, causing Duan Tiangang's eyes to flicker with anticipation. He coldly shouted, Lin Ling, the winner is the king, the loser is a bandit. The one who has the last laugh is the king. I'm very sorry, but in this trip to the ancient tomb, I was the one who had the last laugh. However, Lin Ling's expression didn't change at all. Instead, he brought little flame and floated away. This caused the crowd to murmur to themselves. Lin Ling was going to give up. He was afraid of Duan Tianhe. In this battle, Lin Ling was probably planning to escape. However, just as this thought appeared in their minds, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and stood there quietly. His blue and white robes were like white clouds in the sky. His handsome face was not affected by the great battle before him. Only his long hair fluttered in the wind. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes, and even madness and killing intent. What was Lin Ling trying to do? Many people were puzzled, but for some reason, the silent youth made them tremble with fear. It was very cold, as if a god of death had descended. I saved you a few times in the ancient tomb, but because you were dissatisfied with my harvest and disdain for your pride, the first thing you wanted to do after I left the ancient tomb was to kill me. You didn't even want to let me leave. Since you are so heartless, don't blame me for plunging you into misery and suffering. The cold voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. Even the top experts in the sky stopped fighting. They were also curious. What was Lin Ling trying to do? Could it be that in the midst of so many experts, he still wanted to decide everything? Duan Tiangang, you've always said that you were the one with the greatest fortune in the ancient tomb, but is that true? Lin Ling's voice drifted out like the wind. Gradually, an extremely terrifying aura filled the air. That aura couldn't be seen, but it was scorching hot and destructive, causing the hearts of countless people to tremble violently. They didn't know what they were afraid of, but the current Lin Ling made them very afraid. Come out, ancient flame devil. A voice that sounded like a judgment rang out, and a white flame flew out from Lin Ling's dantian. Layers upon layers of scorching aura surged out, and Xianhuang City instantly turned into a sea of fire. The distant Xianhuang mountain range even spontaneously combusted, as if it was welcoming the arrival of the real fire demon. The people of the two ancient kingdoms had shed all pretense of cordiality, so Lin Ling could only kill to stop the killing. Boom! With a loud sound, 100-meter-tall giant flame beast appeared. It was covered in white flames, and 4 gorgeous tails bloomed like flowers. Its human-like eyes were filled with disdain, killing intent, and cunning. All of these were just like its form, like a fox that was hard to see through. The 9-tailed ancient flame devil had arrived. An existence that surpassed vicious beasts, the flame desolate beast had appeared. Kill! Kill! Lin Ling's eyes were cold and emotionless. He pointed at the people of the two ancient kingdoms in the sky. That point caused countless people to feel a chill in their hearts. Even Prince Duan and Lord Long's eyes trembled. What a terrifying demonic beast, what exactly did Lin Ling summon? Roar! 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 The giant ancient beast lay on the ground, and the flames caused white smoke to rise from its surroundings. Its 4 limbs were on the ground, and the tyrannical demonic beast's face actually revealed a cold smile. That was a human-like cold smile, filled with madness, ruthlessness, indifference, and killing intent. Spit! A white flame was spat out from the ancient flame devil's mouth, causing countless people to stare at the sky. That flame was like a meteor shooting towards the sky. What was that terrifying demonic beast trying to do? Boom! In the sky, the white flame exploded like fireworks, and countless colorful flames shot down like a rain of fire. What kind of fire is this? A large number of people were splashed by the rain of fire, and immediately let out painful cries. However, only one painful cry was heard, and those people were immediately burned to ashes. Swish! 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 The white meteor rain fell from the sky, and the crowd panicked. It was too terrifying, and those flames were simply unstoppable. The world turned into a sea of fire, and even the sun lost its light, causing the land to become dusky. Other than fire and smoke, there was nothing else. Run! Many people died, and the remaining people ran in all directions crazily. They were only shocked. The two ancient countries had forced Lin Ling into a corner, and Lin Ling seemed to have brought an ancient taboo over. Ancient flame devil, kill those people over there. On the boundless land, Lin Ling's eyes were cold, and he pointed at the people from the two ancient countries. His brows were tightly furrowed, and the 9-tailed ancient flame devil was not under his control. Once it appeared, it would destroy all life. As long as it was life, it would burn it. People of the great Qin Empire, come behind me immediately. Lin Ling shouted again. In the sky, Qin Nan and the rest looked at the ancient demon that was wreaking havoc on the ground, and their hearts trembled. Then, without saying anything, they ran behind Lin Ling crazily. Kill! Lin Ling's eyes were like the eyes of the ancient flame devil, and it even made people suspect that the nine-tailed ancient flame devil was him, and that he was the nine-tailed ancient flame devil. Both of them were fiery demonic gods. Kiki. This time, the ancient flame devil did not resist Lin Ling's order. Its cold eyes looked at the sky, and the pupils of the people from the two ancient countries froze. In their eyes, on the ground, the ancient flame beast was looking at them, and the young man was also looking at them. That gaze was merciless and murderous. Swish. Chapter 708. The Nightmare of the Two Ancient Nations, Not Good. The experts roared. Some of them were at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm, but they couldn't even block a single claw. Blood splattered everywhere, falling from the sky like rain. The people on the ground swallowed their saliva with difficulty. The sky seemed to have turned into hell. Kiki. The ancient flame devil let out a terrifying cry. It turned into a gust of wind, weaving through the void like the most terrifying god of death. Stop it. Stop. It's too fast, and very cunning. Stop. The people of the two ancient nations were completely flustered. The ancient flame devil was fierce and violent. It was already very scary, but it was also very cunning. They couldn't stop it. Blood and flesh rained down from the sky. Under countless gazes, the huge demonic beast occupied half the sky, swallowing the people who were killed into its mouth. The fearless aura made the people below forget how to breathe. Nightmare. This was the nightmare of the two ancient nations. Lin Ling, how dare you kill the people of our ancient nations? The Duan imperial prince roared in anger as he watched the Justice Duan family's forces dwindle. This time, he had brought a large number of experts from the Justice Duan family. He had thought that it would be enough to support the expedition to the ancient tomb, but who would have thought that the entire army would be wiped out? The experts that had died had been cultivated by the Duan family, and now they had all turned into ashes. He hated Lin Ling to the bone. His gaze pierced through the clouds and landed on the young man standing quietly below. With a roar, he immediately pounced. That terrifying demonic beast killed the people of the Justice Duan family, so he would kill Lin Ling. Boom! At this moment, a huge flaming rainbow swept over, as if separating the sky and earth. It was so fast that Imperial Prince Duan had no choice but to dodge. It was the tail of the ancient flame devil. Boom! The tail swept over. Although Imperial Prince Duan dodged, his mount, the Thousand Iron Kirin, was not so lucky. It was swept by the flaming tail, and the invincible Kirin was turned into ashes. Wind fire. Grand Prince Duan's eyes were bloodshot. Fenghua was his mount, and had grown up with him. They had fought battles all over the world, and both man and beast had walked the line between life and death many times. However, they had survived, and had won a great reputation in the Justice Duan family. But today, they had died here. He had died at the hands of a junior. Anger. Prince Duan had never been so angry in all these years. Even when he was fighting against top experts, he had always maintained a calm and dignified appearance. But now, he was incomparably furious. A little ant had killed all of his people. He looked over coldly and his pupils constricted. At this moment, there were only 3 people in the sky. One was him, one was Lord Long, and one was Duan Tiangang. The others had all been killed. The gigantic ancient flame devil looked at him with a cold smile. That smile was like the smile of a devil. It was ruthless, but there was a hint of mockery in it. Go! Grand Prince Duan's pupils kept twitching. His heart was in pain, but he could only retreat. Even he was afraid of that mysterious gigantic beast. Just as he moved, Lord Long on the other side also strode away. His old face was ashen. Dead, all the people he had brought were dead. Was this the young man that old master had bestowed a reward to when he was on the mountain? Is this young man still an ant? That young man's anger had caused great suffering in the heavenly dragon empire. Lord Long, where did this beast come from? Why is it so strong? It's like a flame devil. While running away, Grand Prince Duan asked Lord Long angrily. This beast has an extraordinary origin, but I can't tell where it came from. What puzzles me is that the stronger a beast is, the more ferocious it is. How could a junior like Lin Ling control it? Lord Long said coldly. If that's the case, then that beast is not Lin Ling's. Grand Prince Duan replied. He didn't want to admit this fact. After all, if the beast was Lin Ling's, then Lin Ling was not even 20 years old. He already had the ability to kill any Emperor Spirit Realm expert, and even Saint Spirit Realm expert. So, this was impossible. Lord Long nodded. Lin Ling can't control it. According to their experience, this was indeed impossible. Lin Ling wanted to control such a terrifying beast, it was simply playing with fire. So, Lin Ling must have used some method to make the beast come out. But the beast didn't belong to Lin Ling. In fact, their guess was correct. With Lin Ling's strength, it was impossible for him to control the nine-tailed ancient flame devil. Even the mysterious expert in the ancient tomb couldn't control it. That's why the ancient flame devil was refined in an altar. After thousands of years of refinement, the beast's demonic nature gradually dissipated and it was controlled by someone else. Lord Long and the others had guessed the first point, but not the second. The ancient flame devil that Lin Ling obtained had already been refined by the altar. Its demonic nature was on the verge of dissipating, so Lin Ling was able to control it. The two of them had never thought of this point. They thought that Lin Ling was only able to summon it once out of luck. At this moment, Duan Tiangong's mouth was dripping with blood. He was supported by Grand Prince Duan as he left. However, his face was ashen and filled with decadence. It was because of his decadence that the ancient flame devil didn't kill him first. This was because the ancient flame devil was cruel and perverted. It liked to kill those who resisted fiercely. The weaker the ant, the more the ancient flame devil would kill. This allowed Duan Tiangang to escape death. Uncle, he is also dead. Duan Tiangang mumbled to himself, as if he had lost his soul. Duan Tianhe came to help him kill Lin Ling, but he died before he could even touch Lin Ling. How sad. And Lin Ling's strength surpassed his imagination. He thought that he was the greatest beneficiary of the ancient tomb, that he was a true chosen. But Lin Ling told him that he was nothing. Tiangang, victory and defeat are common in war. How can you lose your heart of martial arts? At this moment, a cold voice rang out in Duan Tiangong's ears, waking him up. His eyes gradually turned red. Before this, he had almost lost his heart of martial arts. Moreover, although he wasn't injured by the ancient flame devil, under the crazy suppression of Lin Ling and Little Flame, cracks had appeared on his Dantian's Dao platform. It would be difficult for his cultivation to recover to its former glory. Where you fall, stand up. Imperial Prince Duan said again, his eyes filled with hatred. Not long ago, in the battle between Duan Tiangang and Lin Ling, Duan Tiangang had boldly declared that he wouldn't kill Lin Ling and would cripple Lin Ling. But the result was the opposite. Duan Tiangang didn't die, but he was crippled by Lin Ling. Not only was his cultivation crippled, but his heart of martial arts was crippled. If a martial artist didn't have a heart of martial arts, then no matter how strong they were nothing but paper. Pull yourself together. Imperial Prince Duan roared again, causing Duan Tiangong's eyes to flicker. But when he saw Duan Tiangang regaining some of his fighting spirit, Imperial Prince Duan sighed. Nightmare. Today was a nightmare for the two ancient countries. All the harvests from the ancient tomb had been seized by Lin Ling, and only 3 people from the two ancient countries were left. Everyone else had died. Chapter 709. The way home. At this moment, flames were gushing out of the mysterious yellow city, making it look like a forbidden land of fire. The sky was gray, and smoke was billowing. Only the indomitable giant demonic beast was soaring in the sky, making people feel a sense of worship. Roar! However, at this moment, the giant demonic beast looked at the crowd below. Obviously, the ancient flame devil's killing intent had landed on the people below as Prince Duan and Prince Duan were running away in a hurry. It was a terrifying gaze. Some of the weaker martial artists fainted right away. They were intimidated by the demonic beast's aura. Swish! The ancient flame devil swooped down and wanted to kill. How dare you! At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice was heard. Many people were shocked. Lin Ling was actually reprimanding the demonic beast. Roar! The ancient flame devil stopped and looked at Lin Ling with its teeth bared. Its eyes were filled with killing intent. Its demonic nature had not disappeared yet, so it wanted to kill Lin Ling. How dare you! Lin Ling shouted again. He looked at the ancient flame devil without fear. The ancient flame devil's eyes flickered. Finally, it roared at the sky. It wanted to kill and even wanted to kill Lin Ling. However, the array altar had wiped out its demonic nature and intelligence. It felt that it could not disobey Lin Ling's orders. The two choices made it a little crazy. Rumble. The ground shook and the clouds in the sky scattered. The roar was extremely terrifying. Come back! Lin Ling shouted again. However, the ancient flame devil was not moved. It even had the thought of leaving Lin Ling. However, after hesitating for a long time, it turned into a white flame and shot towards Lin Ling, disappearing into Lin Ling's body. Compared to the last time, this guy's desire to resist is getting stronger. If I summon it again, I might not be able to control it. Sensing that the ancient flame devil had returned to his dantian, Lin Ling frowned. Although the ancient flame devil was extremely powerful, it was also a ticking time bomb. Before he could control it completely, it was better to use it less. In fact, if it wasn't for the people from the two ancient countries, Lin Ling wouldn't have let the ancient flame devil descend again. We've escaped this calamity. The crowd felt like they had just survived a calamity. They looked at the ruins in front of them, and their hearts were thumping. It was like a dream. When Lin Ling thought Duan Tianhe was suppressing Duan Tiangang, the people from the two great ancient countries, they thought Lin Ling and Lin Ling wouldn't be able to escape. Duan Tianhe. But who knew that Lin Ling would be able to Tianhe to kill, Tianhe would Tianhe was too. But Lin Tianhe was. It was terrifying. That young man was like a taboo-killing god. If they wanted to kill him, they would only be taught a lesson in blood. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the slender and cold-faced young man. Then, they all left quietly. They were all afraid of Lin Ling now. After the battle in the old tomb, Lin Ling's name not only shook the 100 territories, but also the holy land of the rainforest. As for the people from the Great Qin Empire, they were also looking at Lin Ling with fear. They didn't expect that the battle today would be caused by Lin Ling alone. Qin Ji and Qin Jingtian smiled bitterly. Lin Ling seemed to be firmly above their heads. No one would object to his position as the guest elder. Let's go. Lin Ling said softly. Qin Nan and the others nodded. the group of people left one after another. Only Xianhuang's city was still burning with flames, as if it were a dream. The giant Xuanwu tortoise streaked across the sky. On the giant tortoise, the people from the great Qin Empire stood calmly. Some of them were looking at a young man in a blue and white robe. Their eyes were filled with reverence. Lin Ling, the great Qin Empire has established a great reputation in the Ice Plains region. After the great Qin king heard the news, he praised us even more. Qin Nan looked at Lin Ling and smiled. This is everyone's hard work. Lin Ling withdrew his gaze from the distance and said with a smile on his face. You're too humble. In reality, you single-handedly propped up the great Qin Empire after we left the ancient tomb. Qin Nan shook his head helplessly. After a pause, he said, the great Qin king said that all the treasures you obtained in the old tomb, except for some spirit crystals and spirit herbs, are yours. After all, the great Qin Empire mobilized so many strong cultivators. They have to give something in return. Good. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. The great Qin Empire was very sincere to him. They didn't want any of the spiritual weapons, only the spirit crystals and spirit herbs. So far, he had obtained all the spiritual weapons. There was the half-spiritual weapon Yen Hong Bell, the half-spiritual weapon Heaven Striking Axe, and the chaotic evil sword. These were all priceless treasures. He had gained a lot from this old tomb. Furthermore, this was only a part of the old tomb. He didn't know what other secrets there were in the depths of the old tomb. The giant tortoise stepped through the air and gradually disappeared into the horizon. Then, the next day, in the vast sea of rain, a dragon boat was heading towards the sacred rainforest. On the dragon boat, several youths were leaning against the side of the boat, smiling as they chatted. Lin Ling, with your current strength, you can be ranked around the top 200 of the Proud Son of Heaven list. This result is very fierce. Qin Ji said to Lin Ling with a smile. He was slightly older than Lin Ling, but he was incomparably respectful towards Lin Ling. Moreover, he was also ranked around the top 300 of the Proud Son of Heaven list. Amongst the young geniuses under the age of 20, his battle prowess was at the peak. But he knew that Lin Ling was stronger than him. Even a middle-stage Emperor Spirit Realm genius was not Lin Ling's match, so he could only be ranked around the top 200. Most importantly, he knew that Lin Ling hadn't even been at the 7 Profound Martial House for a year. It was hard to imagine just what heights Lin Ling would reach in a year. Lin Ling smiled. He didn't care too much about the Proud Son of Heaven list ranking. To him, if he wanted to rush into the top 100, then he would be one step closer to challenging the Martial House Master. At the side, the heavenly concubine took out a jade token. After examining it, she helplessly shook her head and said, "At present, I am still around the top 400. But with the spirit artifact, I am confident that I can rush into the top 300 in a short period of time." What is this? Lin Ling looked at the jade token, a bit puzzled. The heavenly concubine explained, every disciple of the 7 Martial Hall has an identity jade token. After entering the Proud Son of Heaven list, you can see your own ranking on the Proud Son of Heaven list. The premise is that you must be near the rainforest's sacred land. The Proud Son of Heaven list of the 7 Martial Hall seemed to be separated, but the truth was that the rankings were similar. For instance, Lin Ling was ranked around 200 in the 7 Profound Martial House. If he was in the Heavenly Concubine's ancient Dao Martial Palace, then Lin Ling's ranking wouldn't change too much. Lin Ling, the 7 Martial Hall are above the ancient kingdoms. Even if the Heavenly Dragon Empire wants to kill you, they won't dare to enter the Martial Hall. But, you must be careful of the geniuses of the Martial Hall. Those geniuses aren't weak. Qin Zhengtian reminded. Okay, I will be careful. Lin Ling nodded. His current strength was enough to fight a Middle Emperor Spirit Realm Proud Son of Heaven. But, the proud son of heaven list also had many late Emperor Spirit Realm proud sons of heaven. Those proud sons of heaven were not weak. How strong are the top 18 young masters? Lin Ling asked. Chapter 710. Must kill Lin Ling. How strong are the 18 young masters? Lin Ling asked. Qin Ji and Qin Jingtian looked at each other. Although they were both 18 young masters, compared to the monstrous geniuses at the top, they were like grains of rice. There are 6 other young masters, and their strength is incomparably terrifying. There are even some at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Qin Ji said in a dignified voice. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. These were true geniuses. The 18 young masters were all geniuses under the age of 20. To reach the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm at such a young age, this growth rate was too terrifying. They are old Xian's disciples, so they are the center of attention. You must know that in the 7 major martial halls, old Xian's strength is comparable to the top powerhouses of the 5 ancient countries. Qin Ji added. Lin Ling had a rough guess in his heart. The 7 major martial halls were above the 5 ancient countries. It seemed that this was not without reason. If old Xian was comparable to the top powerhouses of the 5 ancient countries, then what about the martial house master? It seemed that the road he had to walk was still very long. Lin Ling quietly clenched his fists, but his eyes were firm. He had promised limitless Sword Saint, and his fighting spirit would never be extinguished. At the same time, on the side of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe was looking at a jade book in his hand. His calm face quietly revealed a trace of anger. We returned empty-handed from the ancient tomb. Besides you, Long Fan, no one else from the Heavenly Dragon Empire has returned. Long Fan, you have lost the dignity of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. A cold voice spread out, causing the space to tremble. The winds and clouds of the entire ancient country surged, as if the end of the world had arrived. This was the wrath of a true dragon. Your Majesty, this humble subject is willing to accept punishment. Behind the middle-aged man, Lord Long knelt down and said, his body trembling. This Lin Ling is really fierce. He alone caused 2 ancient countries to suffer losses. Execute him. The dragon-robed middle-aged man threw the jade book in his hand to the ground. The crisp sound caused Lord Long's heart to tremble. This dragon-robed middle-aged man was the current emperor of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Yes, this humble servant will have the 7 profound martial houses Heavenly Dragon Empire bloodline kill Lin Ling. Mr. Long quickly replied. The same thing was happening to the Justice Duan family. Now, the 2 ancient countries had to kill Lin Ling. Even if they did not dare to go to the 7 profound martial house, there would always be a genius that could kill Lin Ling. Moreover, in the 7 profound martial house, it was simply impossible for the great Qin Empire to protect Lin Ling. At this moment, the 7 profound martial house was bustling with noise and excitement. This was because not too long ago, the preliminary round of the 7 profound Proud Son of Heaven list had ended, and the rankings of the Proud Son of Heaven list had been redetermined. But this preliminary round had allowed a massive number of Proud Sons of Heaven to rise, and their names had shaken the entire 7 profound martial house. Next, they had to wait for the 7 profound prodigy list's final competition to begin. Of course, the final competition would take a long time. Now that the Proud Son of Heaven preliminaries had ended, the 7 profound martial house was incomparably lively. Many of the geniuses that had gone out adventuring had also returned. Yun Zhongnu has reached the top 300 of the Proud Son of Heaven list. Fierce, his name has shaken the rainforest Holy Land. I can even see his name in the other martial arts halls. The pitiful one is Zheng Yixuan. This person's talent was outstanding last year, and he amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. However, he was too arrogant, and was overtaken by those behind him. He fell to the 450th rank. Of the early royal spirit realm powerhouses, there are already several that are stronger than him. Huang Quan is also very terrifying. It is said that his strength is only at the early royal spirit realm, but he can already fight a middle royal spirit realm proud son of heaven. He is ranked 295th, and is the number 1 early royal spirit realm proud son of heaven. Under the ancient tree, on the steps, there were numerous figures. A massive number of disciples were talking, and most of them were Moon Guard level disciples. The 7 profound proud son of heaven list only recruited 500 proud sons of heaven, so most of them only looked up at the top. They did not have the qualifications to step into the ranks of proud sons of heaven. The most pitiful ones are Long Zhe and Extreme Moon Zhan. Both of them lost to the lowest ranked Lin Ling. This is really interesting. I heard about it too, but it is said that Lin Ling killed them by borrowing the power of the forbidden stone sculpture. As for Lin Ling, he is only a junior of the King Spirit realm. Interesting. Last month, I heard that Dan Luofan, who is ranked 450th, offered a large sum of money to kill Lin Ling. Interesting. I'm very curious about Dan Luofan's offer. After all, he is an alchemist. Interesting. Some of the Moon Guard level disciples with extraordinary temperaments chatted with a hint of anticipation in their eyes. They were a little tempted by Dan Luofan's pills. Although Lin Ling had killed Long Zhe and Extreme Moon Zhan, he did not rely on his own strength. This meant that he was still ranked at the bottom of the proud son of heaven list. His strength should not be that great. Perhaps many of the Moon Guard level disciples were stronger than him. After all, the only reason Lin Ling could enter the proud son of heaven list was because the Mansion Lord had made an exception. Otherwise, what qualifications did Lin Ling have to enter the proud son of heaven list? True proud sons of heaven are powerful. Naturally, they cannot be compared to Lin Ling, a newcomer who entered the proud son of heaven list by making an exception. Lin Ling is only in the King Spirit realm, yet he dares to enter the proud son of heaven list. Someone sneered, sensing that Lin Ling was in trouble. After all, Lin Ling had offended many people. First, there was Elder Su Fan. Now, there was Dan Luofan, who had threatened to kill Lin Ling. If you are so strong, why didn't you fight Lin Ling during the Dragon Pan Lake competition? Perhaps if you defeated Lin Ling, you could enter the proud son of heaven list. You only know how to make sarcastic remarks. You don't have the strength. At this moment, several figures slowly walked up from the ancient blue brick. It seemed that they didn't like to hear someone ridicule Lin Ling, so one of them spoke up. They were Ouyang Feiyang, Zhua Mo, Lan Feng, and Long Xiaochen. Ouyang Feiyang had always had a very good relationship with Lin Ling. As for Zhua Mo and Lan Feng, they had been subdued by Lin Ling's calmness. As for Long Xiaochen, there was no need to mention him. He had entered the 7 profound martial house with Lin Ling. In the past, he had accompanied Lin Ling to become a Star Guard level disciple. Moreover, among these people, Long Xiaochen admired Lin Ling the most. He would not tolerate anyone speaking ill of him. Oh, you're just a Star Guard level disciple, and yet you're so arrogant. What's wrong with me saying something? Is Lin Ling your father? The youth coldly looked at Long Xiaochen. As he realized that Long Xiaochen was just a Star Guard level disciple, he immediately spoke with disdain. Many of the Moon Guard level disciples were gloating on the side. Among Long Xiaochen and the others, only Ouyang Feiyang was a Moon Guard level disciple. But he was only a newcomer. What qualifications did he have to speak? I remember you, Long Xiaochen, Lin Ling's #1 follower. No wonder you're so angry. Let me tell you, Lin Ling isn't here. If he was, I would have beaten up your boss. He made an exception to enter the proud son of heaven list. Do you think he's fierce? The youth's lips curled up, his disdain even thicker. This person's strength was somewhat famous among the Moon Guard level disciples. In the missions that the 7 Profound Martial House had issued, he had taken first place several times. Many of the Moon Guard level disciples admired him, and his self-confidence had swelled. He believed that he had the qualifications to enter the Proud Son of Heaven list. Even the last-ranked Lin Ling was not his match. Chapter 7:11. Under the curtain, it's not jealousy, it's just dissatisfaction. But it's not up to you to judge me. I heard that you're practicing a 7th grade King Step martial art. Today, I'll guide you. The youth's expression was indifferent. He stepped forward, and an afterimage appeared as he punched at Long Xiaochen. The crowd laughed with disdain. Long Xiaochen was only a Star Guard disciple, but he dared to be so arrogant? Breaking Wind Fist. Since others were being unreasonable, Long Xiaochen didn't need to hold back. His aura bloomed, and a King Step martial art was displayed. Trash, is this how you use a King Step martial art? The youth arrogantly shouted, as if he were a senior. He stretched out a hand and drew a circle in the air. A strange ripple erupted, and he slammed his palm into the circle, easily breaking Long Xiaochen's martial art. Puff! Long Xiaochen had only been in the 7 Profound Martial House for a short time, so he naturally wasn't a match. He was sent flying a dozen meters away, spitting out blood. You're trash, a follower for life, and Lin Ling is also trash. Next time I see Lin Ling, I will take his title as a Proud Son of Heaven. The youth proudly said with his hands behind his back. Many people's eyes flashed. It was said that Lin Ling was only at the late King Spirit Realm, but this youth was at the peak of the King Spirit Realm. He could even defeat an early Emperor Spirit Realm martial artist. If this youth could defeat Lin Ling, then perhaps he could replace Lin Ling's position on the Proud Son of Heaven list. In order to prove that you can enter the Proud Son of Heaven list, you bully others. With such an attitude, you will never enter the Proud Son of Heaven list. At this moment, a mocking voice sounded out, causing the crowd's eyes to widen. Someone dared to speak ill of this youth. Was he looking to die? In the distance, the Proud Sons of Heaven on the Proud Son of Heaven list were watching the show from above. When they saw the youth who had spoken, their lips curved into a strange smile. It was Lin Ling. He had returned. The crowd also looked at the youth, and their eyes flashed. Before, they had been jealous of Lin Ling, who had made an exception to enter the Proud Son of Heaven list. But after seeing him with their own eyes, they realized that this legendary youth's temperament was extraordinary. That blue and white robe, that indifferent face, gave them a feeling that they couldn't underestimate him. You're Lin Ling? The youth who sent Long Xiaochen flying frowned and asked indifferently. You don't even know what I look like, yet you say you have the confidence to defeat me. Aren't you being too confident? The person who walked over was Lin Ling, who had just returned to the 7 Profound Martial House. At this moment, he looked at Ouyang Feiyang and the others with a smile, and then helped Long Xiaochen up. Ouyang Feiyang and the others were somewhat happy. They hadn't seen Lin Ling for a while, and they could feel that Lin Ling's aura had changed. This fellow had probably become even stronger. In their speculations, Lin Ling was a freak of nature. When he left the 7 Profound Martial House, he was at the late King Spirit Realm. Now, it was highly likely that he had reached the peak of the King Spirit Realm. Lin Ling, hand over your position on the Tianjiao list today. I'm Lai Qing, said the Moon Guard calmly. Now that Lin Ling had appeared, he could challenge him and seize Lin Ling's Tianjiao list. Alright, you don't need to introduce yourself. I'm not interested. As for you challenging me? You're too weak. After Lin Ling helped Long Xiaochen up, he faintly said this. Indeed, this opponent was very weak, and he disdained to challenge him. Then he looked at Long Xiaochen and said, Long Xiaochen, you lost to him before. What you lost to him was not strength, but time. Now, you and he will fight again." The crowd was surprised. Lin Ling himself might not be this youth's match, but he didn't dare to go up. Instead, he had the weaker Long Xiaochen go up. Was he joking? "You don't dare to fight? So you want your follower to continue being abused?" The youth frowned and asked. "It's not that I don't dare, but that you don't have the qualifications. As for being abused, maybe you'll be the one being abused." Lin Ling shook his head, and the youth crazily laughed. He didn't understand where Lin Ling's confidence came from. The crowd also helplessly shook their heads. Before, Long Xiaochen had been defeated in a single move. How could he be this youth's match? Long Xiaochen looked at Lin Ling with a strange expression. He didn't understand why Lin Ling would say this. However, Lin Ling quickly handed him an axe. "With this, I'll help you win." A soft voice rang out, causing Long Xiaochen to be even more puzzled. But after he took the axe, his entire body trembled. His spiritual qi endlessly poured into the axe, and the axe returned a powerful force to him. This battle weapon was extraordinary. Lin Ling, this. Long Xiaochen. Long Xiaochen's body trembled. Where did Lin Ling get such a terrifying axe? Heaven-striking axe. In the past, I destroyed your weapon. Today, I will return it to you. Lin Ling faintly smiled. This is too precious. Long Xiaochen simply didn't know what to say. His heart was filled with excitement. Your surname is Long, but you are not welcomed in the Seven Profound Martial House. You don't have any status in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. So, if you want to regain your lost dignity, then you must begin today. Lin Ling enunciated each word, causing Long Xiaochen's eyes to turn moist. Yes, his surname was Long, and in the 5 great ancient countries, only the Heavenly Dragon Empire had the surname Long. Therefore, he was a person of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Unfortunately, everything was as Lin Ling had said. The Heavenly Dragon Empire had caused him to lose his dignity, and he wished that he was no longer surnamed Long. Therefore, his bloodline had left the Heavenly Dragon Empire and endured humiliation in order to prove himself. Lin Ling had guessed Long Xiaochen's origin, and this had given him a strong confidence and support. Put on. Long Xiaochen fell to one knee. Lin Ling, before, when he said that I was your follower, others laughed at him. But in fact, I did not oppose it in my heart, because I knew that in the future you would be a dragon among men. But today, I will tell everyone in front of everyone that I, Long Xiaochen, am Lin Ling's follower. No matter what happens in the future, I will always be Lin Ling's right hand. Yes. He was thoroughly convinced by Lin Ling. Long Xiaochen, he. Ouyang Feiyang and the others were surprised. Although they also admired Lin Ling, to be under Lin Ling's shadow, they were somewhat unable to let go of their pride. But now Lin Ling had given Long Xiaochen an axe, and Long Xiaochen was actually willing to accept it. What kind of axe was this? Well, emotional words can be said later. After I'm done with you, I'll torture your so-called boss. Lin Ling, wait for me. Cut. To him, today his name would shake the 7 Profound Martial House, and he would seize Lin Ling's status as a proud son of heaven. Long Xiaochen, a martial artist, must learn to endure, but that does not mean that they must endure. This dog's mouth stinks, teach him a lesson. Lin Ling indifferently said. If this boy wanted to seize his status as a proud son of heaven, he would not oppose it. But this boy's words had been slandering him and humiliating him. If he did not have the corresponding strength, then he would suffer. Yes, boss. Boss. Long Xiaochen stood up, waved the axe in his hand, and then sneered. Chapter 7:12. Fury in the clouds, your breath stinks. Without another word, Long Xiaochen pounced towards the youth, his axe chopping down from above. Trash! The young man laughed disdainfully. He stretched out a hand and drew a circle in the air. A mirror-like circle appeared, wanting to block the axe. That's the square prism mirror, a 7th-grade king-ranked martial art. Its defense is strong, and it can borrow force to attack force. Before, Long Xiaochen couldn't even break it with martial arts. Now that he doesn't use martial arts, he loses even faster. They didn't think much of Long Xiaochen at all. Instead, they looked at Lin Ling. Only they noticed that Lin Ling had reached the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. So they knew that if Long Xiaochen lost, Lin Ling would have to fight. Boom! However, when the giant axe chopped down, something shocking happened. The axe swept everything before it, and the youth's mirror was split into two. His right arm was even chopped off, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted, directly shaking the youth to the point of spitting out blood. Silence. There was a deathly silence all around. Previously, Long Xiaochen hadn't been a match for that youth at all. But now, he'd been insta-killed. What kind of axe is that? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They could see the reason for Long Xiaochen's increase in strength. Boss, a half-spirit grade weapon is indeed very powerful. It can double my attack power. In the open space, Long Xiaochen waved his axe and looked excitedly at Lin Ling. Then, he walked step by step towards the youth on the ground. You want to steal my boss's chosen status, but you can't even compare to me. Aren't you ashamed? You keep saying that boss is a piece of trash, then what are you? This axe will take your life. With that, the axe in Long Xiaochen's hand chopped down, causing the youth to cough up another mouthful of blood and faint from fright. At the critical moment, Long Xiaochen put away his axe and stood there with a mocking smile on his face. Right now, he felt proud and elated. After that, he glanced proudly at all the Moon Guard level disciples, causing them to not dare look him in the eye. All of the Moon Guard disciples were shocked. Lin Ling had actually given Long Xiaochen a half-spiritual artifact. What a terrifying amount of wealth. Long Xiaochen had a half-spiritual weapon in hand, and with his own cultivation, there were very few Moon Guards who could threaten him. Long Xiaochen's luck is too good. Ouyang Feiyang and the others widened their eyes. They suddenly felt an impulse to regret. If they had also become Lin Ling's subordinates, would they have also been able to obtain such terrifying weapons? A half-spirit artifact was obtained by two trash like you. What a waste of a heavenly treasure. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be so popular. Since it's a half-spirit artifact, I won't teach you a lesson today. At this moment, a voice rang out from one of the geniuses who had been watching the battle from afar. One of them walked out slowly. This person was about 20-something years old. He was tall and had a sharp gaze. When the crowd saw the genius walk out, the Moon Guards immediately fell silent. They didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. However, they knew that Lin Ling's semi-spiritual weapon had attracted the attention of a powerful expert. The half-spirit artifact is mine. Do you want to steal it from me? Are you not afraid of violating the rules of the 7 Profound Martial House? Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the tall youth. This youth's talent king body was a bit strange. It was similar to the body of a vengeful spirit. Moreover, there was a mysterious charm to it, like the wrath of the heavens. Lin Ling had seen the body of a vengeful spirit before. The angrier one was, the stronger one's combat strength would be. It was extremely fierce. He didn't think that he would encounter it again in the world of geniuses like the 7 Profound Martial House. To tell you the truth, I was ordered by Dan Luofan to cripple you in exchange for Dan Luofan's pills. But I discovered that compared to Dan Luofan's pills, your half-spirit artifact seems to be more valuable. The tall youth smiled, but his smile was cold and gloomy. The surrounding Moon Guard disciples' eyes flashed. They naturally knew who this tall youth was. Yun Zhongnu, who had risen like a dark horse in the 7 profound heavens chosen preliminaries and had reached rank 300. His strength was in the top 3 of the early royal spirit realm, and he could be considered invincible in the early royal spirit realm. But this person had always been overbearing. In order to become stronger, he would use any method. After learning that Dan Luofan wanted to exterminate Lin Ling, he had volunteered to take on the mission in order to obtain the pill. But now, Lin Ling was very stupid. He wasn't strong, but he had actually taken out a half-spirit artifact. This was naturally seen by Yun Zhongnu. Dan Luofan, what a good method. In order to retaliate against me, you actually used a pill as a reward. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This was the advantage of being an alchemist. Even if one's strength wasn't high, they could still use pills to make others work for them. Don't worry, I don't like Dan Luofan either. If it weren't for his pills, I definitely wouldn't touch you. So, as long as you give me your half-spirit artifact, I won't kill you. Of course, you can also refuse, but my patience is limited. If you don't think it over in 3 breaths, not only will I kill you, but I'll also take your half-spirit artifact. Yun Zhongnu said again as he stared greedily at the semi-spiritual weapon in Long Xiaochen's hand. How domineering. Geniuses in the 7 profound heavens chosen rankings have this privilege. Wow. The crowd was inwardly shocked. Yun Zhanu was arrogant because he was pretty strong in the preliminary round of the 7 profound prodigy ranking. Not to mention Lin Ling, who was at the bottom of the prodigy ranking. Even the 400th ranked prodigies on the prodigy ranking wouldn't dare to confront Yun Zhanu head-on. It had to be said that Lin Ling was very unlucky. 1. 2. 2. 2. 3. 2. Yun Zhongnu calmly counted down. As the 3rd count fell, he coldly looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's complexion was also indifferent. He hadn't thought that after returning to the 7 profound martial house, so many people would make things difficult for him. If his strength hadn't increased in the old tomb, then he might have been in some trouble today. You're so overbearing, aren't you afraid of violating the rules of the 7 profound martial house? Lin Ling's voice was low. It's fine. The 7 profound martial house's proud sons of heaven can challenge each other, as long as both sides agree. Moreover, in a challenge, life or death is not to be blamed. Yun Zhongnu said with a dark smile. But I didn't agree to a life or death challenge. 2. Lin Ling frowned. If I say you agreed, then you agreed. A dead man has no right to argue. Yun Zhongnu said again, good, 3 breaths of time have passed. You've asked what you wanted to ask, now give me your answer. Do you want your life or the half-spirit artifact? Sigh. Lin Ling gently sighed. It seemed that although the 7 profound martial house was a legitimate hall of martial arts, there were still loopholes in the rules. For instance, if he didn't agree to fight with Yun Zhongnu and died, then Yun Zhongnu could say to the disciplinary hall that Lin Ling had agreed. But at that time, he would be dead, so how could he argue? In the world of martial arts, no matter where it was still the law of the jungle. All martial artists wanted to become stronger. Since it's like this, I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Fuck off. 2. Die. Sigh. Shaking his head, Lin Ling's eyes became even colder. The crowd's pupils shrank. Yun Zhongnu had threatened Lin Ling, but Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he had threatened back, giving him 2 choices. 1. Fuck off. 2. Die. This courage was too great. Boss, give him the half-spirit artifact. Long Chen. He believed that Lin Ling's strength was very strong, and he also believed that Lin Ling would shine in the future. But Yun Zhongnu was a dark horse in the proud son of heaven preliminaries. He was nearly invincible in the royal spirit realm. Lin Ling's cultivation time was so short, how could he be his match? Chapter 713. I didn't save Lin Ling. Lin Ling's expression was still cold and indifferent. If this person wanted to die, then he would fulfill his wish. As for being ranked 300 on the Proud Son of Heaven list, Lin Ling didn't know how powerful he was. But as long as his opponent was at the early royal spirit realm, then he would die. Even if he was at the middle royal spirit realm, he would still die. Moreover, there were many people in the Seven Profound Martial House that wanted him dead. Then, let's see who would be next. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Below 300 on the Proud Son of Heaven list, you are the first one to speak to me like this. Yun Zhongnu's voice suddenly calmed down, causing all of the Moon Guard level disciples to tremble in fear. They had seen the preliminaries. As long as Yun Zhongnu spoke calmly, it meant that he was angry. With Yun Zhongnu's king body, once he was angry, it would be terrifying. However, as everyone was surprised, Yun Zhongnu's voice was even calmer. I know that you are at the early royal spirit realm, so that should be the basis of your confidence. What? The Moon Guard level disciples were shocked. Long Xiaochen and the others' pupils shrank. They had thought that Lin Ling was at the peak of the king's spirit realm, but who knew that he had actually reached the royal spirit realm? This monstrous talent was too terrifying. However, if Lin Ling were to face a Moon Guard level disciple, then Lin Ling would surely win. But facing Yun Zhongnu, this was an unrivaled early royal spirit realm Proud Son of Heaven. You will know what it means to be unrivaled in the early royal spirit realm. Bang! Clouds appeared around Yun Zhongnu's body. What was terrifying was that these clouds were tumbling about, as if the heavens were angry. Yun Zhongnu was angry? Have you seen the true meaning of anger? With Yun Zhongnu's voice, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. That anger actually made their legs tremble. That's right, their legs trembled. It was as if they were facing an enraged opponent, and their opponent's anger was affecting their own heart of martial arts. Star Fury, Moon Fury, Sun Fury, the wrath of the three kings. Behind Yun Zhongnu, three illusions of the sun, moon, and stars appeared. He punched out at Lin Ling, causing the air to explode. Yun Zhongnu, you are not Lin Ling's match. Do you want to die? At this moment, an anxious voice rang out. From afar, a woman in a blue dress walked over with large strides, causing the crowd's gaze to freeze. That was Scholar Gusu of the 36 Scholars. However, what did she mean by her words? Did she just say that Yun Zhongnu was no match for Lin Ling? Could it be that Master Gusu wanted to save Lin Ling, so she came up with an excuse? Apprentice Gusu, I apologize for being late to the battle. Yun Zhongnu's fists didn't stop. Instead, they moved even faster. He knew that when Master Gusu said that he wasn't a match for Lin Ling, she was actually trying to save Lin Ling. What a joke. Yun Zhongnu was a genius ranked 300th in the preliminaries. How could he not be a match for Lin Ling? True intent of wrath? Invincible in the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm? All I want to say is, how pitiful. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he slowly pulled out the sword on his back. Dominating the world. Swoosh. Without wasting any time, Lin Ling swung his sword. The tip of the sword was resplendent and dazzling. Fire of destruction was majestic and domineering. The fusion of two true intents of martial. Pop. 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 The air exploded and even started burning. Firmament's wrath was split into two. No amount of wrath could block that sword. How could Yun Zhongnu's true intent of wrath block it? How can this true intent of martial be so terrifying? Yun Zhongnu's eyes widened. In his eyes, a flaming sword slashed towards him. The flame seemed to have come from the ancient times, and the sword seemed to have come from the horizon. Yun Zhongnu's heart trembled. One must know that during the preliminaries, he had faced countless early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses, but he had won all of them. This made him fearless. Today, he wanted to kill Lin Ling and obtain some treasures, but who knew that this genius who didn't participate in the preliminaries would be so terrifying? Boom! Yun Zhongnu didn't even have the chance to make a sound before he was split into two. His collapsed body was engulfed in endless flames. Before he died, he finally knew that Master Gusu wasn't here to save Lin Ling, but to save him. He died just like that. The crowd's hearts trembled violently, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Invincible in the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm? Where is this invincibility? While everyone was still in shock, Lin Ling's disdainful voice rang out at the same time, causing everyone to look at Lin Ling. Their violently beating hearts surged. Yes, he couldn't block a single sword. Where was the invincibility? Lin Ling had such terrifying strength, but he didn't participate in the preliminaries of the prodigy ranking? At this moment, Lin Ling put away his sword with a calm expression. With his strength, he could be ranked 7th among the 18 young masters. He didn't even need to use his trump card to deal with Yun Zhongnu. Sigh, this guy. Sigh. In the distance, Gusu Shui was a step too slow. She looked at Lin Ling with surprise and then helplessly shook her head. Currently, within the 100 domains, Lin Ling's reputation had risen. But, the news of the Rainforest Holy Land had yet to spread. After all, Lin Ling had only returned to the 7 Profound Martial House from the ancient tomb for 3 days. Thus, only the 3 great ancient countries knew of Lin Ling's magnificent feat in the ancient tomb. Gusu Shui was someone from the great Qin Empire, so she naturally knew. She had seen Yun Zhongnu overestimate himself and seek his own death, so she had tried to stop him, but she had been too slow. Master Gusu, you're too late. Lin Ling looked at Master Gusu and smiled. Master Gusu glared at Lin Ling and said, "You bastard, you're really ruthless." Lin Ling indifferently shrugged his shoulders, not caring at all. Yun Zhongnu had sought his own death, so he couldn't blame anyone. Then, he coldly looked at the crowd and said, "Before, many of you wanted to defeat me and seize my status as a prodigy of heaven. Now, I'll give you a chance." Silence. All of the Moon Guard level disciples were silent. Did they dare to go up? If the Moon Guard level disciples don't dare, then let the prodigies of heaven come up. Those prodigies of heaven that have been waiting to watch a good show, which one of you wants to go up? Ice cold. After returning to the 7 Profound Martial House, Lin Ling had wanted to keep a low profile and grow. But these people had always thought that he was a soft persimmon, and all of them wanted to seize his status. Since this was the case, he could only display his formidable strength to deter them, lest there would be endless troubles in the future. On the other side, all of the prodigies of heaven were silent. Their rankings were below 300, they simply weren't Yun Zhongnu's match, much less Lin Ling. When others are weak, you arrogantly humiliate them to prove your pride. When others are strong, you remain silent. All of you are nothing but trash. Ice cold. Lin Ling said again, causing all of the prodigies of heaven to grit their teeth. Lin Ling was humiliating them, and he was humiliating them in front of so many people. How arrogant. The world of martial arts is so vast, who dares to claim to be invincible? You're only at the early Emperor Spirit Realm, and yet you claim to be invincible. Your vision is so shallow, so pitiful, so sad. Lin Ling shook his head, then said to Long Xiaochen and the others, "Let's go, we're returning to the mountain valley." As the crowd looked at his departing back, all sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. Before, they had thought that Lin Ling was the weakest on the prodigy list, so they wanted to replace Lin Ling. But now, none of them dared to. In this world where strength was revered, strength was everything. Then, they looked at the burnt Yun Zhongnu, their hearts bitter. Apprentice Master Gusu had not saved Lin Ling, but Yun Zhongnu. Chapter 7:14. Gathering in the valley. In the mountain valley, the spiritual energy was rich. When Apprentice Gusu arrived with Lin Ling, she couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Long Xiaochen and the others stared with wide eyes, their blood surging, but they didn't dare to say anything. Lin Ling helplessly smiled. This Apprentice Gusu was really a seductress. She was so feminine, how could Long Xiaochen and the others resist? I know all the places in the 7 profound martial house where the spiritual energy is rich, but how come I don't know about this place? Apprentice Gusu was surprised. Apprentice Gusu, the mountain valley used to be a forbidden area. When a martial artist came here, not only would their cultivation not rise, but it would fall instead. Later, Lin Ling came here and used an array formation to transform the mountain valley, causing the spiritual energy here to become rich. Moreover, the mountain valley has the spiritual roots of ancient trees. Ouyang Feiyang bluntly said. In the past, he had followed Lin Ling to the mountain valley and had seen with his own eyes how mysterious Lin Ling was. Lin Ling, I feel that you are hiding many things that I don't know. Apprentice Gusu crossed her arms over her chest, making her full breasts seem even more attractive. She looked at Lin Ling with ill intentions. Lin Ling fiercely glared at Ouyang Feiyang. This guy was too talkative. Then he bitterly smiled at Apprentice Gusu. He might as well play the fool. He also knew why Apprentice Gusu was so surprised. He was only an ordinary disciple, but he knew more than her. Therefore, it would be strange if Apprentice Gusu wasn't curious. The great Qin Empire told me that you guarded the Qin family's pill workshop by yourself. Your pills are amazing, and you even know ancient arrays. Moreover, you defeated the 18th young master and the others. It seems that there is nothing that you cannot do. Apprentice Gusu looked at Lin Ling from the corner of her eyes. Her beautiful eyes seemed to question him, but there was a feminine charm to them. Long Xiaochen and the others' hearts jumped, they couldn't bear it. Lin Ling, we will enter the valley first. I will leave Apprentice Gusu to you. They all fled. After all, Apprentice Gusu's every move was too seductive, full of feminine charm. Wait for me. Lin Ling quickly chased after her. Stinking brat. Master Gusu stomped her tiny feet on the ground, placed her hands on her waist, and chased after him with large strides. After entering the valley, Lin Ling discovered that the spirit qi here was even richer than when he had left. Moreover, many houses had been built here. It had the flavor of a manor. Such a paradise would forever belong to Lin Ling. The 7 profound martial house had its own rules. Every proud son of heaven could have their own practice area, and others were not allowed to go to their practice area to cause trouble. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the 7 profound martial house's rules, and they could even be directly beheaded. After all, the cultivation grounds of martial artists had always been tranquil. If outsiders came to disturb others while they were cultivating, it was very easy to cause qi deviation. In the past, there had been outstanding geniuses who had been crippled like this. Therefore, this rule was very strict. With this rule, Lin Ling could completely relax. He planned to let the Fire Ancient clan cultivate in the mountain valley. It would be best if the Flame Core could come as well. "Huh, second brother, you're back." Heroic laughter came from the valley as Sakura ran out with everyone in large strides. There was Di Jichuan, Elder Jian, Elder Mu Ba, and the others. "Not bad, your strength has increased." Sakura thumped Lin Ling's chest. He could feel that Lin Ling had reached the early Emperor Spirit Realm. Lin Ling swept out with his soul force and was even more surprised. His big brother had reached the late Emperor Spirit Realm. His big brother's talent was truly terrifying. I went out adventuring and encountered some lucky chances, so I was lucky enough to make a breakthrough. Looking at Elder Jian and the others, Lin Ling smiled. He took out the treasures he had obtained in the ancient tomb and distributed them to everyone. Yang Spirit Fruit. Good boy, this is not an ordinary lucky chance. Elder Jian was very knowledgeable and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Yang Spirit Fruit, even for him, had a significant effect. It could constantly enhance the quality of one's body. If Lin Ling continued to take it, then his foundation would be even greater. Do we have a share in all of this? Long Xiaochen and the others were incomparably excited, especially Ouyang Feiyang and the others. At this moment, they all had thoughts of becoming Lin Ling's subordinates. Of course. Lin Ling had always been sincere to his friends. Moreover, he had a lot of Yang Spirit fruits. He had even saved some for his grandfather, Yu, and the others. I, Zhua Mo, have nothing to say. Lin Ling, if you don't mind, then I will also follow you from now on. Zhua Mo's eyes flashed, and he finally said word by word. He had watched Lin Ling grow from a former opponent to someone he looked up to now. However, Lin Ling did not look down on him because of his increase in strength. He even shared benefits with them. Therefore, he was sincerely convinced and was willing to follow Lin Ling. There's no need to follow me. It's fine as long as we are friends. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. He didn't care much about being in the shadows. On the other hand, Zhua Mo, Lan Feng, and the others nodded heavily. They didn't say much on that topic. However, in their hearts, they had already treated Lin Ling as a brother and as their boss. If something happened to Lin Ling, even if the opponent was Elder Xian, they would still stand up. Alright, Lin Ling is back. Let's have a good drink today. Sword Elder was naturally generous. He waved his hand and laughed. Sword Elder, you should take out the few bottles of old wine that you have collected this time. Sakura said with a smile. Stinking brat. The Sword Elder laughed as he scolded. Soon after, he took out a jug of wine. When he realized that the little monkey on Lin Ling's shoulder had woken up and was rushing over to drink from the jug, he was shocked. What the hell is this little monkey? It's Little Flame. Don't look at its small body, it's very strong. Lin Ling replied. I found that the things that follow Lin Ling, even the monkeys, are incomparably terrifying. Everyone laughed. Lin Ling also laughed. These were his friends from the Seven Profound Martial House. If his grandfather and the others also came, then this place would be even more lively. At night, the mountain valley was bustling with noise. Everyone was drinking wine and eating meat. There were young girls and boys, old and young. Laughter could be heard from time to time. Second brother, my current strength is below the top 100 on the Proud Son of Heaven list. I am getting closer and closer to my goal. After drinking several bottles of wine, Sakura laughed heartily. He stood up, his face filled with lofty ambitions. That goal was naturally to challenge the martial house master. I should be below the top 200, and I am getting closer and closer to my goal. Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine, his eyes revealing a firm fighting spirit. On the Seven Profound Proud Son of Heaven list, those below 300 were those at the early Royal Spirit Realm, and those below 200 were those at the middle Royal Spirit Realm. Although Lin Ling was at the early Royal Spirit Realm, he was confident that he could defeat a large number of middle Royal Spirit Realm geniuses. Thus, he was ranked below 200. If he could reach the top 200, then Lin Ling would be able to defeat those at the late Royal Spirit Realm. You two are freaks. We haven't even entered the Proud Son of Heaven list yet. The others helplessly laughed. They were happy for Lin Ling, but not jealous. This was because they knew that Lin Ling and Sakura were rare geniuses of the Rainforest Holy Land. Chapter 7:15. Killing to stop killing. Come, second brother, let's drink until we're drunk. Sakura picked up his wine and clinked it with Lin Ling's. Scholar Gusu drank a few cups and left. Before leaving, she said to Lin Ling, Dan Luofan is about to take the alchemist exam. If you're interested in him, you can go find him. Scholar Gusu is also from the Great Qin Empire, so she knows about the grudge between Lin Ling and Dan Luofan. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. How could he miss such a good show? Late at night, everyone left one after another. The Sword Elder looked at Lin Ling and said with a serious face, Lin Ling, your body is full of killing intent. Lin Ling was still drinking wine. After hearing the Sword Elder's words, his pupils constricted. A very mysterious killing intent is entangling you. To be able to condense the killing intent without dispersing, it means that you've killed a lot of people. More than 1 million. The Sword Elder said again. After seeing Lin Ling, he had this feeling. But what he found strange was that although Lin Ling killed decisively, he wasn't someone who would kill indiscriminately. He shouldn't have killed more than 1 million people. That killing intent isn't mine. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. If he didn't guess wrong, the killing intent came from the ancient flame devil. The killing intent of the ancient flame devil actually affected him. It's not yours? Then it's from the item on your body. But everyone has their own secrets, so the Sword Elder didn't ask. The Sword Elder only wants to say that no matter how strong the killing intent is, it's not scary. What's scary is that the killing intent will affect your martial heart and turn you into a killing demon king. The Sword Elder slowly said. I'll pay more attention in the future. Lin Ling nodded. He wasn't a person who liked to kill. Most of the time, he was forced to kill by others. But from today onwards, he will try to restrain himself. No. However, the Sword Elder shook his head and said a few words, which made Lin Ling puzzled. The Sword Elder was against him not killing them? Those who deserve to be killed must be killed. You have already been entangled by the murderous aura. If you restrain yourself and don't kill, then it will go against your heart of martial arts. You can't go up, you can't go down. Rather than this, it would be better to let go of your mentality and kill to stop killing. The Sword Elder's voice became faintly discernible, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. Killing is like the devil in your heart. Because you're afraid of killing, you restrain yourself. That's because you're afraid of the devil in your heart. That way, you'll be affected by your killing chi and become a devil of slaughter. Killing chi is the same as cultivation. The more difficult it is, the more you have to face it. But when you kill, you have to know why you're killing, you have to have your own principles, you don't have to kill for the sake of killing. The Sword Elder stood up and drank a mouthful of wine. After that, he slowly left and headed towards the 10,000 Swords Peak. He knew that Lin Ling's perception was very strong and would understand his words. Beside the bonfire, Lin Ling sat quietly while holding the wine jug in his hand. His mind was constantly thinking. That's right, because he was afraid of the murderous aura, he wanted to restrain his killing chi. However, it was the opposite of his heart of martial arts. His heart of martial arts was to stand at the peak of the clouds, looking down at the world, and live a carefree life. If he was afraid of the murderous aura and restrained himself in everything he did, how could he live a carefree life? How could he be unruly? Therefore, if he had to kill, he would kill. However, it was fine as long as he didn't kill for the sake of killing. He would always have his own principles, and he would always protect the peaceful place in his heart. Yu, Heavenly Concubine, Qin Xiaolan, and Yuer, Yuman Yun, and the others, he didn't know how they were doing. There was also his grandfather and the Fire Ancient Clan, the Fire Legion. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This was his belief. The ancient flame devil is very mysterious. Its murderous aura is starting to affect me. Could it be that its ultimate goal isn't to be controlled by humans, but to control humans? Humph. Then, a terrifying thought appeared in Lin Ling's mind. He and the mysterious person in the ancient tomb both thought that the array altar could wash away the demonic nature of the ancient flame devil and easily control it. However, in reality, the ancient flame devil might be controlling them. It entered their bodies and devoured their thoughts, turning them into ancient flame devils. Looks like I have to be careful. Humph. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He had hidden a terrifying trump card, but it was also a ticking time bomb. In the next few days, Lin Ling didn't go anywhere. He continued to cultivate in the valley and stabilize his realm. His strength wasn't very strong at the moment, and he was only ranked in the middle of the prodigy list. Therefore, he still needed to work hard. However, he wanted to cultivate in a low-profile manner, but others wouldn't let him live in peace. Lin Ling, come out. Humph. On this day, a loud shout sounded from outside the valley. Long Xiaofan and the others' faces changed. They were cultivating at the moment, and that thunderous voice immediately affected them. Fortunately, they weren't at the critical moment of their breakthrough, otherwise that shout would have caused them to suffer from cultivation deviation. Lin Ling's face turned ugly. He didn't say anything, and strode out of the valley. Outside the valley, a large number of figures had already gathered. Many people were talking, waiting to watch a good show. They looked at the dozen or so figures in front of them. These people all had cold and indifferent expressions. They were powerful, and wore long blue robes. What was different from the other disciples was that on the chest of their robes were embroidered 3 large characters, Law Enforcement Hall. The Law Enforcement Hall was a sacred and dignified place in the 7 Profound Martial House. To enter the Law Enforcement Hall, the minimum requirement was to be at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, and also a proud son of heaven. These dozen or so people on the prodigy list all had terrifying strength, and were ranked in the top 200. At this moment, Lin Ling and Long Xiaofan walked out, frowning as they looked at this group of people. You are Lin Ling? My apologies, but please come with me to the Law Enforcement Hall. You have violated the rules of the 7 Profound Martial House. In this group of people, a youth with long hair cascading down his back said with a smile. His voice was cold, but the smile on his face was very friendly, like a smiling tiger. They are all proud sons of heaven at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, and they are also from the Law Enforcement Hall. Long Xiaofan and the others' faces were dignified. Any one of these people could sweep away everyone on their side, not to mention that these people had great authority in their hands. This was because they were from the Law Enforcement Hall. Lin Ling, be careful, don't provoke them. The Law Enforcement Hall has great authority in the 7 Profound Martial House. Even if someone from the 5 great ancient countries dares to commit a crime in the 7 Profound Martial House, they will still dare to move. Long Xiaofan reminded. Lin Ling nodded. The 7 Profound Martial House was above the 5 great ancient countries, so the Law Enforcement Hall of the Martial House could not be underestimated. This senior apprentice brother, what is the matter? Lin Ling gently asked. His tone was calm, causing many people to secretly sneer. Lin Ling didn't seem to know what he had provoked. Today, even if he didn't die, he would still lose a layer of skin. You should be clear of the rules of the 7 Profound Martial House. Anyone who commits a crime will be punished. We represent the Law Enforcement Hall, so please come with us. The youth with the friendly smile slowly said. Senior apprentice brother, there is no need to speak nonsense with him. Just take him away. He is only at the early stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, what qualifications does he have to speak? Another person shouted. He waved his right hand, and a saber light cut down a boulder in front of the valley. Then he said with dignity, if you refuse, then this will be your fate. This was a show of strength, to make Lin Ling fear the Law Enforcement Hall. However, the effect was very good. Long Xiaochen and the others' hearts trembled, and they were somewhat in awe. However, Lin Ling was still indifferent. He lightly said, "The Law Enforcement Hall has the backing of the 12 Xian elders. It is very awe-inspiring, but everything must be reasonable. You say that I have violated the rules of the 7 Profound Martial House, but what rules are you referring to?" Chapter 7:16. Disciplinary Hall, how bold. Do you think you have the qualifications to speak? However, the most overbearing youth didn't give him any face and shouted. The smiling youth also lightly said, "Lin Ling, I am Sky Travel. I am under the orders of Elder Duan to ask you to return to the disciplinary hall. If you want to know what rules you have violated, then may I ask if you know that the 7 Profound Martial House does not allow the killing of disciples of the same sect?" "I know." Lin Ling indifferently nodded, but he continued to think. He had a faint guess. Elder Duan? No wonder this was the case. Then you killed Yun Zhongnu. Do you know? Sky Travel asked again. I know. Lin Ling nodded again. That's good. Since you have pleaded guilty, then come with us to the disciplinary hall. I know that you are a rare talent, so I will put in a few good words for you in front of Elder Duan. He will be lenient. Sky Travel's face became expressionless. He raised his hand high, wanting to have someone take away Lin Ling. Wait, there must be a misunderstanding. Long Xiaochen and the others anxiously said. Do you also want to be an accomplice? Sky Travel's voice was low and deep. There was no trace of that friendly smile from before. A powerful aura erupted, full of majesty, causing Long Xiaochen and the others' hearts to tremble. To them, a Middle Emperor Spirit Realm genius was like a high and mighty king. Lin Ling's pupils turned icy cold. Sky Travel was very strong, comparable to the Dragon Monarch of the 18 Young Masters. The difference between the two was that the Dragon Monarch was younger, less than 20 years old, but Sky Travel was over 20 years old. This was also the reason why Sky Travel could not become one of the 18 Young Masters. But it was undeniable that Sky Travel could not be underestimated, and so were the others. There must be a misunderstanding, but we must capture Lin Ling and bring him to the disciplinary hall. We are willing to go with him. Long Xiaochen wanted to make a final struggle and resolutely take a step forward. Ouyang Feiyang, Zhua Mo, and the others were also the same. Lin Ling felt a warmth in his heart. In this time of crisis, Long Xiaochen and the others had not abandoned him. This meant that he could become friends with them. Several disciples of the disciplinary hall contemptuously smiled, not caring about Long Xiaochen and the others. There is a path to heaven, but you refuse to walk to hell. If you want to die with Lin Ling, then we'll fulfill your wish. Long Xiaochen and the others are stupid. Lin Ling is definitely going to die, and they actually want to die with him. Some people sighed, they could already guess the result, but Lin Ling had shown off his ability, so he had offended too many people. There was Great Sun Elder, the former Su Fan, and now the disciplinary hall's Elder Duan. Even if Lin Ling had the Sword Elder behind him, the Sword Elder alone would find it difficult to protect Lin Ling. Just as the disciplinary hall disciples were about to attack, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded out. Senior Apprentice Brother Sky Travel, I want to ask you something. If the 7 Profound Martial Houses Prides of Heaven agree to exchange pointers, is that a violation of the rules? It's not. Sky Travel shook his head. Since that's the case, Yun Zhongnu and I have already agreed to exchange pointers in a life or death match. How is that a violation of the rules? Lin Ling indifferently asked. The disciplinary hall disciples were silent. They had only received an order from the disciplinary elder to bring Lin Ling back. The reason was that Lin Ling had violated the 7 Profound Martial Houses rules, but they weren't clear on the specifics. For a time, they couldn't find anything to say. Lin Ling, you are wrong but you don't repent. You even want to twist right and wrong. Sky Travel, take him away. This is my order. At this moment, an old man walked out from the crowd. This old man wasn't tall, but he was extremely strong. Every step he took was like a fierce tiger. As he looked at Lin Ling, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Elder Duan. Sky Travel's eyes narrowed, and he respectfully nodded. They had received orders from this old man to capture Lin Ling. Elder Duan, your status in the Justice Duan family shouldn't be low. No wonder you want to force me to my death. Lin Ling's complexion was still calm, but he coldly looked at the old man. Before, when he had heard the name Elder Duan, he had already guessed that this old man must be someone from the Justice Duan family. The Justice Duan family didn't dare to enter the Seven Profound Martial House to move against him, but they had used other schemes to harm him. Now it seemed that this was indeed the case. Lin Ling, for your stubbornness, the Law Enforcement Hall will sentence you to death. Sky Travel, take him away. The old man's complexion was still indifferent, as if he hadn't heard Lin Ling's words at all. It was as if he was doing this for the Seven Profound Martial House. However, Lin Ling's guess was correct. This old man was someone from the Justice Duan family. He didn't dare to rashly move against Lin Ling, but as long as he could grab onto Lin Ling's weakness, then he could take Lin Ling's life. Lin Ling's lips curled into a sneer. He swept his eyes over the crowd and lightly said, the Law Enforcement Hall's Elder Duan, you have quite the prestige. If you want to harm me, then just say it. There's no need to find excuses. You said that I killed Yun Jiannu, but we both agreed to a life-or-death duel. How could that be a violation of the rules? You said that you both agreed to a life-or-death duel, but do you have witnesses? Elder Duan coldly said, his eyes looking into the distance. We were present at the time, but we didn't hear Yun Jiannu say that he agreed to a life-or-death duel. It was Lin Ling who was arrogant, sneaking up on senior apprentice brother Yun Jiannu. In the crowd, someone immediately spoke up. These people were all Elder Duan's people, so they naturally understood. That's right, we all saw it. Soon, someone else echoed. Voices sounded out. It seemed that after Elder Duan's arrival, Lin Ling's situation had become even more dangerous. Distorting right and wrong, what nonsense. Long Xiaochen couldn't help but shout. He was also present at the time. It was clearly Yun Jiannu who had forced Lin Ling into a life-or-death duel, but these people were slandering it as if Lin Ling had forced Yun Jiannu into a life-or-death duel. You have no right to speak. Elder Duan's aged face was still indifferent as he lightly said. We were also present at the time. If they have the right to speak, why don't we? Long Xiaochen didn't fear him and angrily shouted again. You dare to shout at me? Elder Duan's eyes turned cold. He was just putting on an act, waiting for Lin Ling to die so that he wouldn't have such a big hand. But who would have thought that there would be someone on Lin Ling's side who dared to refute him? Thus, he released a powerful aura that caused Long Xiaochen's face to turn pale. That was the aura of a peak Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator, an aura that was 2 realms higher than him. How could Long Xiaochen withstand it? It was obvious that Elder Duan was using his powerful aura to pressure Long Xiaochen, hoping that he wouldn't dare to speak again. Long Xiaochen, come back. Lin Ling glared at Elder Duan and coldly said, causing Long Xiaochen to walk back unwillingly. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. The enforcement elder was clearly here to take his life today and had already prepared everything, so any words he said were useless. To put it bluntly, everything depended on strength. The enforcement elder had the right and strength, so everything he said was right. Chapter 717. If they couldn't negotiate, then there was no need to negotiate. Elder Duan, if you say that Long Xiaochen has no right to speak, then they also have no right to speak. The only ones with the right to speak are me and Yun Zanu. I think that Yun Zanu agreed, but you don't. Then have Yun Zanu testify with me. With this in mind, Lin Ling coldly spoke again, causing Elder Duan's pupils to narrow. Yun Zanu has already been killed by you, so how can he testify? This should be the responsibility of the Law Enforcement Hall. As a dignified law enforcement elder, you don't even understand the situation before casually arresting people. Is this how the 7 Profound Martial House allows you to be a law enforcement elder? Of course, if you really want to arrest me, then go to hell and bring Yun Zanu up. As long as he says that we didn't have a fair duel, then I will immediately behead you. Lin Ling shouted again, his aura domineering. He didn't fear Elder Duan at all. Go to hell and find Yun Zanu? The crowd was stunned for a moment, and then they couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling really dared to say that he wanted the law enforcement elder to go to hell and bring Yun Zanu up. If he didn't, then Lin Ling wouldn't be guilty. But if the law enforcement elder went to hell, would he be able to return alive? Little beast, you have a sharp tongue. Today, I won't allow you to quibble. The law enforcement elder's face was as ugly as a pig's liver. But Lin Ling still didn't fear him. He looked straight at him. If the law enforcement elder distorted right and wrong, then Lin Ling would also distort right and wrong. You want to arrest me? Sure, go to hell and bring Yun Zanu up. Sky Rome, arrest them. If they resist, kill them on the spot. I will support them. The law enforcement elder was disinclined to speak any more nonsense. Today, he would kill Lin Ling and vent the anger of the Justice Duan family. You're finally going to make a move? The crowd's eyes flickered incessantly. Although Lin Ling's words were reasonable, any reason was useless when the law enforcement hall wanted to arrest him. Sometimes, strength represented everything. It represented good and evil. Lin Ling already knew about this. He even knew that this would happen when he found out that the law enforcement elder's surname was Duan. That was why he teased Elder Duan earlier. He knew that even if he wanted to keep a low profile, others would not let him do as he wished. If they went too far, he could only crush them in a high-profile manner. If we can't talk, then there's no need to talk. Mountain River Valley is my territory. Trespassers, kill, said Lin Ling in an ice-cold voice. The crowd was astonished. Lin Ling wanted to kill the members of the law enforcement hall? He was crazy. Would this cause a great disturbance in the 7 Profound Martial House? Second brother, I've already said that there's no need to waste words with them. These treacherous people should be killed. At the same time, an overbearing and magnificent voice sounded out from Mountain River Valley. A bone sword with a dazzling white light fell from the sky. With a rumble, the sword cut down, and the earth violently shook. Sakura had arrived. Long Xiaochen, you return to the valley. Leave these fellows to me and Big Brother. Seeing Sakura arrive, Lin Ling suddenly gave a heroic smile. His right hand pulled out his sword, and a destructive aura bloomed from his body. Flames appeared. Right and wrong, good and evil, sometimes it could not be explained by words. Only by killing to one's heart's content. They're crazy. Just 2 trifling juniors dare to attack the law enforcement hall. Kill them. Elder Duan's eyes turned red. The other side only had 2 people, but not only did they not fear them, they even wanted to kill them. Lin Ling, this was a deathbed struggle. Big Brother, I'll leave that old ghost to you. As for the rest of the trash, leave them to me. Lin Ling tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. 1 man and 1 sword, he looked down on the crowd, causing everyone's eyes to narrow. Lin Ling had just defeated the early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm Yunzhongnu, shocking the entire Heaven's Chosen list. Now, He was going to face a dozen mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses alone? Kill. Surging killing intent spread out from Lin Ling's body. At this moment, he remembered Elder Sword's words. Stop killing with killing, don't be afraid of killing intent, and face it with courage. Know why you're killing, know why you're dying. As long as you still have principles in your heart, and there's something you need to protect, that's enough. Swoosh. The sword light was like water, and flames bloomed. With one slash, a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm Law Enforcement Hall disciple's head flew out. How terrifying, killing a Law Enforcement Hall disciple in one move. The crowd's eyes widened. They did not expect Lin Ling's strength to be so strong. He was ranked 300 on the Heaven's Chosen list. Looking at his strength, it was more than enough to enter the top 200. Second brother, you're amazing. That martial intent is stronger than I imagined. Sakura held the bone sword in his hand and couldn't help but laugh loudly. Last time when they were drinking, he already had a rough idea of Lin Ling's strength. Lin Ling was able to defeat a few of the 18 young masters, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, Lin Ling's strength was indeed terrifying. However, this was his brother, killing geniuses with one slash. Big brother, your opponent is not weak. He's an elder at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. This sword is yours, killing him is as easy as killing a dog. Lin Ling's ethereal voice sounded out. Then, a sword flew towards Sakura. He knew that he wasn't Elder Duan's opponent, so he let the sword pass to Sakura. After Sakura caught the sword, his eyes narrowed and he laughed loudly. This sword was a spiritual weapon. With this sword, why would he be afraid of the Law Enforcement Hall's elders? Today, us brothers will kill to our heart's content. Sakura's laughter was like thunder in the sky, rumbling out. Crazy, these two are simply lawless. Looking at the unscrupulous Lin Ling and Sakura, the crowd was thoroughly shocked. It had to be known that the Law Enforcement Hall represented justice, and represented the dignity of the Seven Profound Martial House. They had always been the ones to arrest others. Even if the other party was a noble from the 5 great ancient countries, as long as they were guilty, they would still arrest them. Sometimes, they represented the divine judgment of the heavens. But today, these two arrogant youths had savagely killed their way back. Did they want to create the first miracle of the Seven Profound Martial House? Lin Ling, you dare to kill my Law Enforcement Hall's people, I'll kill you. The Law Enforcement Hall's Elder Duan roared. Only now did he realize that Lin Ling was not joking. If he said he would kill, then he would kill. He simply didn't regard them as Law Enforcement Hall disciples. Old dog, you should take care of yourself. Don't think that just because you're a Law Enforcement Hall elder that you can look down on everyone. If we want to kill you, we'll kill you too. At this moment, Sakura had already rushed over, his powerful aura erupting. His strength was at the late Emperor Spirit Realm, and his innate king body was extremely terrifying. In addition, with the chaotic evil sword in hand, he even dared to fight the heavens. Pang pang pang. For a time, he had actually suppressed Elder Duan in a crazy manner. The crowd's pupils widened. This was an elder. Sakura was only a disciple, but an elder was being suppressed by a disciple. In this battle, it was as if Elder Duan had been slapped in the face by Sakura. Then, they looked at Lin Ling again, and suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Sakura was crazy, but Lin Ling was also the same. He was fighting a dozen Middle Emperor Spirit Realm proud sons of heaven, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. That sword, that flame, he laughed proudly at the world. At this moment, many people realized why Lin Ling was able to shake the world as soon as he entered the Seven Profound Martial House. Chapter 718. Kill to your heart's content. You were the one who attacked my mountain valley. Don't you know that the mountain valley is the home of my rainforest holy land? You attacked my home, you have touched my reverse scale. A cold voice floated out from outside the mountain valley. Lin Ling stepped forwards and threw himself at the overbearing youth. Middle Emperor Spirit Realm, very arrogant. But I'm sorry, I've killed many. Even the 18th young master, the Dragon Monarch, died under my sword. What, the 18th young master died under Lin Ling's sword? Is it because of what happened in the Icefield region's ancient tomb? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Some of them had faintly heard that in the Icefield region's ancient tomb, there was a great war between the three ancient countries, and one of their geniuses had risen. However, this had only happened a few days ago, so the Rainforest Holy Land hadn't received any specific information. But now, could that rising genius be Lin Ling? Shwa! A terrifying sword light cut out. The crowd saw something. They saw that the law enforcement hall disciple was unable to block it and was split in two. Chi! The crowd forgot how to breathe. Not only was Lin Ling crazy, but his strength was also terrifying. Lin Ling, even if you kill us all, you have violated the rules of the Seven Profound Martial House. You will die without a doubt. Skyu's pupils shrank. He didn't think that Lin Ling would be so strong. It had to be known that when he had first arrived at the mountain valley, he had thought that Lin Ling was just an ant that he could do whatever he wanted. However, this ant had awoken from a deep slumber and immediately turned into a killing god. He was a bit afraid, and a bit regretful. All of this was ironic. Their law enforcement hall had always been sacred and dignified, but today they were afraid of a young boy. You don't need to worry about that. If you want to convict me of a crime, then go to hell and bring Yun Jiannu up. The low and deep voice floated out once more, causing Skyu's heart to tremble. Before, Lin Ling had said that if they wanted to convict him of a crime, then they should go to hell and find Yun Jiannu. Now, were they really going to hell? Little Flame! Lin Ling shouted coldly. Little Flame, who was sleeping on his shoulder, suddenly opened its eyes. After which, it leaped onto the ground. With a loud bang, it transformed into a 2-meter-tall giant ape and similarly pounced forward. Whoosh! With a sweep of his huge arm, astral winds howled. No martial arts could withstand it. That was pure physical strength, the strength to move mountains and rivers. On the other hand, Lin Ling's combination of sword and fire allowed him to annihilate an entire army. Facing these mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm prodigies, he didn't need to use any movement techniques, nor did he need to use any sort of profound martial arts. He could simply crush them with brute force. One had to know that the strength of these geniuses was comparable to the 18 young masters, the Dragon Monarch. The Dragon Monarch was more famous than them because he was younger. However, that was the Dragon Monarch of the past. After the Dragon Monarch came out from the ancient tomb, his strength had increased greatly. He had many trump cards and surpassed these geniuses. However, he was still killed by Lin Ling. This meant that the law enforcement hall geniuses were no match for Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's full strength, even without the ancient flame devil, he could easily kill a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm prodigy, unless it was one of the top few. This leapfrogging battle is too terrifying. If Lin Ling participated in the preliminaries of the prodigy ranking, he would probably be able to reach the 250th rank. In the distance, the crowd was trembling with fear. They felt that Lin Ling was the dark horse of the preliminaries of the prodigy ranking. On the other hand, the law enforcement hall disciples were panicking. How would they dare to capture Lin Ling? They simply wanted to escape. Especially Tian Yu. A rumor rose in his heart. Not long ago, in the Ice Plain region, 18 young masters of the 7 great martial arts halls had gathered. However, after the battle between the 3 ancient nations, a terrifying monster had emerged. Now, he was sure that the monster was Lin Ling. The 16th. While Tian Yu was thinking in shock, a cold voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell rang out, causing his body to tremble again. He turned around and saw that 16 people from the law enforcement hall had died. Lin Ling didn't seem to want to let any of them go. Kill! Kill! In the entire mountain valley, the two stirred up the winds and clouds. Their killing spree shook the heavens and the earth. Lin Ling's eyes were bloodshot and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He gave off a tyrannical and evil feeling. With this killing spree, Lin Ling had finally become a god of death in the seven profound martial house. Many disciples had nightmares about him. Lin Ling could not be provoked. Stop! Stop! At this moment, a voice filled with heavenly might sounded out, causing the entire earth to shake. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He looked up at the sky, but the corners of his mouth curved up in an evil grin. Flames of the great vermilion bird. Stop! Under the obstruction of the voice from the sky, Lin Ling's right hand grabbed a person's neck. Then, a blazing flame burned out, obliterating the last person. This person was Tian Yu. More than a dozen proud sons of heaven from the law enforcement hall had come with great momentum. They had loftily wanted to convict Lin Ling and bring Lin Ling back to the law enforcement hall. However, the result was that all of them had died under Lin Ling's hands. The smell of blood wafted through the mountain valley. Flames burned, swords flashed, and the crowd in the distance gulped. They looked in horror at the proud youth standing in the middle of the valley. This youth held a great sword, and there were even drops of blood dripping from the blade. This was the god of death, Lin Ling. Looking at the other side, Sakura was still suppressing Elder Duan, and the battle wasn't even as fast as Lin Ling's side. This made many people feel that facing Sakura seemed to be better than facing Lin Ling. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the sky, a tall and sturdy figure appeared. This man wore golden armor and his hair was white. His body was broad, and he had a dignified aura. He was like a Vajra from the lower realms, and he held a great saber in his hand that was 2 meters long. He was like an ancient war god. He looked at Lin Ling and frowned. Without another word, he chopped down with his saber. Old Saber, you're here. Old Saber. The crowd's pupils constricted. Old Saber of the 12 Xian elders had arrived. Old Saber was the person with the greatest authority in the law enforcement hall. He was righteous, and even if the palace master made a mistake, he dared to kill him with his saber. Because of this, he was able to sit on the head of the law enforcement hall. Now that Lin Ling had killed a disciple of the law enforcement hall, how could Old Saber let Lin Ling live? That slash seemed to have cut through the sun and moon. Strong winds billowed, and space was torn apart. Lightning and heavenly fire roared within. Old Xian's strength was terrifying. Lin Ling's eyes were still cold, but he was secretly shocked. Other than the mysterious elder he met in the old tomb, this was the first time he had seen such great strength. It seemed that he still had a long way to go before he could defeat the palace master. At least, Old Xian's strength wasn't something he could fight against now. Kill him. In the distance, a sharp and harsh voice sounded out. Old Great Solar Child stepped on the clouds, rolling over. Xiaofan was also with him. In addition, a great figure had arrived. Today, Lin Ling had killed a disciple of the law enforcement hall. That was simply a violation of the 7 profound martial house's reverse scale. This was the first time that the 7 profound martial house had ever done so. If they didn't kill Lin Ling, how could they establish the prestige of the 7 profound martial house? Old Saber, your subordinates can't distinguish right from wrong. Are you also old and blind? At this moment, a dazzling sword came from the horizon. It cut through the sky, pierced through the void, and shot straight towards that saber. Clang! It was as if all the metals in the world had collided. Some of the weaker geniuses began to bleed from their 7 orifices. The sound waves produced by the collision of two powerhouses were not something that they could resist. What a terrifying strength! Even Old Sword has arrived. Old Saber. Chapter 719. I plead guilty. Old Sword. Lin Ling is arrogant and arrogant. He has already committed a great crime by killing someone from the law enforcement hall, and you still want to save him? In the sky, Old Sword gripped his broadsword, not speaking. After Old Great Sun arrived, his wrinkled face maliciously glared at Lin Ling. Old Sword was silent. He was still as majestic as ever, like the most ruthless executioner in the world. He did not move, but coldly looked at Lin Ling. Before, he had been so anxious that he had wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he was still the law enforcement hall's chief, so he had quickly calmed down. Great figures arrived one by one, looking down at Lin Ling from above. Without a doubt, Lin Ling had caused monstrous waves in the Seven Profound Martial House today. Mountain River Valley also stopped fighting. Sakura, Long Xiaochen, and the others appeared behind Lin Ling, their eyes cold as they looked at the sky. In fact, right and wrong, they could all see at a glance. As the crowd looked at this indomitable and unyielding youth, their hearts were inexplicably complex. But more than that, they looked at the blue and white-robed youth, and felt as if they were in a dream. After Lin Ling had entered the Seven Profound Martial House, he had always been on the defensive. But today, he had taken the initiative to attack, and killed without hesitation. This meant that his forbearance had reached the limit. Excuse me, what wrong have I committed? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Ling slowly put away his broadsword. His indifferent voice floated out. Good courage. Many people secretly admired him. In such a situation, Lin Ling could still maintain his calm. This flexible genius was truly terrifying. You are arrogant, and have no regard for the law. You have killed your fellow disciples, and slaughter has become your second nature. You have violated the rules of the Seven Profound Martial House. You deserve to die. In the sky, Old Sword remained silent. His temperament was like this, but Old Great Sun wanted to seize this opportunity to force Lin Ling to death. Lin Ling was an ant. It was actually very easy for her to kill him. However, if she killed Lin Ling, it would affect her reputation, so even if she wanted to kill Lin Ling, she needed a convincing reason. You're saying that I killed my fellow disciples and that killing has become my second nature? If I didn't kill them, should I let them kill me? Lin Ling smiled without a care. He even took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the blood on his face. That action was very arrogant. Great Sun Tong gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Ling with a vicious gaze. You actually don't know how to repent after killing so many disciples. Old Dao, as the head of the enforcement hall, you can attack. Killing is my second nature? How many people have the law enforcement hall killed over the years? Isn't killing their second nature? Lin Ling laughed loudly, causing Great Sun Child to laugh coldly. This Lin Ling still wanted to struggle before his death. She coldly said, when the law enforcement hall kills people, that is because they have violated the rules. That is not killing their second nature. This place, the mountain valley, is my territory. They didn't follow the rules and entered the valley to kill people. Did they not violate the rules? Lin Ling threw the handkerchief in his hand to the ground and lightly replied, they violated the rules, so they should be killed. In the Seven Profound Martial House, only the law enforcement hall can kill people. If they make a mistake, no one can kill them. Silence. The crowd fell silent. Lin Ling's words were not wrong. In the Seven Profound Martial House, no one was allowed to casually invade other people's practice areas and cause trouble. Otherwise, that was a violation of the Seven Profound Martial House's rules. But the law enforcement hall disciples had actually killed their way into the mountain valley. This was a violation of the rules. Lin Ling, you're speaking nonsense. They wanted to capture you and bring you back to the law enforcement hall, but you desperately resisted. That's why they went into the valley to capture you. In the distance, Elder Duan roared, his eyes nearly spitting fire. Today, he had come to capture Lin Ling, but not only had he failed to do so, but all of his people had died. Capture me? Then may I ask what rules I violated? Did you kill Yun Jiannu? Yun Jiannu had a life-or-death battle with me. Everyone knows that. Now that he's dead, how can you blame me? If you don't believe me, you can go to hell and bring him up for questioning. Who's going? Lin Ling sneered. The words "who's going" drifted in the wind, shaking the mountain valley. The crowd fell silent. Who would dare to go to hell to find Yun Jiannu? Lin Ling and Yun Jiannu's battle was Yun Jiannu's first challenge. At this moment, a clear and gentle voice sounded out from the sky. It was Apprentice Master Gusu. Her words had absolute authority. The disciples that had wanted to help Elder Duan were now silent. With such a great figure present, it was no longer Elder Duan who had the final say. If they spoke carelessly, it would be very dangerous. In the sky and on the ground, silence fell. Countless eyes were on Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was unfazed even if the sky collapsed. His blue and white robe fluttered in the wind, and his clear eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Elder Tong. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. You said that I was arrogant, undisciplined, and killed my fellow disciples. Now tell me, how is it that killing is my second nature? How am I killing my fellow disciples? The law enforcement hall was the first to break the rules, so I'm not a murderous person. Since Yun Jiannu and I had a life and death battle, I'm not killing my fellow disciples. At most, I'm just being unruly and arrogant. After saying that, Lin Ling looked at the cold Elder Dao in the sky, head of the law enforcement hall. I plead guilty. Lin Ling pleads guilty? Hearing Lin Ling's words, many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was defending himself before, but now he was pleading guilty. Once he did, Elder Dao could kill him. Just what did Lin Ling want to do? Even Elder Tong was puzzled. Before, Lin Ling had exonerated himself, but now he was pleading guilty? She was just about to wave her hand to confirm Lin Ling's crime, when Lin Ling's cold voice sounded out again, I plead guilty to being arrogant and undisciplined. What punishment is there, I accept. Silence. Outside of the mountain valley, everything was silent. Lin Ling had previously said that killing was not his second nature, and he did not kill his fellow disciples. Lin Ling had already defended himself on this point, and it seemed that no one could refute him. Therefore, Lin Ling admitted that he was arrogant and had no regard for the law. However, what punishment could there be for these two crimes? Arrogant and undisciplined, that was only his temperament. If he killed those that were arrogant and undisciplined, then the seven profound martial house would lose many geniuses. As for being undisciplined, that could be punished, but it would at most be some spirit crystals. You! Elder Tong and Elder Duan both roared. Lin Ling's mouth was too fierce, he could even turn white into black. The law enforcement hall is impartial and strict. I don't think that you will use your own selfishness to arbitrarily convict someone. Elder Dao, please convict me. Lin Ling simply ignored them, still looking at Elder Dao in the sky. Elder Dao's face was cold and indifferent. He calmly looked at Lin Ling, and finally said in a low voice, arrogant and undisciplined, I hope that you will restrain yourself from this crime. You have violated the rules of the seven profound martial house. You will be fined 100 spirit crystals. What? Everyone's jaws dropped. Lin Ling's crime was already decided. Chapter 720. Mad God Lin Ling, Old Dao, as the head of the enforcement hall, you must be fair and impartial. Old great-son-child grit his teeth and said in a low voice. The enforcement hall did not investigate the facts. Without determining the situation, they said that Lin Ling killed a fellow disciple. The enforcement hall was the first to be found guilty. Then, before the enforcement hall determined the crime, they trespassed into someone else's practice area, violating the rules of the Seven Profound Martial House. Thus, Lin Ling killed them. He is not guilty. Cold. Elder Dao said coldly under the gazes of the crowd. He was not trying to help Lin Ling. Instead, it was just like his personality, which was fair and just. Even from a selfish point of view, he hated Lin Ling because Lin Ling had killed a disciple of the law enforcement hall in front of him. Unfortunately, his character was like this. Wrong was wrong, right was right. He could not charge Lin Ling for his own selfish reasons. Otherwise, he simply did not have the qualifications to be the head of the enforcement hall. Old Dao, you. Old Dao. Old great-son-child looked at Old Dao, speechless. He knew that Old Dao was solemn, so he knew that he could not change anything. You are truly worthy of being the head of the enforcement hall. But before that, I would like to ask, for the enforcement hall elder to recklessly charge someone and trespass into someone else's practice area, what crime is that? Old Dao. Lin Ling nodded and looked up at the sky, causing the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling had been charged with 2 minor crimes, but he did not feel lucky in his heart. Instead, he wanted to charge Elder Duan with crimes. Lin Ling was truly not someone to be trifled with. Old Dao looked down at Elder Duan, and his indifferent voice floated out, Elder Duan, as an enforcement hall elder, do you have any evidence that Lin Ling has committed a crime? Old Dao. Elder Duan's complexion was incomparably ugly. He had thought that today's matter was a trivial matter. With his status and strength, killing Lin Ling would be extremely easy. That was why he had brought the enforcement hall disciples with him. But he had never thought that Lin Ling would be so difficult to deal with. Not only had he not been caught, but the situation had become even bigger. If this matter had been led by him, he could have reversed black and white, twisted right and wrong. After all, everything was up to him. But now, a large number of Elder Xian had appeared. The entire situation was no longer under his control. Old Dao, Elder Duan could not say anything. He also knew that although Elder Dao appeared to be a man of few words, he was not stupid. In fact, his observation skills were incomparably sharp. Therefore, it was impossible to deceive Elder Dao at this time. Waste his cultivation and expel him from the Seven Profound Martial House. Elder Duan kept shouting that he was innocent. However, Elder Duan was still expressionless. If Elder Duan could find an explanation, maybe Elder Duan would help him, but Elder Duan couldn't. In fact, the life-and-death duel between Lin Ling and Yun Zhongnu was a public affair. Even if Elder Duan had bribed a lot of people, he couldn't bribe everyone. As long as someone admitted it, Elder Duan wouldn't be able to defend himself. Therefore, Elder Duan knew this and didn't say anything. Lin Ling hadn't violated the rules, but Elder Duan had come to capture Lin Ling. He had broken into someone else's practice area. Elder Duan had violated the rules. Elder Dao had already roughly guessed what had happened. If he didn't know about this, then it wouldn't matter if Lin Ling died. But since he knew, then he would naturally handle this matter impartially. Lin Ling, you had best restrain your arrogance. This time you were lucky enough to escape this calamity, but next time you may not be so lucky. Although this was the case, Elder Dao still coldly looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling faintly smiled. This junior will remember Elder Xian's words. Although he was being taught a lesson, the crowd had a strange feeling. Was this a lesson? This was more like praise. Lin Ling seemed to be saying to everyone that if they wanted to make things difficult for him, then they would have to kill him. Otherwise, he would arrogantly counterattack and kill them to his heart's content. How could Great Sun Child not understand this? Her complexion was incomparably ugly. Finally, she coldly snorted, "Let's go." Go. Today, she had wanted to catch Lin Ling's weakness, but it was obvious that she had failed. Instead, Lin Ling's name had once again shaken the seven profound martial house. Xiaofan's face was also icy cold. He naturally knew why Elder Duan wanted to kill Lin Ling. This was the will of the Duan family. However, this Aunt Lin Ling's life was very tenacious, and he had once again escaped this calamity. Those powerhouses also left one after another. But after today's events, they had an illusion in their hearts. This Lin Ling was beginning to thoroughly rise. In the previous disciple recruitment ceremony, Lin Ling had rebelled against Xiaofan. In the Star Sea Pagoda, Lin Ling had broken the record. In the Dragon Coiling Lake tournament, Lin Ling had won first place. All of these had caused the top powerhouses to slightly care about Lin Ling. But today, they no longer cared about him. Crazy. All of the powerhouses had this evaluation of Lin Ling. And all of the disciples also had this evaluation. It was no longer Vermilion Bird Lin Ling, but Crazy God Lin Ling. This matter also let them know that it was best for an ordinary person not to provoke Lin Ling, otherwise they would have to bear the consequences. And if they wanted to provoke Lin Ling, they would have to reach the peak of their strength. The Law Enforcement Hall disciples have also been killed. Crazy God Lin Ling, interesting. I wonder just how crazy he is. On a towering mountain peak, several figures were sitting cross-legged, drinking tea and chatting. These people were ranked 250 on the Seven Profound Heavens chosen list. Each one of them was a top master. The weakest of them was at the Middle Emperor Spirit Realm, and they also had a 6th grade king body. A 6th grade king body was very terrifying. Lin Ling's current king body was only a 5th grade king body. He's crazy, even old Xian didn't give face to him. Moreover, he's not brainless when he's crazy. Every time he finds a loophole to counterattack, old Xian and the others have nothing to say. He's brave and resourceful. One of them took a sip of tea and said. Another person smiled faintly and said, "As far as I know, he even offended the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family. He was the biggest winner in the ancient tomb world and ranked 7th among the 18 princes. He's really proud of his achievements. We missed the trip to the ancient tomb world, but I'm looking forward to seeing how powerful this Lin Ling is." The others said indifferently. Lin Ling made them feel a little scared. After all, the Seven Profound Heavens chosen list didn't have many things, only geniuses. Crazy God Lin Ling was just one of them. Only those who had seen him would know how powerful he was. The same conversation took place among the various old Xians. Moreover, on top of the ancient tree in the rainforest Holy Land, the martial house master appeared once again, his eyes looking at the distant clouds. "Master, I said that compared to Sakura, Lin Ling is even more terrifying. He only went out to adventure once, but his strength has increased by leaps and bounds. He rushed from the bottom of the Heavens chosen list to around 250th place. Now he's firmly established himself in the Seven Profound Martial House." Behind the Martial House master, the black-clothed girl lightly said. "Meng, I admit that you have a good eye. However, it's hard to make a decision until the end. I still think that Di Shi Tian is the real threat." The mansion master put his hands behind his back and said indifferently. "Sakura is the most outstanding genius of the Di family bloodline. He has inherited the previous martial house master's talent and heart of martial arts. He cannot be underestimated." The black-clothed girl nodded and said, "Master, do you need me to make a move? Of the two, who do you choose?" Chapter 721. Exquisite Valley. To be fair, I want to choose Lin Ling. I want him to be a cripple for the rest of his life. But, if Master fears Sakura, then I will choose him. The black-clothed girl thought for a moment, her beautiful eyes shining with wisdom. Then I will choose Sakura. Although Lin Ling is mysterious, his achievements are limited. Only Sakura can reach my height, so I will strangle him. The martial house master's voice was low and deep, as if he had made a great decision. Hoo-hoo. Above a giant ancient tree, a cold wind howled, causing the entire ancient tree to sway. It was like an earthquake was occurring somewhere in the rainforest Holy Land. Sakura, I've already met him several times before. He has a good impression of me. I will make him enter a nightmare. The black-clothed girl's figure disappeared from where she stood. The martial house master was still standing there, a sneer on his face. Lin Ling and Sakura had both risen, so one of them had to be killed. Lin Ling was very lucky, Sakura had died in his place. Second brother, you killed to your heart's content. Now in the 7 profound martial house, you are called the Mad God, and I am behind you. I am called the Evil God. We brothers are the Mad Evil Gods. In the mountain valley, Sakura's laughter spread out, causing third brother Dijichuan to helplessly shake his head. Lin Ling's pupils widened, and he forced a smile. He hadn't thought that that day's massacre would have such an effect. Boss, the name Mad God is very pleasant to the ears, and the effect is good. At least no one dares to bully us. Today, when I went out for a walk, those Moon Guard level disciples that used to be high and mighty were all scared of me. They kept their distance from me, and when I glared at them, those Moon Guard level disciples even ran over to flatter me. Boss, I also met them, and there were even several proud sons of heaven. Long Xiaochun and Zhua Mo laughed as they walked over. Lin Ling was even more helpless. Sometimes it was better to be low-key than to be low-key. In this world where strength reigned supreme, sometimes being overbearing was also a means of self-protection. Mad God Lin Ling? I like this name. Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Now that he had made a terrifying name for himself in the 7 profound martial house, he could be considered to have established a firm foothold in the 7 profound martial house. Now, he could invite the Fire Ancient clan to come. At that time, ordinary people would not dare to casually bully the people of the Fire Ancient clan. Of course, before that, it was time to settle old scores. Pill falling to the mortal world. After exchanging a few words with his brothers, Lin Ling originally wanted to ask Sakura to help look after the mountain valley. However, Sakura smiled awkwardly as he seemed to have another appointment. Moreover, looking at that hesitant manner, Lin Ling also faintly guessed something. For a grown man to be hemming and hawing, it was obvious that he had taken a fancy to some young lady. However, regarding this, Lin Ling was happy for Sakura. This big brother of his was straightforward and carefree, it's time to find a woman to control him. Big brother, if there's anything you don't understand, then second brother can explain it to you. Lin Ling joked, making Long Xiaochun and the others react. Each and every one of them had the appearance of an experienced person. They gave pointers to Sakura, making Sakura's face turn even redder. He cursed loudly and then ran away. Looks like this is the first time in Big Brother's life that he has fallen in love with someone. I wonder which family's girl could make Big Brother so worried. And from the looks of it, they should have met more than once. Their relationship is developing quite well. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and then left the mountain valley. He went to find Master Gusu, and also to refine the first true fire pill. This would allow his king body talent to rise in rank once again. Like this, his foundation would be even more solid. At present, Lin Ling's foundation was very solid. In addition, he was constantly swallowing yang spirit fruits. Therefore, if his king body was upgraded, he might really be able to reach the invincible middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Once again arriving at the snowy peak, Lin Ling found Gusu Shui. After explaining his purpose, he followed Gusu Shui out of the snowy peak. The Seven Profound Martial House also had its own alchemy hall, where a large number of talented alchemists gathered. They would usually refine pills and give them to the Seven Profound Martial House in exchange for rewards. The Seven Profound Martial House would then distribute the pills to the disciples. Therefore, in the Seven Profound Martial House, even if an alchemist's strength was not high, their status was still extremely noble. The alchemy hall was located in the Exquisite Valley. Only alchemists and elders could enter there. The spiritual energy in this valley was rich. According to legend, there was a spiritual root at the bottom of the valley, and it was the best place to refine pills. This valley was guarded by two great Xian elders, Elder Longdan and Elder Huding. These two elders were true alchemists, and had an illustrious reputation in the Rainforest Holy Land. But because these two great Xian elders were competing for the chief disciple position in the Exquisite Valley, they often fought openly and secretly to win over talented alchemists. Today was also the day of the 8th grade alchemist examination. In the 8th grade alchemist examination, one had to refine an 8th grade pill. If the pill passed the examination and there were no signs of cheating, then one could become an 8th grade alchemist and announce it to the Rainforest Holy Land. To become an 8th grade alchemist, one's status would be above tens of thousands of people. They would have endless glory, and all the major powers would throw out olive branches to them. Unfortunately, the 8th grade alchemist examination was very difficult. In the vast square, there were layers upon layers of young boys and girls sitting there. They were all talented alchemists. Some had already taken the 5th grade alchemist examination, and some were 6th grade alchemists. In the ring of grandstands, everyone was looking down at the square below. There were a large number of pill furnaces, and in front of these pill furnaces, there were many alchemists with extraordinary temperaments taking the examination. Elder Longdan, your vision is not very good. You have instructed so many talented alchemists, but this time no one has passed. You are old, you should retire to the 2nd position in the Exquisite Valley. On one side of the plaza, there was a tall platform. Two elders were sitting there calmly. They were the two great Xian elders of Nimble Valley. Their strength was unfathomable, and they also had skills in alchemy that made people respect them. Even the martial arts hall's palace masters were extremely respectful towards them. Even the masters of the ancient Dao Martial Palace and the Great Sun Void Temple had invited them to become Xian elders in their respective martial arts halls. However, they were all rejected. Elder Huding, your vision is not good either. This time, the disciple you instructed also failed the examination. One of the elders, who was wearing a fiery red robe, said indifferently. There was an 8 trigrams mark on the back of his robe. This person was Elder Longdan, and beside him was a short and fat elder. He was wearing a black robe, and there was a colorful cauldron on the back of his robe. This person was Elder Huding. The two of them were competing. It was not about their alchemy skills, but about the ability of each other's disciples. At this moment, Lin Ling and Gusu Shui were standing quietly in the vast grandstand. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This was the first time he had seen so many alchemists gathered together, and it made his blood boil. His alchemy skills were not weak. Now that he saw talented alchemists of the same age, he naturally had the impulse to compete with them. Chapter 722. Here I come Dong. At this moment, a loud bell rang, causing a large number of cheers. This was the bell that signaled the end of the alchemy exam. In the square, some of the alchemists who finished the exam smiled confidently, while others looked regretful. They all had their own thoughts about the results of the exam. After that, the 3 alchemists examined the pills one by one, and the results were announced by the elders. The one who announced the results was Xiaofan. He used to be an alchemist, but after being dragged down by Lin Ling to become an elder, his status had plummeted. Now, he had to do the work of an elder. Gray map, 8th grade disaster pill failed the exam. Lin Sanjing, 8th grade disaster pill failed the exam. The three alchemists examined the pills, and Xiaofan announced the results. Every time the results were announced, the two Xian elders' expressions would change. Evidently, those who had failed were their disciples. They had been fighting with each other openly and covertly. If their disciples failed, they would also lose face. The 8th grade alchemist exam is indeed difficult. I'm afraid no one will pass today. That's not necessarily true. With so many alchemists taking the exam, one will pass. The crowd discussed. The 8th grade exam was indeed harsh. Finally, one person passed, and so far, he was the only one who passed. Dan Luofan, congratulations on passing the 8th grade disaster pill and reaching the mystic class. You are now an 8th grade alchemist. Xiaofan looked at the square with admiration. A young man stood there proudly with his hands behind his back, enjoying the admiring gazes of the crowd. This person was Dan Luofan, and so far, he was the first and only one to pass. Dan Luofan, this kid is not bad. On the platform, Elder Hu Ding laughed proudly. Dan Luofan was his disciple, and today, he gave him face. He then looked at Elder Long Dan. You're old, it's better for me to guard Linglong Valley. You should go to the back of the mountain to pick up the waste pills. Elder Hu Ding, don't be so proud. Elder Long Dan's face turned ugly. None of the disciples he had taught had passed the test. If this continued, he would lose his prestige and no one would want to be his disciple. Without any disciples following him, he would lose the right to control the other half of the Linglong Valley. This was not what he wanted to see. Unfortunately, the disciple he had taught had failed to live up to his expectations, so there was nothing he could do. The path of alchemy is broad and profound. Sometimes, there will be an opportunity to refine a grade 8 alchemy pill. Therefore, according to the rules, the others can challenge Dan Luofan again and refine grade 8 alchemy pills at the same time. Xiaofan's voice sounded again. This was the rule of Linglong Valley. After all, there were times when one got lucky in refining pills. Even if the probability was very small, some alchemists would still inexplicably succeed in refining pills. Therefore, for the sake of fairness, the alchemists taking the test had to accept challenges from other alchemists. If they won again, then the test would be considered passed. Of course, this was only routine. In reality, everyone knew Dan Luofan's level. Even though he wasn't the most outstanding young genius, no one could surpass him this year. Does anyone dare? Xiaofan added. With one hand behind his back, Dan Luofan had an indescribable expression on his face. Junior brothers, there's no need to be humble. If you doubt me, you can compete with me. I'll convince you wholeheartedly. The square was completely silent. No one dared to make a sound. This made Elder Long Dan's expression even uglier. Even his disciple didn't dare to make a sound. Dan Luofan, I've seen your shamelessness. Today, I'll see your bullshit alchemy skills. At this moment, a calm voice sounded from a corner of the square. Countless people looked over and frowned. That young man was very unfamiliar. They had never seen him in Linglong Valley. No one present knew that young man. If there were two people, one was Xiaofan and the other was Dan Luofan. Both of them looked at the young man who spoke with an extremely ugly expression. The one who spoke was Lin Ling. Lin Ling came with a purpose this time. How could he let Dan Luofan flaunt his prowess? When Dan Luofan dared to frame him, Lin Ling planned to take revenge. Dan Luofan finally became a grade 8 alchemist. Then, Lin Ling would destroy his efforts and trample on him. Insolent Junior. This is the sacred Ling Long Valley, not your mountain valley. You're not allowed to be arrogant. Dan Luofan glared at Lin Ling, his face ashen. He wanted nothing more than to chop this enemy of his into pieces. Men. Kick out this outsider who doesn't have an alchemist's certificate. The crowd was surprised. They could see that senior brother Dan Luofan was furious. I'll do it. This is Ling Long Valley. If you're not an alchemist, you can't enter. The pavilion is very unfamiliar. You're definitely not an alchemist. Don't blame us for being impolite. Tell us your name. Maybe because of your background, we won't teach you a lesson. We'll just ask you to leave. At the side of the square, many alchemists stood up and walked towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling indifferently smiled. Since he dared to come here, he didn't plan on casually leaving. He nodded to Gu Sushue and then walked down the steps to the square. Gu Sushue also nodded. She knew Lin Ling's purpose in coming here, so she didn't stop him. She also knew that Lin Ling's alchemy skills were above Dan Luofan's. She also wanted to see how the proud Dan Luofan would be humiliated. You want to know my name? I am Lin Ling. As he walked, Lin Ling lightly said. His calm eyes didn't have the slightest ripple of emotion. Lin Ling? I've never heard of this alchemist before, but this name seems very familiar. Lin Ling? Mad God Lin Ling? The crowd was stunned for a moment, and then began to stir. Not long ago, Lin Ling had arrogantly obliterated a law enforcement hall disciple. Who in the Seven Profound Martial House didn't know this? This Lin Ling wasn't a top heaven's pride on the proud son of heaven list, but he was lawless and arrogant to the extreme. If anyone dared to provoke him, he would kill them to his heart's content. He wasn't afraid of his opponent being strong, but what he feared the most was that his opponent was arrogant enough. For a time, those alchemists that wanted to stop Lin Ling all sat back down. They dreaded Lin Ling's infamy. Lin Ling's lips curled into a startled smile. It seemed that his infamy was spreading far and wide. However, since he had to bear this infamy, then he might as well carry on with it. At the very least, being arrogant would reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. Of course, there would be a deterrent effect, but that would also cause the dissatisfaction of the top heaven's pride. This wasn't something that Lin Ling needed to consider at the moment. Dan Luofan, your qualifications as an 8th grade alchemist are far from enough. As he arrived at the square, Lin Ling indifferently looked at Dan Luofan. This caused Dan Luofan to bite his lips. He wished that he could immediately kill Lin Ling. Then, he threw himself at Lin Ling, his eyes shining with a murderous intent. Senior apprentice brother Dan Luofan seems to have a great grudge with Lin Ling. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Dan Luofan had lost all reason as soon as he saw Lin Ling. There must have been something that happened between them. You're courting death. Lin Ling still calmly stood there, one hand behind his back. As Dan Luofan threw himself at him, he gently waved his right hand, and beautiful flames appeared like fireworks. In the next moment, he easily grabbed Dan Luofan's neck. Chapter 723. 18th Young Master, Tang Tianshu had just turned 20 years old. This person had the bloodline of the Great Tang Empire, one of the 5 great ancient countries. It was said that he had the bloodline of a peacock. What was most terrifying was that not only was his strength terrifying, but his alchemy skills were also formidable. He was ranked below 100 on the 7 Profound Heavens chosen list. This was a very dazzling genius. His most dazzling aspect was his age and alchemy skills. After all, a martial artist's cultivation was a race against time. If one wanted to have outstanding results in martial arts, they would have to spend a great deal of time. How could an ordinary person have the time to painstakingly cultivate alchemy? But to be strong in both aspects, this sort of genius was not only revered, but also admired. Tang Tianshu was Hu Ding Elder's favorite disciple, and so was Dan Luofan. Thus, Tang Tianshu had helped Dan Luofan regain face. In the distance, the two Xian elders indifferently looked down at the square. They did not speak. They had heard of this youth Lin Ling, and their impression of him was that he was crazy. But now, they were wondering what Lin Ling was doing. To be so brash, was he looking to die? 18th young master, Tang Tianshu? Lin Ling's pupils flashed. His surname was Tang, so he must have come from the great Tang Empire. His strength was terrifying, he had reached the late Emperor spirit realm. Sure enough, with a deep family background, one's cultivation speed was extremely fast. Did I say I wanted to kill him? I only came here for one purpose, and that was to steal his pride. Also, this is a matter between me and Dan Luofan, what does it have to do with you? Fuck. Lin Ling looked at Tang Tianshu and waved his hand, throwing Dan Luofan away like a dead dog. Tang Tianshu's eyes narrowed. You really are as arrogant as the rumors say, and you're also a villain. Today is Dan Luofan's glorious day, and you're jealous of his extraordinary achievements, so you came here to cause trouble. I came here to cause trouble? When he tried to harm me, why didn't you call him a villain? When I was weak, he wanted to cripple me. When I returned to the Seven Profound Martial House, he used pills as a reward to kill me. If I was still weak, how could I still be standing here today? Senior apprentice brother, please don't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Lin Ling's clear eyes were filled with arrogance as he looked at Tang Tianshu without fear. Tang Tianshu's eyes were cold as the flame on his finger leaped up, causing the temperature of the entire plaza to rise. This person's king physique was of the fire element. The most terrifying thing was that his king physique was not low. It was definitely higher than Lin Ling's king physique. Me? Do you think that just because Linglong Valley is a forbidden ground, I can't teach you a lesson? Tang Tianshu's voice grew even lower. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so unafraid of him. Who gave him the guts to do that? Chi. The golden flames on his finger danced, creating invisible ripples. Many people narrowed their eyes and guessed that the 18th prince, Tang Tianshu, was going to teach Lin Ling a lesson. However, the Linglong Valley was a sacred place for alchemy, and martial arts were forbidden. How was Tang Tianshu going to teach Lin Ling a lesson? Boom! The formless flames attacked Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's eyes to focus. The formless flames rushed into his body. It was Tang Tianshu's king physique, the mysterious golden flames. Obviously, this was a forbidden ground, so Tang Tianshu didn't dare to be too arrogant. However, if he wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, he still had many ways to do so. Defeating the dragon monarch doesn't mean anything. Tang Tianshu didn't even look at Lin Ling. He knew everything about Lin Ling, but to him, it was nothing. Tang Tianshu is so strong. The crowd's hearts surged. No wonder he was the 6th prince of the 18 princes. Then, many people started to gloat, Lin Ling is arrogant, but he is nothing before Tang Tianshu. At this moment, Lin Ling's brows were tightly knitted. In his dantian, a formless golden flame was raging wildly. The vermilion bird platform was shaking violently, unable to stop the flame. It was as if it had met the king of fire. His vermilion bird flame was 5th grade. Obviously, Tang Tianshu's king physique was above his, and he could use the advantage of the king physique to suppress Lin Ling. When fire met fire, the weak would kneel. Just looking at the king physique, I am not Tang Tianshu's opponent. Seems like I can only rely on this to deal with the formless flames in my dantian. Lin Ling frowned and shouted in his heart, Ancient Flame Devil, swallow that tiny flame. Otherwise, you will never get out. Through this period of exploration, Lin Ling roughly sensed that the ancient flame devil had appeared in his body. However, if it wanted to leave, it needed his permission. Roar! In his dantian, the sleeping ancient flame devil opened its eyes. It seemed to be very dissatisfied with Lin Ling's order, but in the end, it agreed. Tang Tianshu's king physique was very noble, but how could it compare to the ancient flame devil? An even stranger white flame appeared and swallowed the formless flames. Then, the ancient flame devil looked at Lin Ling with disdain and closed its eyes. The formless flames were controlled by Lin Ling, which made Lin Ling happy. You dare to be arrogant in front of me? Kneel. At this moment, Tang Tianshu's confident voice was heard. He guessed that Lin Ling had more or less realized how terrifying he was. The surrounding people laughed and waited for a good show. However, at this moment, Lin Ling stood up straight and stretched out his right hand. On his finger, a golden flame jumped. You don't have the right to play with fire in front of me. What? The crowd was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. Impossible. Tang Tianshu stood up in disbelief. His cultivation was higher than Lin Ling's, and his king physique was more noble than Lin Ling's. He wanted to use the formless flames to suppress Lin Ling, but he failed. This was beyond his logic. Pa! Lin Ling clenched his right hand and the golden flame was crushed. I came here to challenge Dan Luofan. There was a rule before that those who passed the assessment could accept the challenge. Did Exquisite Valley's rules change because of you? Or do you think you are the chief disciple of Exquisite Valley? Also, don't use your trash flame to provoke me. You. Tang Tianshu's face was extremely ugly. He had used his king physique to suppress Lin Ling, but it had been broken by Lin Ling. This made him lose face for the great Tang Empire. Most importantly, if they really fought, Lin Ling was not his match. Only, Lin Ling had a lowly king physique, how could he break his noble bloodline? For a time, he was silent, as if he had no right to speak. Lin Ling, you said you wanted to challenge Dan Luofan, but are you an alchemist of the Seven Profound Martial House? At this moment, Su Fan's voice sounded from the other side. The crowd also began to discuss. Exquisite Valley was a holy land for alchemy. It was related to the entire Seven Profound Martial House's alchemy. Therefore, besides alchemists and elders, outsiders were not allowed to enter. They were not allowed to provoke an alchemist, otherwise it would be a violation of Exquisite Valley's rules. Lin Ling frowned. The reason he could enter here was because Gu Sushue had brought him in. From now on, he will be the disciple of Elder Long Dan. So, he has the qualifications. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded in the square, causing countless people's pupils to constrict. It had to be known that Exquisite Valley was divided into two great alchemy camps. They were respectively controlled by Elder Long Dan and Elder Hu Ding. Although these two great alchemy grandmasters longed to meet an alchemy genius, they did not allow an ordinary alchemist to enter their camp. The minimum requirement was a third-grade alchemist. But now, Lin Ling had come to Exquisite Valley for the first time, and Elder Long Dan had recognized Lin Ling as his disciple. This Lin Ling was too lucky. Chapter 724. To challenge Dan Luofan, Old Long Dan, your disciples have failed to live up to your expectations. They don't dare to challenge my Dan Luofan, but now an ignorant junior has appeared, and you actually accepted him as your disciple. Huh, what a joke. Huh. In the stands, Elder Hu Ding suddenly laughed. He knew that Old Long Dan wasn't willing to give up, so he was making a final struggle to regain his lost face. But Old Long Dan wanted to borrow Lin Ling to regain his face? Lin Ling was only a rumored arrogant junior. Did he know how to refine pills? Old Long Dan indifferently smiled, not speaking. But Elder Hu Ding's thoughts weren't wrong. He really wanted to see Lin Ling win glory for him. After all, on his side, there was no one to challenge Dan Luofan. But he could not lose face. "Thank you, senior." "Thank you." Lin Ling was a bit surprised. He bowed to Old Long Dan. He knew that Old Long Dan hadn't truly accepted him as a disciple, but had only invited him to join Old Long Dan's alchemist camp. But since Old Long Dan had supported him, he would remember this graciousness in his heart. On the spectator stand, Long Dan Lao was stunned. In his impression, Lin Ling was an arrogant and unruly young man. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so polite. So, the rumors couldn't be trusted at all. That young man wasn't an arrogant person. Sometimes, he was arrogant because he wanted to protect himself. How interesting. Lin Ling, this old man's opinion of you has changed. You are not a fool. Then, go ahead and fight. This old man will support you from behind. Old Long Dan laughed. He was starting to like this junior. It had to be known that the waters of the Seven Profound Martial House were very deep, and there were countless powerhouses. Lin Ling was able to obtain the title of Mad God. Naturally, he was a thorn in everyone's side. However, Lin Ling was like a fish in water amongst countless powerhouses, and had not perished. This also showed that Lin Ling was fierce. It also meant that Lin Ling had experienced many things, thus he had a calmness that surpassed his peers. Furthermore, he was well aware of Tang Tianshu's strength and talent. Lin Ling's strength and talent were both inferior, but he was able to break through Tang Tianshu's imperial elixir fire. This meant that Lin Ling was hiding a secret that no one knew about. This Elder Long Dan is not bad. It seems that I have come at the right time. Lin Ling chuckled. Long Dan Lao had given him a very benevolent impression. In the square, Tang Tianshu and the others had ugly expressions, especially Su Fan. He felt as if he had swallowed a fly. At this critical moment, Lin Ling had actually been valued by Old Xian. This meant that in the Seven Profound Martial House, besides the Sword Elder, Lin Ling would have another backer. Wait a minute, although you are qualified, may I ask what level of alchemist you are? Su Fan suddenly said. He still wanted to cause trouble for Lin Ling. Lin Ling stared blankly for a moment. This was his first time coming to the Valley of Delicacy, and he had never taken the alchemist examination. This made him fall silent. So you're saying that you're an alchemist with no rank? Tang Tianshu coldly sneered. Before, Lin Ling had inexplicably broken through his imperial elixir fire. This caused him to be unable to put down his face. Lin Ling is not an alchemist. In order to avenge senior apprentice brother Dan Luofan, he actually overestimated himself and came to challenge me? The crowd was stunned for a moment, and then roared with laughter. Lin Ling was very arrogant, and this made them somewhat afraid. But this was the Valley of Delicacy, and they pursued alchemy. If someone who did not know alchemy came here, then that would be a joke. Is there a rule that only a high-level alchemist can challenge? Of course, there were some people who supported Lin Ling. These people were Elder Long Dan's disciples. Now that Lin Ling was representing Alchemist Long, they naturally supported Lin Ling. Humph, deliberately mystifying things. You'll lose face. Elder Hu Ding's disciples disdainfully said. Lin Ling looked at Elder Long Dan in the distance and found that the latter was also stunned. But his eyes were still benevolent and full of support. Lin Ling nodded. Of the 7 profound martial house's 12 elders, besides Elder Jian, this was the first time that Lin Ling had seen a senior who was so kind to him. Since the other party trusted him, then whether it was for himself or for Elder Long Dan, he had to win this pill challenge. Moreover, he had to win beautifully. I say, you trash, can you stop your nonsense? Lin Ling's sarcastic voice sounded out. Now that Elder Long Dan was supporting him, he didn't need to have any scruples. You call us trash? Su Fan's face was ashen. Lin Ling was very arrogant. With Elder Long Dan's support, he dared to directly insult them. I gave you face, but you don't want it. If you're not trash, then what are you? Apprentice Su Fan, you're trash. Oh, it should be Elder Su Fan. You're no longer a lofty apprentice. Lin Ling coldly smiled. He didn't care about Su Fan's feelings, so there was no need to give him any face. And 18th young master Tang Tianshu, I don't understand why your skin is so thick. I'm only challenging Dan Luofan, what does it have to do with you? Yet you're lecturing me from a lofty position. Besides your powerful family background, what else do you have? You're nothing but trash that relies on your family background. Lin Ling's aura was magnificent. He coldly said again, causing Tang Tianshu's eyes to fill with resentment. Lin Ling was cursing him. Such an ant, if not for the fact that they were in Exquisite Valley, he would have killed him with a single move. But now, this lowly ant was cursing him. Did he think that he was trash like the Dragon Monarch? And Dan Luofan, your skin is also very thick. Today is your stage, but I'm sorry, but I won't let you obtain anything. Ignoring Tang Tianshu's anger, Lin Ling looked at Dan Luofan and shouted. Dan Luofan's face was incomparably ugly, full of resentment. Lin Ling was so hateful, he wanted to play him to death. So arrogant, senior brother Dan Luofan, use your pill to defeat him. The disciples on Hu Ding Elder's side shouted angrily. However, Lin Ling shrugged indifferently. He didn't intend to offend others, but he wouldn't let Dan Luofan go. If others didn't like him, then let them be. Alright, since you want to challenge, then let's start. On the stands, Hu Ding Elder coldly said, as if he was also dissatisfied with Lin Ling. Ha! Long Dan Luofan laughed loudly. Most of his disciples were low-key, so it was rare to see someone as arrogant as Lin Ling. But no matter what, today's Lin Ling made him feel proud. Test, 8th grade pill. Ha! Su Fan retracted his anger and coldly stared at Lin Ling, as if to emphasize that 8th grade pills weren't something Lin Ling could touch. Alright, no need to show your ignorance. Who here doesn't know 8th grade pills? However, Lin Ling didn't care at all, causing Su Fan to grind his teeth. He shouted again, Dan Luofan used 8th grade disaster pill for the test, then what pill are you going to use for the test? You must tell the 3 great alchemists. Ha! There were many types of 8th grade medicinal pills. Some were easier to pass while others were more difficult. Among the 8th grade medicinal pills, every alchemist would have a type that they were familiar with. Very few would know how to refine all of the 8th grade medicinal pills. That was why Su Fan asked. After all, Su Fan was the elder in charge of announcing the results. He had to remember what pill Lin Ling was going to refine. I wonder what pill Lin Ling will refine. Ha! Chapter 725. Teasing, it doesn't matter. Don't worry. However, just as the crowd was waiting expectantly, Lin Ling's soft voice drifted out, causing everyone to be stunned. Was Lin Ling crazy? He actually said it didn't matter. Did he think that he was an alchemy grandmaster? That he could refine any 8th grade pill? Huh, someone who hasn't even participated in a 1st grade pill examination, actually says it doesn't matter. In my opinion, he probably can't even refine a 1st grade pill. Old Tiger Cauldron's disciples roared with laughter, thinking that Lin Ling had come here to make a fool of himself. Old Dragon Pill's disciples wryly smiled. They supported Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had to be at least a little bit more reliable. Even Old Dragon Pill could only helplessly shake his head. But the arrow had already been knocked, it had to be released. He could not let Lin Ling give up the challenge. He could only hope that Lin Ling would not lose too much face. Of all the people present, only Dan Luofan did not dare to laugh. He could not laugh, because only he knew of Lin Ling's alchemy skills. After all, the matter of the Qin family's pill shop was still deeply engraved in his memory. Lin Ling had always been able to refine pills that even the Seven Profound Martial House did not have. Therefore, Lin Ling's indifference was not arrogance, but confidence. Of course, although he was cautious, he was still confident. As long as he performed well, and Lin Ling was careless, then he would definitely win. If you don't say what pill you want to refine, then it will be difficult for Exquisite Valley to provide the herbs. But since you are so stubborn, then let the examination begin. Xiaofan coldly spat out these words. Although many people were laughing at Lin Ling, he always felt that Lin Ling was playing with them. Although this feeling was vague, he somewhat believed it. But his guess was not far from the truth. Since Lin Ling had come here and also had old dragon pill support, what did he have to fear? If he wanted to win, then he would win beautifully. Wait. Just as Xiaofan was about to announce the start of the examination, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded out, causing Xiaofan to grind his teeth again. What tricks did Lin Ling want to play? Since Linglong Valley is providing the ingredients, I naturally have a request. Lin Ling said indifferently. What do you want? Xiaofan became angrier and angrier in his heart. This Lin Ling had previously said that he could refine pills as he pleased, but now he had put forward a condition. This was obviously playing with him. A stool and 3 apples. Lin Ling's calm voice sounded. Silence. Linglong Valley became even quieter. They looked at the free and unrestrained youth and suddenly felt that it was a dream. 1 stool and 3 apples. What kind of pill was Lin Ling trying to refine? He had never heard of any kind of medicinal pill that used this kind of medicinal ingredient. In the stands, Long Danlong could not help but laugh. That little guy was really interesting. Was he playing with everyone? Elder Hu Ding's face was extremely unsightly. Finally, he waved his hand and said, "Give it to him." He wanted to see what kind of grade 8 medicinal pill could be refined with a stool, a piece of paper, and 3 apples. If it failed, he would definitely suppress Long Dan Lao. As for that arrogant and unruly Lin Ling, he would naturally not let him off. Xiaofan suppressed the anger in his heart and brought a stool and 3 apples. Lin Ling waved his hand at him and said, "Put it there. Remember the position and don't put it wrong. Also, have you washed the apples? Do you think I'm a servant?" Xiaofan roared. In the past, he was a high and mighty apprentice. However, today, he had to listen to Lin Ling's orders like a servant. "I don't think you're a servant. You are a servant." Lin Ling smiled calmly and shrugged. Xiaofan snorted and suppressed his anger. After putting down the stool, he strode back. He knew that if he faced Lin Ling again, he would not be able to suppress the killing intent in his heart and kill Lin Ling. "Oh, I forgot to ask for an orange. Elder Xiaofan, can you bring me another orange?" However, Xiaofan had only taken a few steps when Lin Ling's voice floated over. Xiaofan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Then he heard Lin Ling say indifferently, "If you don't have an orange, then forget it. Use an apple." Lin Ling was toying with him again. This Lin Ling is so hateful. In the distance, Dan Luofan's face was ashen. Today was his stage, but because of Lin Ling's interference, he seemed to have become a supporting role. All the alchemists in Linglong Valley seemed to have been toyed with by Lin Ling. Begin. Xiaofan finally waved his hand and announced the start of the challenge. Dan Luofan took a deep breath and concentrated. No matter how arrogant Lin Ling was before, as long as he could win, he could make Lin Ling lose face. If he angered Elder Long Danlong, it was possible that Elder Long Danlong would kill Lin Ling. Therefore, he had to win. Dan Luofan came in front of an alchemy furnace and closed his eyes slightly. Then he warmed the furnace. He had refined the disaster pill many times, so he had absolute confidence in this pill. All kinds of herbs appeared in his mind, and then he put them one by one into the furnace. The furnace's flame spiraled like a dragon. As expected of senior brother Dan Luofan. His alchemy technique is as smooth as flowing water. Many people looked at Dan Luofan with admiration. Dan Luofan was able to pass the 8th grade exam before, so he naturally had some ability. His perfect technique made Elder Hu Ding smile slightly. He seemed to have seen his side win. Even Su Fan was full of confidence. Then he looked at Lin Ling, wanting to know what kind of pill Lin Ling was refining. However, after a glance, his pupils constricted. At this moment, Lin Ling was sitting on a stool, calmly eating an apple. He looked at Dan Luofan and said from time to time, "Well, the timing of the 1,000-bone grass is good. Little Dan, your alchemy level has improved. But, bitter leaf flower, who told you to use it so quickly? Was your head kicked by a donkey?" His voice was not loud, but not only did Su Fan hear it, but the surrounding disciples also heard it. They were all dumbfounded. The stool that Lin Ling had asked for was for him to sit on, while the apple was for him to eat. What made people gnash their teeth the most was that Dan Luofan was already refining pills, while Lin Ling was leisurely eating the apple. He was even giving pointers to Dan Luofan. Was he here to challenge Dan Luofan, or was he here to tease everyone? This guy. Elder Hu Ding's disciples stared at the arrogant Lin Ling, their eyes spitting fire. "Huh, mad god Lin Ling, you're crazy enough." Elder Long Dan's disciples couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling was like a big boss. His ridicule not only made Dan Luofan lose face, but also ridiculed Elder Hu Ding. "This little guy, I don't understand what he's doing." Elder Long Dan also laughed. Although Lin Ling seemed unreliable, at least he was helping him teach Elder Hu Ding's disciples a lesson. This seemed to vent his anger. "Elder Su Fan, he's interfering with me." Surprised voices sounded all around. Dan Luofan naturally heard it. After looking around, he couldn't help but vomit blood. Was Lin Ling refining pills? He was toying with him. "Little Dan, as an alchemist, you should have no distractions. If others' words can affect you, what kind of pill are you refining? What kind of alchemist are you?" Chapter 726. 8 trigrams Heavenly Fire Formation. Dan Luofan realized that offending Lin Ling was really troublesome. Lin Ling seemed to be able to crush him from every angle. "Elder Su Fan, he is interfering with me." Dan Luofan roared again. With a boom, because of his anger, he failed to refine the first pill. The pill furnace exploded, and the smoke covered his face. "Huh, this is an 8th grade alchemist." "Huh." Lin Ling's laughter came out. Many people couldn't help but laugh. Elder Hu Ding's face was ugly. Dan Luofan was so careless that he lost face. "You." "Huh." Dan Luofan pointed at Lin Ling. He wanted to say that Lin Ling caused his failure, but he didn't know where to start. After all, this was caused by his anger. An alchemist should be calm like water when refining pills. He was provoked by Lin Ling. This was because his state of mind was not enough. "Lin Ling." "Huh." Su Fan roared. Lin Ling was too hateful. "Okay, I was just bored so I said a few words. At most I won't say any more." But with little Dan's state of mind, he really needs to continue cultivating. "Huh." Lin Ling spread out his hands and continued eating the apple. Everyone's heart trembled. Because he was bored, he said a few words. If Elder Long Dan didn't support Lin Ling, they really wanted to throw Lin Ling out of the sacred Ling Long Valley. In the following time, Lin Ling didn't say anything. He just calmly ate the apple. Lin Ling's silence made Dan Luofan feel like a fish in water. Maybe because of his previous failure, he finally calmed down. He knew that if he wanted to turn the tables and nail Lin Ling to death in Ling Long Valley, he would win. Dan Luofan's alchemical furnace continuously emitted a pill fragrance. The time for Dan Luofan's pills to be produced was approaching, which made him smile proudly. On Long Dan's side, many people frowned. Although Lin Ling had made Dan Luofan lose face, this was a pill challenge. If Lin Ling couldn't refine an 8th grade pill, then everything he had done before would become a joke. What a mysterious little fellow. I hope he's satisfied. Compared to his own disciple, although Elder Long Dan was worried, he also had a trace of confidence. This was because he had a feeling that this youth Lin Ling was not someone who was brave but not astute. He had seemed arrogant before, but the truth was that he was suppressing the momentum of Elder Hu Ding's side. Now, it was time for Lin Ling to display his brilliance. A battle of alchemy was like a battle of martial arts. One's aura was also very important. In fact, if two alchemy grandmasters were to fight, even if one's alchemy skills were high, one's aura would be weak, and one could still lose. This was because a weak aura would affect one's mentality. Still eating the apple. Many people looked at Lin Ling and discovered that Lin Ling's eyes were closed, and he was calmly eating the apple. If Lin Ling wasn't eating the apple, they would have thought that Lin Ling had fallen asleep. In reality, Lin Ling seemed to be eating the apple, but his mind was rapidly thinking. One had to know that his alchemy skills were stronger than Dan Luofan's, but if he wanted to win beautifully, then he had to at least shock the entire audience. Therefore, he was thinking about the next pill he would refine, as well as searching for the limitless Sword Saint's memories. And the true fire pill was the next pill he would refine. 3 apples finished. Finally, Lin Ling stood up, causing the crowd to be stunned. 3 apples? This guy didn't plan on refining the pill after eating 3 apples? Half of the time has already passed, Lin Ling won't make it in time. 8th grade pill ingredients are very difficult to refine. Even my flame needs 3 incense sticks worth of time to warm the furnace. Humph, Lin Ling really knows alchemy? Tang Tianshu disdainfully said. As an alchemist who was even stronger than Dan Luofan, he naturally knew how difficult it was. Many people nodded. 8th grade pills were not ordinary pills, and it was indeed very difficult. Ignoring the doubts around him, Lin Ling walked out step by step. His eyes looked at the pill furnaces in the square, causing the crowd to be puzzled. Was Lin Ling looking for a pill furnace? However, with a rumble, one pill furnace after another was dismantled by Lin Ling and thrown into the distance, causing Su Fan to angrily roar. How long was Lin Ling going to play with them? Su Fan, let him be. At this time, Elder Hu Ding's cold voice sounded. There was still half of the time left, so if Lin Ling wanted to be arrogant, then let him be. When the time was up, let's see what Lin Ling has to say. One pill furnace after another was dismantled, revealing a large open space, causing the crowd to be even more puzzled. They stared at Lin Ling, but in the next moment, their pupils constricted. Lin Ling was standing in the center of the open space. That arrogant and unruly aura had disappeared, and in its place was a dignified and steady aura. Even Lin Ling was standing there quietly, giving people the feeling that he was an alchemist from ancient times. Long hair fluttering in the wind, an indifferent expression, and a blue and white robe fluttering in the wind, Lin Ling, who had calmed down, attracted everyone's attention. Lin Ling, it's him! Exclamation point. In the distant stands, Gu Sushue's beautiful eyes narrowed. It was that familiar aura, the aura of her former benefactor, the limitless sword saint. For Yang hexagram, Qian, Zhen, Can, Zhen. In the open space, Lin Ling muttered to himself. At this moment, his heart was as calm as still water. All the sounds and gazes around the square were completely isolated by him. His hands moved frequently, like flowing water. Flame characters appeared one after another, constantly floating in the air before falling to the ground and disappearing from sight. Kuan, Sun, Li, Dui, Fourine hexagram. Lin Ling continued to walk. Every time he went to a new direction, he would draw flame characters, causing the crowd to be even more puzzled. What is he doing? Even Elder Long Dan couldn't understand what Lin Ling was doing. Deliberately mystifying. Elder Hu Ding's eyes swept over, but he couldn't see through Lin Ling's intentions. Finally, he disdainfully smiled. In his opinion, he was a top alchemist of the Seven Profound Martial House. If even he couldn't understand, then Lin Ling must be deliberately mystifying and playing with everyone again. However, just as his voice fell, a majestic voice echoed throughout the square. 8 trigram Skyfire Array, rise. Bang! In the seemingly empty space, a terrifying flame soared into the sky. Then, a complex and mysterious flame array formation appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, the square was deathly silent. That is an ancient array formation. Shua shua. In the stands, the 2 Xian elders stood up. As they looked at the gorgeous flame array formation, they felt as if they were in a dream. The Tao of array formations was even more mysterious than the Tao of alchemy. So far, even they only knew a little about it. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would dismantle the pill furnaces in the square in order to lay down a mysterious flame array formation? The Tao of array formations has very strict requirements for soul force. This boy's soul force is truly terrifying. Long Dan Long's heart trembled. At the start, he had supported Lin Ling because Lin Ling was the only one who dared to challenge Dan Luofan. But now, he discovered that Lin Ling seemed to be a very good seedling on the Tao of alchemy because of his keen soul force. What is he trying to do? Many people stared with wide eyes, stubbornly staring at the calm youth in the square. Even Dan Luofan couldn't help but stop refining pills. His face was red and blue, as if he had been deeply humiliated. Today was his stage, and he was about to bloom. But at this critical moment, Lin Ling had once again become a dazzling star, stealing away his light. But soon, he coldly smiled. Lin Ling had laid out an ancient array formation. This was just a deliberate mystification, they were competing in alchemy. Chapter 727. Pill Tribulation Descends, Spiritual Young Fruit, Heavenly Sound Flower, Music Stone, Divine Mud, Fire Poison Fruit. Lin Ling was focused as a large amount of herbs flew out from his green ring. Many of the rare herbs made the 2 Xian elders gasp. No wonder Lin Ling didn't need the herbs from Linglong Valley. Lin Ling had them himself, and they were all very precious. However, what was Lin Ling trying to do by throwing so many spiritual herbs into the formation? Moreover, there didn't seem to be any grade 8 pills that required so many herbs. The more curious they were, the more confused they were. Even the 2 Xian elders felt the same. They couldn't understand Lin Ling. Interesting. However, what is he doing with the ancient array? Sigh. Long Dan Elder picked up the teacup beside him and was about to drink it to calm himself down. However, he suddenly stopped as a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. Using the array as a furnace. Along with the thought in his mind, the square went silent for a moment. Then, a huge fire surged out. Fire dragons flew back and forth, shaking the whole square violently. The place turned into a sea of fire, and the dragons formed the 8 trigrams. That's right, the 8 trigrams fire array, which came from the Wuxia Sword Saint's memory, made a shocking appearance. Bang! The teacup in Long Dan Elder's hand shattered, spilling tea all over his hand. However, he didn't seem to notice it as he looked at the square in fear. Using the array as a furnace? The crowd was shocked. They could faintly see a huge 8 trigrams furnace in the flames. Sizzle. 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 The herbs that were thrown into the array started to melt under the scorching flames, making the crowd's heart beat faster. Impossible. Sizzle. Dan Luofan and Tang Tianshu shouted at the same time. They thought that Lin Ling didn't have enough time to refine the herbs. However, who knew that Lin Ling's mysterious array could speed up the refinement of the herbs and save half of the time? To them, this was completely impossible. However, was it impossible? When Lin Ling was in the extreme ice palace in the realm of clouds, he had already tried the method of refining pills without a cauldron. It was a method left behind by his mother. The array came from the memories of the Limitless Sword Saint, and Lin Ling had already tried to set it up, so it was not difficult to set it up. Refining several types of pills at the same time, Lin Ling had tried many of them. Nothing is impossible. An enormous amount of soul force gushed out, covering the entire ancient array formation. Lin Ling's hands constantly danced, controlling the spirit grasses within the array formation. A hot wind blew, causing countless people to stop breathing. At this moment, the young man's temperament changed. He was calm, and the aura of a grand scholar was even more obvious. It's his scent. In the distance, Gusu Shue's eyes were moist. She thought she would never see her master again, but in this youth, she saw the shadow of that master once more. It was the senior Limitless Sword Saint who had helped her in the past. You're crazy. How is it possible to forcefully purify the spirit grasses without separating them? Hu Ding Elder glared at the square and couldn't help but roar. With his level of alchemy, he could simultaneously refine the spirit grasses. But this youth below was only 20 years old, and yet he could also do it. This surpassed Hu Ding Elder's understanding. Nothing is impossible. If one's soul force is strong enough to cover all the spirit grasses, then they can be controlled. Elder Longdan looked down with interest. He then said, in addition to his perfect control over fire, this Lin Ling's alchemy level and potential surpasses your 18th young master Tang Tianshu. You! Hu Ding Elder roared. Before, when Dan Luofan rose up, he had been proud of himself. But now, Elder Longdan was even prouder than him. Chi. In the center of the square, the flame was like a dragon, and the 8 trigrams were like a mirror. In the huge array, countless spirit grasses turned into pearl-like existences. Then, under the control of Lin Ling's soul force, they separated and fused together, forming different colored pellets. In front of the array, Lin Ling's face was dignified. He had refined many of these pellets before, but to refine so many of them at once, he had to be more focused. Heavens, he seems to be refining the spirit grasses at the same time. The crowd's heart trembled again. At first, they were curious as to why Lin Ling would put the spirit grasses into the array at the same time. But now, they understood. Lin Ling was crazy. Not only was he refining the spirit grasses at the same time, but he was also refining several different kinds of spirit grasses. Crazy. Dan Luofan's face was ashen. Lin Ling had become the most dazzling light in Linglong Valley. Dan Luofan's glory had been taken away by Lin Ling, making him a supporting character. Amazing, refining several kinds of spirit grasses at the same time without using a cauldron. This kind of technique is simply unprecedented. Elder Longdan's disciples cheered. At this moment, they felt that Lin Ling's craziness was cute. Hu Ding Elder's disciples were silent. They were no longer as arrogant as before. They were mocking Lin Ling for daring to refine spirit grasses without even passing a spirit grasses test. But now, Lin Ling was telling them that he couldn't refine 8th grade spirit grasses without passing a spirit grasses test. He's about to succeed. He's making such a big fuss, he might not be able to refine 8th grade spirit grasses. It must be some low-grade spirit grasses. At this time, someone shouted. Many people nodded. Indeed, with such a dazzling technique, if he couldn't refine 8th grade spirit grasses, then everything was just empty talk. Dan Luofan heard those voices and his heart was filled with confidence. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this time, dark clouds rolled in the sky. A bolt of lightning shot towards the array like a dragon, shocking everyone to the point that their ears were ringing. According to legends, some spirit grasses violated the rules of heaven and earth. The moment the spirit grasses were formed, they would be punished by heaven and earth, not allowing the spirit grasses to exist in the world. As for spirit grasses that could cause heaven and earth to tremble, 1, they had to be of a high grade. 2, the spirit grasses had to be at least of the earth grade. Everyone was speechless. That was a pill tribulation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this time, another bolt of lightning smashed down from the sky. Heaven and earth spirit grasses rolled and dark clouds covered the sky. Another pill tribulation, and it's a yellow lightning. The crowd was shocked. Pill tribulations could be small or large, and they were differentiated by the color of the lightning in the sky. It was said that the most terrifying tribulation would be 9-colored lightning. It was a tribulation lightning formed by 9 different colors. Not to mention spirit grasses, even martial artists would find it hard to resist. And now, Lin Ling's lightning was yellow. This meant that one of the spirit grasses had reached a very high grade, perhaps even a heaven-grade spirit grasses. A heaven-step pill, even if it was a very low-grade one, there were very few people present who could refine it. Of course, if they knew that Lin Ling had just touched upon the path of alchemy and was already able to refine a heaven-step reversion pill, then they wouldn't be so surprised. That ancient array formation is too fierce. It can actually block the pill tribulation. Then, many people's eyes widened. They were incomparably envious of that ancient array formation. The 8 trigrams ancient flame array. If they could arrange an array formation, then they wouldn't need a pill furnace. They could refine spirit grasses anywhere. However, they didn't know that this ancient array formation came from the limitless Sword Saint. It was something that the 7 profound martial house didn't have. Where did Lin Ling learn this ancient array formation to refine pills? Chapter 728. Losing the Heart of Alchemy, 8 trigrams Heavenly Fire Array, Seal. On the square, the young man's indifferent voice resounded. Rumble. Under countless gazes, the gorgeous flame runes trembled. Countless fire dragons and vermilion birds flew towards the ground. 8 huge words appeared on the ground: Qian, Zhen, Can, General Qian, Zhen, Can, Zhen. Those words were condensed from flames and were incomparably dazzling. However, they gradually dimmed. At the same time, pills shot down like meteors. The pills are done. Many people narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Ling again. Lin Ling waved his hands and a large number of jade bottles flew out, storing the elixirs that had turned into rainbow-colored lights one by one. Some of the elixir bottles even swayed after the elixirs were stored inside, as though there was a spirit sealed inside. Watching him refine is pleasing to the eye. Many people said in admiration. They had no choice but to be convinced. Lin Ling's refining process was too dazzling and smooth. It was not an ordinary refining method, but an unprecedented refining method. At this moment, many young female alchemists quietly looked at Lin Ling. Their beautiful eyes were filled with vigor. At the beginning, they also thought that this young man was too arrogant and disdained him. As alchemists, they didn't care about how strong the other party was. What they cared about was the other party's level of alchemy. But now, they didn't think that Lin Ling was arrogant. A talented alchemist was not arrogant, but proud. Lin Ling, I didn't expect his level of alchemy to be so high. Senior Dan Luofan can't compare to him. And now I realize that he's so handsome. Low voices sounded, making Dan Luofan, who was like a supporting character in the square, feel even more humiliated. The time hasn't ended yet. AI, if I knew this would happen, would have eaten another apple. Little Dan, how's your pill? On the square, Lin Ling didn't know what everyone was thinking. After putting away the pills, he looked at Dan Luofan and asked. Little Dan? Lin Ling called Dan Luofan Little Dan and stepped on Dan Luofan's pride. This made many people laugh. Compared to Lin Ling's dazzling performance, Dan Luofan was indeed like a little Dan. Lin Ling actually ate 3 apples before he started to refine. Subsequently, many people cried out in surprise. Only now did they notice that Lin Ling's level of alchemy had already reached the point of perfection. Not long after, the time limit was finally over. Dan Luofan had also successfully concocted the pill. He was somewhat nervous. The moment of life and death had arrived. Although Lin Ling had humiliated him and concocted a pill-for-pill tribulation, who knew if it was real or not? Only after the examination would everything be known. 8th grade disaster pill, pass, grade reached mystic grade. The pills Dan's pills grade, pills, Dan's. The pill was divided into the 4 ranks of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. To be able to reach the pill meant that his pill was better than an ordinary one. Then, Dan Luofan looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was already sitting on a stool. Aware of Dan Luofan's gaze, Lin Ling disdainfully smiled and said, "Not bad, you've made some progress. You are worthy of being called Little Dan." That tone, that arrogant appearance, Lin Ling was like Dan Luofan's master, as if he were praising Dan Luofan. Lin Ling, don't be too proud. If your pill is inferior to mine, I will make it so that you won't be able to survive in the 7 profound martial house. Dan Luofan's neck was red with anger. He is trying to provoke you. Don't be influenced by him. Results decide everything. At this time, Su Fan coldly said. Dan Luofan coldly snorted and put away the anger in his heart. However, at this time, Lin Ling's light voice floated over. Su Fan, how can you be a servant? I've been sitting here for so long and you haven't taken out an apple to entertain your master. Could it be that you don't want to be an elder anymore? Lin Ling, you. Su Fan had just comforted Dan Luofan and told him not to be impulsive, but in the next moment, he also couldn't restrain the anger in his heart. Lin Ling was too despicable. This kid is arrogant and unbridled in one moment, calm and collected in the next moment, like a hedonistic young master in the next moment. He really wears many layers of masks. On the grandstand, Elder Long Dan chuckled. Then, he turned to the 3 examiners and said, "Let's begin." Bottles of pills were opened one after another. Radiance blossomed, and the fragrance of pills filled the air. The pupils of the 3 examiners narrowed. They actually couldn't tell what kind of pill the first pill was. Instantly, their expressions turned ugly. First true fire pill, an 8th grade pill. The 7 profound martial house doesn't seem to have this kind of pill. Lin Ling's dull voice sounded out, causing the hearts of the crowd to fiercely tremble. Lin Ling had actually refined a pill that the exquisite valley didn't have. This was too terrifying. In fact, the first true fire pill came from the limitless sword saint, and the 7 profound martial house really didn't have it. Although this pill was the same rank as the disaster pill, because it was rare, it was superior to Dan Luofan's disaster pill. "Little Dan, why are you so nervous?" Lin Ling looked at Dan Luofan. At this moment, Dan Luofan's face was incomparably pale. It seemed that he had lost with the first pill. Although the 7 Profound Martial House doesn't have a pill, this is an 8th grade pill examination, not a test of the rarity of the pill. At least my 8th grade disaster pill is a profound grade pill. But soon, Dan Luofan wanted to regain some face for himself. Little Dan, your attitude is very bad. An alchemist must be humble. How can you be proud and complacent just because you refined a profound grade pill?" Lin Ling's lazy voice sounded out. His tone was just like Dan Luofan's master. Attitude? Many people laughed. Lin Ling seemed to be even more arrogant than Dan Luofan. How arrogant! He actually dared to say that Dan Luofan's attitude wasn't good. This master was actually quite decent. He should teach a lesson, but senior apprentice brother Dan Luofan had lost some face. This medicinal pill is the disaster pill. At this moment, the 3 examiners opened the second bottle of pills, and then their bodies trembled. Lin Ling can also refine the disaster pill? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling could actually refine Dan Luofan's masterpiece. They were all surprised. Only Dan Luofan wasn't surprised. When he was at the Qin family's pill workshop, he already knew that Lin Ling could refine the disaster pill. But, could Lin Ling's disaster pill compare to his Earth-grade disaster pill? But in the next moment, the 3 examiners were shocked. Plop! Dan Luofan's pupils constricted. His legs went soft and he sat down. He had only refined a profound-grade disaster pill, but Lin Ling had refined an Earth-grade pill. Lin Ling had used Dan Luofan's strongest domain to defeat him. Lin Ling could also refine the disaster pill, and it was even better than Dan Luofan's. Impossible, impossible. Dan Luofan shook his head continuously. He had spent the most effort on refining the disaster pill, and that was his pride. But now, his pride had been defeated, and he even doubted himself. Alchemy was the same as martial arts. It had its own alchemy Dao. If one's alchemy Dao collapsed, then they would lose confidence in themselves and think that any pill would fail, never to recover from this setback. Serves you right. When you thought you were a high and mighty alchemist, you lost your own alchemy Dao. Chapter 729. The struggle for Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was not surprised that he had defeated Dan Luofan. This was because he already knew that his alchemy skills were higher than Dan Luofan's, but he did not show it off. If it weren't for Dan Luofan, he would not have come to Nimble Valley today. Dan Luofan was an arrogant alchemist. Killing him would not allow him to recognize himself. Therefore, defeating him in his proudest field was the best counterattack. When Dan Luofan had used pills to frame Lin Ling, he had already taken half a step into this fate. Senior apprentice brother Dan has lost. The crowd secretly sighed. This scene was like a dream. After all, not long ago Dan Luofan was the most dazzling star. His arrogance made it so that no alchemist dared to challenge him. But after Lin Ling appeared, Dan Luofan was constantly humiliated by Lin Ling, and finally was defeated like a stray dog. Lin Ling is taking revenge. Some people secretly said. They guessed that Dan Luofan had wanted to kill Lin Ling, but had failed. Finally, this was the result. Dan Luofan was very sad. The next one is. The 3 examiners looked at Lin Ling, their complexions still ugly. They still could not understand the 3rd bottle of pills. The crowd's hearts trembled. Another pill that they could not understand? Sir, what pill is this? One of the examiners hesitated for a moment before asking for advice. Xiaofan's pupils shrank. These examiners were the highly respected second 36 examiners of the Seven Profound Martial House. Their status was above his, but today they were humbly asking for advice from Lin Ling. This huge contrast made him feel very unreal. Lin Ling was just an insignificant ant. How could he reach this step? The 8th grade Yang Spirit 100-flower pill has a powerful effect of restoring spiritual energy and increasing the limits of the human body. The main ingredient is the Yang Spirit fruit. Lin Ling said indifferently. He had refined quite a few of these pills. He had prepared them for future battles because they could quickly restore his spirit qi. As for the pill recipe, he had obtained it in the ancient tomb. Yang Spirit fruit, TSK, amazing. This pill can probably restore the spirit energy of a royal spirit realm cultivator. The old man sucked in a breath of cold air. Other things aside, just the Yang Spirit fruit alone was enough to show how rare this medicinal pill was. Next is the Heavenly Capital Bright River pill, which is used by Emperor Spirit Realm and Saint Spirit Realm cultivators to cleanse their spiritual energy. Lin Ling calmly said. As expected, the entire square sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of pill was something that the Seven Profound Martial House did not have. Next is the Heaven and Earth Fortune pill. It can change a person's innate king physique. With the Heaven and Earth Fortune fruit as the main ingredient, after refining the pill and swallowing it, the chance of obtaining a fortune is even greater. Qi. Hearing that voice, the square was in an uproar. As alchemists, they had naturally heard of the world's fortune fruit. It could change a martial artist's king body. However, this was the first time they had heard of it being refined into a pill. They were afraid that it could change a martial artist's king body even more. The 5 Souls Borrowing Ghost pill allows martial artists who cultivate the ghost attribute to have the ability to communicate with the power of ghosts and gods. Ancient Flame Guidance pill can borrow the flames of the desolate beast Ancient Flame Devil for a short period of time. It is a devil within flames. Lin Ling opened his mouth again. These pills were all refined for himself. After he finished speaking, he looked at the distant Tang Tianshu. Ancient Flame Guidance pill. Although the flames that come from this pill do not belong to the master, it is at least stronger than some lowly fire attribute innate king physique. You're talking about me? Tang Tianshu's face was incomparably cold. Before, he had used his fire attribute innate king physique to roll over Lin Ling. He had thought that Lin Ling's innate king physique was a lowly innate king physique. But now Lin Ling had actually said that his innate king physique was lowly. Moreover, he had a conjecture that Lin Ling had not feared his majesty of fire. Could it be that he had borrowed the power of the ancient flame guidance pill? I'm talking about a dog. Whoever answers me is the dog. Lin Ling looked at him with disdain, and then no longer paid attention to him. The square was still silent. Countless eyes were looking at Lin Ling. At this moment, the glory belonged to Lin Ling. For the first time in 1,000 years, such a freak had appeared in Linglong Valley. Demonic genius. Not only is his refining technique amazing, his pills are rare, even his ingredients are rare. What a demonic genius. On the high platform, Elder Long Dan could not help but say. Lin Ling's level of alchemy seemed to have opened up a new world for Linglong Valley. An alternative refining method and pill were born. Even Elder Hu Ding was looking at Lin Ling at this moment. Although this junior was very arrogant, it had to be said that he had the qualifications to be arrogant. He was better than all of his disciples. To open up a new path and create a new path, this was one of the essential qualities of an alchemist. Dan Luofan, scram. Elder Hu Ding looked at Dan Luofan and said. He had liked this disciple before, but after Lin Ling's arrival, he was constantly humiliated by Lin Ling. This made him feel that Dan Luofan did not have the necessary attitude of an alchemist. This made him feel even more embarrassed. Master. Master. Dan Luofan's eyes were red. He had lost his pride, and had become the laughingstock of Linglong Valley. From now on, he would truly lose all standing and reputation. As an alchemist, I am not afraid that your skill is not high. What I am afraid of is that your mentality is unstable. Moreover, you have already lost the pride of an alchemist. You are incompatible with Linglong Valley. From now on, Linglong Valley will not welcome you. Elder Hu Ding said again, making Dan Luofan feel as if he had lost his soul. Lin Ling coldly looked at him. Dan Luofan had met his end. He was not stupid enough to sympathize with Dan Luofan. After all, if his level of alchemy was not high, then he would have been crippled by Dan Luofan in the restaurant. At that time, who would sympathize with him? Of course not. Instead, it would attract even more ridicule and suppression. And when he returned to the Seven Profound Martial House, Dan Luofan would have used pills as a reward to destroy him. If his strength had not increased, then he would have been crippled. Therefore, Dan Luofan deserved it. Sins of the heavens can be forgiven, but sins of one's own making are the worst. Humph. Lin Ling coldly said, causing Dan Luofan's eyes to turn red. But in the end, he did not resist. He regretted his actions. In fact, he had many opportunities to make Lin Ling let him go, but he had not cherished them and had continued to commit all sorts of evil deeds. It was only when he had lost everything that he discovered just how wrong he had been. Lin Ling, your talent is very fierce. You have everything that an alchemist needs. Humph. At this time, in the stands, Elder Hu Ding looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Elder Long Dan's pupils shrank, and an uneasy feeling rose in his heart. Now that Elder Hu Ding had lost, he should have been angry out of shame. But Elder Hu Ding did not. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling with a doting look in his eyes. Elder Hu Ding, don't go too far. Humph. Elder Long Dan roared, but Elder Hu Ding only faintly smiled. You didn't teach him anything, so what qualifications do you have to care? Humph. The crowd was puzzled. Just what were these two Elder Xians competing for? Lin Ling also frowned. Could it be that he had caused Elder Hu Ding to lose face, so Elder Hu Ding wanted to erase him? For a time, his heart became dignified. But in the next moment, Elder Hu Ding laughed. He looked at Lin Ling with an even more doting look. Lin Ling, are you interested in coming to my side? What? What? Elder Hu Ding and Elder Long Dan are fighting over Lin Ling? What? The crowd was stunned, their hearts fiercely trembling. Chapter 730. King Body Upgrade. In your dreams, Lin Ling, don't listen to him. Come to me, I have the final say in Linglong Valley. You don't need to bow to anyone in Linglong Valley, and I will tell my disciples that seeing you is like seeing me. So come to me. Elder Long Dan's anxious voice spread out, everyone's eyes focused on Lin Ling. I have the final say in Linglong Valley, not that old ghost. Lin Ling, come to me, I will personally guide you in alchemy. If you want any spirit herbs, just ask. Elder Hu Ding was even more anxious than Elder Long Dan. Lin Ling's eyes widened, so they didn't want to make things difficult for him, but actually wanted to steal him. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Elder Long Dan, Elder Hu Ding, you are both seniors, I respect you greatly, but don't compete, I will come to Linglong Valley often. Alright. Lin Ling didn't want to offend either side, so he could only reply like this. Good, 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 but remember, when you come to Linglong Valley, you have to find me, don't pay attention to that black-faced old man. Elder Hu Ding didn't want to be outdone, when you come to find me, the first one you come to is me. Alright. Lin Ling smiled bitterly, then shook his head and said, "Thank you, Elder Long Dan." I saw that Elder Long Dan seemed to like the 8 trigrams Heaven Fire formation very much. That formation actually has a flaw, it can only refine level 8 to level 9 pills, any higher, the flame power is not enough. If Elder Long Dan doesn't mind, I want to tell you about the formation. Alright. Elder Long Dan's eyes lit up, he was incomparably excited. Although his level of alchemy was higher than Lin Ling's innovation moved his heart. As a Grand Master of Alchemy, as long as it was related to alchemy, he would be interested in it. Elder Hu Ding didn't want to give up, he was also very interested. He rubbed his hands and said, "Lin Ling, when you have time, can you also give me some pointers?" "Alright." His attitude was somewhat shameless, causing many disciples in the plaza to be stunned. Was this their respected Grand Master of Alchemy? In fact, they didn't know that the two elders had been competing for many years. Now that Elder Long Dan wanted to learn a new alchemy method, Hu Ding Elder naturally didn't want to be at a disadvantage. In order to prevent Elder Long Dan from being proud in front of him in the future, he also wanted to learn it. Lin Ling smiled bitterly and shook his head. He suddenly looked at Xiaofan and said, "Elder Hu Ding, there's a disobedient servant here. Shouldn't we drive him out?" Elder Hu Ding's eyes lit up. Earlier, Elder Hu Ding had helped Lin Ling, so Lin Ling had to repay the favor. Elder Hu Ding hadn't helped Lin Ling, so he naturally couldn't learn about ancient formations. But now, Lin Ling had given him a chance, so he owed Lin Ling a favor. "Xiaofan, do you want to get out? Or would he be chased out?" The Nimble Valley was the world of the two elder Xians. This was a sacred place for refining pills. Everything was decided by the elder Xian. Even if the palace master was here, he would not dare to be too arrogant. Xiaofan's pupils widened. He had never thought that things would turn out like this. Lin Ling, what a lucky bastard. Not only had he defeated Dan Luofan with his extraordinary alchemy skills, but he had also obtained the favor of the two elder Xians. This meant that in the 7 profound martial house, Lin Ling had the support of 3 elder Xians. Before, Lin Ling had become the mad god, and had gained a firm foothold. But now, he had gained a firm foothold. Even if Xiaofan wanted to move against Lin Ling, it would be even more difficult. "Get out!" Elder Hu Ding's angry roar sounded out. It was like the roar of the king of beasts. That billowing aura blew Xiaofan away like a gourd. Many people laughed. For a dignified elder to lose face like this was an incomparably rare occurrence in the 7 profound martial house. "Thank you, Elder Hu Ding." Lin Ling was overjoyed. He had gained another backer in the 7 profound martial house. Not only that, but this backer was in charge of the 7 profound martial house's pills. Like this, he wouldn't have to be like before, where everyone would make things difficult for him. Lin Ling had become the disciple of 2 great pill masters, Elder Xian, and could freely enter Exquisite Valley. This news quickly spread throughout the 7 profound martial house. Countless people were shocked. Mad God Lin Ling was fierce. Like this, there were even fewer people that dared to offend Lin Ling. Even the martial house master received this news, and his heart instantly turned cold. His disciple, the second dream, had thought that Lin Ling was the greatest hidden danger, and he had thought that it was the D bloodline Sakra, because the latter had a terrifying bloodline. But now, his thoughts were somewhat shaken. Lin Ling's talent could not compare to Sakra's, but he seemed to have something that Sakra did not have. Perhaps this was the most terrifying thing. Like this Lin Ling was no longer an ant. To be able to freely enter Exquisite Valley, Lin Ling naturally would not waste such an opportunity. What he needed to do now was to raise his king body by a level. After all, he had seen in Exquisite Valley that if his king body was at a low level, others could easily crush him. If it wasn't for the ancient flame demon, then he would have lost face. Next, he needed to learn all of Exquisite Valley's 8th grade pill recipes, and simultaneously refine pills. Soon, he would return to the Cloud Domain. At that time, he would be able to give the pills to the Fire Ancient clan. This trip to Exquisite Valley was quite good. Lin Ling smiled again. In Exquisite Valley, he had refined many pills for himself. Among them, the Ancient Demon Welcoming Pill was the best. It was refined by borrowing the nine-tailed Ancient Flame Demon's flames from his dantian. It allowed him to possess the Ancient Flame Demon's flames for a short period of time. Although it was only a small portion, it still increased his strength by 10%. In addition, the 100-Flower Sun Pill was also a rare pill. After all, the main ingredient was the Yang Spirit Fruit. It could allow Lin Ling to quickly restore his spiritual energy. It was much better than many pills that could restore spiritual energy. In Exquisite Valley, Lin Ling sat cross-legged, holding a fiery red pill in his hand. It was the 1st shade True Fire pill. Currently, he had the 5th shade True Fire, which was the source of all of his true intent of fire. If he could attain the 6th shade True Fire, then his foundation of true intent of fire would reach 60%. If he used the Great Vermilion Bird's flames, Blazing Sun, then it would reach 70%. In addition to half a step to 70% true intent of sword, Lin Ling's strength would increase greatly, and he would be more qualified to fight those above his level. Many people did not know why Lin Ling was able to fight those above his level, but only he knew. It was because he had developed in all aspects, and his foundation was incomparably solid. After that, Lin Ling swallowed the pill, and a scorching hot aura spread throughout his dantian. Pa pa pa. The flames burned, turning everything around Lin Ling into ashes. From afar, one could only see a blood-red flame burning. With the experience of swallowing the 1st shade True Fire pill, Lin Ling was more familiar with the process this time. Time slowly passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Lin Ling's essence, energy, and spirit were undergoing the tempering of the flames. A person's essence, energy, and spirit were formless and colorless, but flames could still burn them. This was the characteristic of the 1st shade True Fire pill. After that, Lin Ling began to feel tired. His spirit was unbearable, and he had no strength left. Of course, this effect was much better than the last time he swallowed it. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. Around his body, 6 balls of fire appeared and floated. Each ball of fire represented the 1st shade. And in his dantian, the Vermilion Bird Dao platform was even clearer. 6th grade Talent King Body. King. Chapter 731. Bitter Calamity Mountain. After that, Lin Ling stabilized his cultivation and went to Elder Long Dan's alchemy place without stopping. Linglong Valley was divided into 2 alchemy camps, Elder Long Dan and Elder Huding. Their alchemy places were naturally different, and the alchemy methods were also different. Bitter Calamity Mountain, this was where Elder Long Dan stored his alchemy recipes. It was a magical place. The mountain was high into the clouds, and the surroundings were covered by gray clouds. It was as if one was in the starry sky, and the glittering starry sky was filled with alchemy recipes. At the top of the mountain, a large number of alchemists gathered there to learn alchemy skills. Elder Long Dan's alchemy recipes were never hidden, but publicly announced. If one wanted to learn, they could go. However, not everyone could learn it easily. Hey, you look unfamiliar. Are you a new disciple? Hello? When Lin Ling arrived at the top of the mountain, a woman wearing a patterned robe looked at him. Her voice was dignified. This woman's robe was embroidered with alchemy furnaces, and her long hair was tied behind her head. She had a valiant aura, but her attitude was a little strict. Lin Ling smiled. Senior sister, I'm new. Hello? How dare a new disciple come to the top of the mountain? Aren't there many 5th and 6th grade alchemy recipes at the foot of the mountain? Go down immediately. The woman said indifferently. Lin Ling frowned. Elder Long Dan had told him before that he could enter Linglong Valley freely. Now, he wanted to learn alchemy recipes, but the other party seemed to have stopped him. Is Elder Long Dan here? Lin Ling did not mind and asked again. Master is studying alchemy. How can he care about a junior like you? I'm the senior sister here. Go down immediately. If you don't blame me for being impolite. The woman frowned. This young man did not know the rules. He was just a new disciple, but he wanted to see Master. He did not understand himself at all. Moreover, she was Master's favorite disciple. This young man was neither arrogant nor humble in front of her. This was too arrogant. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. He did not expect this woman to be so domineering. He sized her up again and guessed that she should be the eldest senior sister type, or perhaps a disciple that Long Dan doted on. Therefore, he did not refute her forcefully. After all, Elder Long Dan had been very good to him, so he had to give face to Elder Long Dan's disciple. In fact, Lin Ling wasn't a difficult person to get along with. He didn't really care about some small difficulties. Alright, then I'll wait for Senior Long Dan at the foot of the mountain. Lin Ling smiled and left. The red-robed woman frowned even more. That young man had actually left without paying his respects. Furthermore, who did he think he was? Waiting for his master at the foot of the mountain? Right now, his master was still studying the newly acquired array formation and had no time at all. Even if he had time, he wouldn't have bothered with that junior. Stop! The red-robed woman shouted angrily, causing many of the disciples who were studying alchemy recipes to look over. Their pupils suddenly constricted. Senior apprentice Sister Hong has been guarding the bitter tragedy mountain all this time. She doesn't know Lin Ling at all. Many disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. In other places of the 7 profound martial house, they could not give face to Lin Ling. But in Nimble Valley, they could not. Several days ago, Lin Ling had blossomed with a dazzling light. His alchemy skills were so unique that the 2 elder Xian adored him to no end. In order to compete for Lin Ling was sometimes below the 2 elder Xian in Nimble Valley. Senior apprentice Sister Hong, a disciple shouted out, wanting to warn the red-robed woman. However, the red-robed woman had great prestige in the bitter tragedy mountain. She turned around and glared at them, causing those disciples to not dare to speak. In bitter tragedy mountain, one could offend Elder Long Dan. After all, the latter was highly respected and would not care about trivial matters. But senior apprentice Sister Hong, could not. I told you to stop, did you not hear me? If you take another step, you will never come back to study alchemy recipes again, and you will never be able to step into the bitter tragedy mountain. The woman called Hong, angrily shouted. This caused Lin Ling to be even more startled. Because he did not bow, the other party was dissatisfied with him? But after he came to the bitter tragedy mountain, the other party was not polite at all. If you don't want to come, then don't come. Lin Ling shook his head and said. Because of Elder Long Dan's face, he did not want to bother with her. Don't. I was just looking for you. At this moment, an anxious voice sounded out from the top of the mountain. Countless people looked up and saw that in the distant gray clouds, a figure was crossing the sky. Because he was anxious, he ran very fast, causing his loose robes to make flapping sounds. Elder Long Dan. Everyone respectfully saluted. However, Elder Long Dan did not pay attention to them. Instead, he chased after Lin Ling. These days, he had been studying the 8-trigram Skyfire array. He wanted to learn it as soon as possible and then suppress that Elder Hu Ding. But who would have thought that in the process of learning, there would be a problem? There were some rhythm of the array that he could not figure out. Therefore, he wanted to ask for Lin Ling's help. Although with his status, asking for Lin Ling's help was somewhat unsightly, when he thought about how he could suppress Elder Hu Ding, he did not care so much. Moreover, he was not the only one asking for Lin Ling's help. Elder Hu Ding was also asking for help, so there was even less of a problem of not being able to put down his face. Don't go. Did I bump into you? How can you leave? Elder Long Dan anxiously shouted again, causing the red-robed woman's beautiful eyes to widen. Master did not let that young man leave. But I don't want to leave either. It was that woman who chased me away. Lin Ling's footsteps had already stopped. He first saluted, then helplessly said. Hong, didn't you say that you admired the genius alchemist Lin Ling? Now that he is here, you actually want to chase him away. Elder Long Dan looked at the red-robed woman with great astonishment, while Hong Er's body trembled. This ordinary-looking young man was the genius alchemist Lin Ling who shocked Ling Long Valley that day. As for Lin Ling, she only knew about him after the incident. But from the mouths of her junior brothers, she knew that Lin Ling's alchemy skills were unique and superb. She admired him greatly and even wanted to see him with her own eyes. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would be chased away by her when he came? For a moment, she bitterly clenched her teeth in regret. Then, her face flushed red with embarrassment and she said, Master, how would I know that he was Lin Ling? Then, she glared at the disciples behind her. Why didn't you remind me? Huh. Those disciples all smiled bitterly. Would we have dared to remind her? Huh, my Hong is sometimes a little arrogant and a little strict. Lin Ling, don't mind her. She doesn't mean any harm. So, please don't leave. I still have many things to ask you. Elder Long Dan had more or less guessed what had happened, and smiled. The other party was very polite. Lin Ling didn't care about this, and now he didn't care. He smiled and said, It's fine. This is also my fault. I didn't tell you my name at the start. No, I was too unruly. Hong Er quickly said, even her face was a little red. Mad God Lin Ling? How was he mad? Lin Ling was like the boy next door. She really didn't know why the geniuses of the Seven Profound Martial House thought that Lin Ling was mad. Good, I can answer all the questions about the 8 trigram Skyfire array. But for some time, I will be leaving the Seven Profound Martial House. So, Senior Long Dan Long, it would be best if you could ask those questions at once. Lin Ling smiled, causing Long Dan Long to nod in excitement. In his heart, he guessed that Lin Ling would be leaving for some time. After answering his questions, it would be some time before Hu Ding Elder could find Lin Ling. During this time, he could suppress Hu Ding Elder. Chapter 732. The second dream's invitation. If Lin Ling knew Long Dan Lao's thoughts, he would be even more helpless. Lin Ling didn't waste any time and hurriedly instructed Long Dan Lao on how to set up the array. Long Dan Long nodded continuously. His soul force was extremely powerful, but he didn't know much about ancient arrays. Therefore, even though Lin Ling guided him step by step, he often made mistakes. Sometimes, Lin Ling couldn't help but reprimand him. The surrounding disciples wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Their bodies were trembling. One of the 12 Xian elders, a highly respected alchemy grandmaster. Even in the rainforest Holy Land, he was famous. Even if he moved his feet, the rainforest Holy Land would be shaken. But now, he was being reprimanded by Lin Ling like a disciple. This scene was too strange. Lin Ling, you're amazing. Wow. Hong Er's beautiful eyes stared at the young man. Her heart was surging. She believed that Lin Ling wasn't as scary as the rumors said. He was approachable. Moreover, Lin Ling's alchemy skills were so strong, but she had never seen him show off. This Lin Ling was actually very low-key. Dan Luofan's pitiful ending was absolutely his own fault. Lin Ling didn't know what Hong was thinking. After instructing Long Dan Lao, he began to learn the pill recipes floating in the sky. In fact, his level of alchemy was not better than Long Danlong's. In fact, it was much worse. The only difference was that Lin Ling knew the elixir recipes that Long Danlong did not know, and that unique refining method. Lin Ling is learning pill recipes. The alchemists around looked at Lin Ling. They were looking forward to how many pill recipes Lin Ling could learn. Long Dan Lao looked at Lin Ling and smiled. He said to Hong, how many pill recipes do you think he can learn? These are 7th and 8th grade pill recipes. They're broad and profound. I guess he can learn more than 100. Hong looked at Lin Ling's back with admiration. 100? You underestimate him too much. Long Danlong said with a faint smile. Then he strode away to study his 8 trigrams heavenly fire formation. Could it be that he wants to break the Bitter Adversity Mountain's record and learn over 300 pill recipes? Hong Er's eyes narrowed. There were many alchemists in Ling Long Valley. Other than those who were still learning, there were also many genius alchemists who were ranked in the top 100 of the prodigy roll. However, those alchemists rarely came to Ling Long Valley. In the past, there was a truly monstrous alchemist in Ku-yi Mountain who had once learned 365 types of 8th grade pill recipes. It was very difficult to concoct an 8th grade medicinal pill. The refinement of medicinal ingredients, the fusion of medicinal pills, the control of heat, and the production of pills all required a lot of knowledge. One even needed to calculate. To be able to learn more than 300 8th grade medicinal pill recipes in one go, if that wasn't a monster, then what was? Time passed quietly. On the summit of Bitter Adversity Mountain, all the alchemists were shocked. Lin Ling was still looking at the pill recipes floating in the sky. He didn't seem to be tired at all. Moreover, many of them saw that Lin Ling would sometimes grab a pill recipe from the sky with his right hand and throw it away after a glance. This left them puzzled. After all, most people would grab a pill recipe and then diligently study it. Then, they would throw it away. Did this mean that he didn't want to learn the pill recipe? Or was it disdain? Although I admire him a little, his mentality doesn't seem to be good. Hong had also been paying attention to Lin Ling. She discovered that this blue and white robed youth was extremely mysterious. 3 days later, Lin Ling rubbed his somewhat numb temples. Then, he closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. When he opened his eyes, a smile appeared on his face. His study at Bitter Adversity Mountain had ended. Wait, Lin Ling, how many pill recipes have you learned? Seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave, Hong couldn't help but ask. All the alchemists looked over, their eyes filled with curiosity. How many? I don't remember. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. Then, he shook his head and smiled. Then there should be 300. No, that's not right. If you've forgotten how many you've learned, then it shouldn't be that many. Hong Er's beautiful eyes flashed. Could it be that Lin Ling had studied too many pill recipes and had become stupid? The crowd's eyes also flashed, thinking the same thing. It's not that I've forgotten many, but that I've learned all the pill recipes here. It's just that I've spent a bit too much time on them. However, this is my first time coming to Bitter Adversity Mountain, so I definitely can't compare to you. Lin Ling helplessly smiled. He could sense that this elder senior apprentice sister Hong seemed to be mocking him for spending too much time. But, he didn't care. In any case, it was fine as long as he could learn all the pill recipes. However, as his words fell, the entire mountaintop fell silent. He had learned all of them in 3 days. There were countless pill recipes here, yet Lin Ling had actually learned all of them? Everyone's jaws dropped open, their hearts shaking like thunder. Lin Ling had created the first record of Bitter Adversity Mountain, surpassing that monstrous alchemist who had once been ranked at the top of the proud Son of Heaven decree. Monster. Hong couldn't help but say. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, not understanding why she would say such a thing. But then, he was too lazy to care about what others thought of him. If they wanted to laugh at him, then laugh at him. He had to return to the cloud domain. Freak. On the mountaintop, all the alchemists cried out in horror. Lin Ling didn't know that all the alchemists thought of him as a freakish monster. In the distance, Elder Long Dan faintly smiled. He was the only one who wasn't surprised. This was because he knew that Lin Ling's soul force was able to accomplish all of this. Lin Ling was currently the most powerful monstrous alchemist in Exquisite Valley. As for where his limits were, even Elder Long Dan didn't know. After leaving Exquisite Valley, Lin Ling stopped outside the vast valley. His lips curved up in a warm smile. He had been in the rainforest Holy Land for almost a year now. From an ant-like existence, he had gradually become more powerful. He had even established a firm foothold in the 7 Profound Martial House. Therefore, it was time for his loved ones to come. He had just taken a few steps when a figure blocked in front of Lin Ling. This person was around 20 years old. His face was thin, but his eyes were indifferent. He had one hand behind his back, and his other hand held a black invitation card. "You are Lin Ling. Someone told me to give you an invitation card, and that you should go." Calm. There was even a touch of curiosity in the depths of his eyes. Obviously, he had heard of Mad God Lin Ling's name before. But this person was only ranked 250 on the proud Son of Heaven decree. How arrogant could he be? "Who is that person?" Lin Ling said with a frown. "Look at the invitation card and you will know." The person lightly replied. There was a jade card hanging from his waist. From his appearance, he seemed to be a proud Son of Heaven on the proud Son of Heaven decree. His strength was good, he was at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. "Okay, I understand." Lin Ling calmly replied. This person's attitude was a bit arrogant, so he didn't need to lower his voice. Humph. The person coldly snorted and left, as if he had completed the task entrusted to him. Lin Ling picked up the invitation card and looked at it. The name on the invitation card was The Second Dream. Lin Ling was unfamiliar with this person, and didn't understand why they had invited him. But as he continued to read, another name appeared. It was Sakura. The invitation card also stated the purpose of the banquet. The girl called The Second Dream wanted to announce her love life, so she had invited all the proud sons of heaven to attend. This woman has great prestige. She actually wants to invite all the proud sons of heaven on the proud Son of Heaven decree. Lin Ling pondered. If Sakura's name wasn't there, then he definitely wouldn't go to this banquet. But the invitation card had Sakura's name. Chapter 733. 100 Proud Sons of Heaven. This matter was related to Sakura, so Lin Ling didn't think too much about it. He went to the location. The banquet was held in the 7 Profound Martial House. The 7 Profound Martial House was very large. It was like a city. Naturally, it had its own bustling streets. The banquet was being held at the Sky Universe Palace, the largest restaurant in the 7 Profound Martial House. It was said that the person behind the restaurant was one of the 12 Xian elders, and those that were able to enter were all illustrious characters of the 7 Profound Martial House. The Second Dream is able to invite so many people to the Sky Universe Palace. Her origin is not small. Lin Ling secretly guessed. As he walked down the street, he saw a massive number of disciples of the Seven Profound Martial House. Some of them recognized Lin Ling and avoided him. The name of the Mad God was currently famous throughout the Seven Profound Martial House. A moment later, the Sky Universe Palace appeared in front of him. The palace was magnificent, and broad. The gate was engraved with gorgeous cloud patterns, and the degree of grandeur was no less than that of Cloud Sea City's imperial palace. Lin Ling's eyes swept around. At this moment, there were no guards at the magnificent palace, but people were entering one after another. In the distance, there were many Moon Guard-level disciples looking on in awe. They didn't dare to take a single step into the Sky Universe Palace. It seemed that if one wanted to enter the Sky Universe Palace, they had to have a certain status. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this time, there was a rumbling sound in the distance. The clouds in the sky parted, and a gorgeous and dazzling palace appeared from the distant horizon. This palace was carried by 5 beautiful women, and wherever the palace passed, fresh flowers would sprinkle down. The fragrance of the flowers overflowed, and it was incomparably dazzling. The traversing flower palace has appeared. It is the proud son of heaven's 99th ranked Wuxia. The crowd's pupils shrank. The Seven Profound Martial House was very large, so it wasn't common to see a powerful proud son of heaven. But the traversing flower palace was the symbol of the proud son of heaven, Wuxia. Then the palace descended, and a youth in a fiery red robe walked out. His hands were crossed behind his back, and he was handsome and confident. He was like a demon king, and his powerful aura caused everyone around him to be in awe. Wuxia, what a rare sight. Have you come out of seclusion? An indifferent voice came from the distance, and a young man in cotton clothes slowly walked over. This young man did not care about his appearance, and as he walked, he drank wine. As he walked, bubbles floated around him and floated into the sky. When the bubbles burst, the smell of alcohol filled the air. It was a very strange power. The young man seemed to have transformed into a wine pot. However, the crowd knew that another genius ranked in the top 100 had arrived. Bang bang bang. In the distance, a 20-meter-tall giant walked over, causing the street to sway. A jade-like radiance appeared on the surface of the giant's body. As he walked, his body gradually shrank. Obviously, this person's defensive martial arts were extremely strong. The giant spirit king is here too. The crowd was even more shocked. The young man who had returned to his normal appearance was ranked 88th. He was at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Plane and had a 7th-level king body. He was extremely terrifying. At the same time, an ear-piercing eagle's cry came from the distance, causing everyone's ears to ring. In the sky, a gigantic golden feathered eagle stirred up the clouds and slowly descended, looking down at the crowd. On the eagle, a young man in embroidered clothes floated down, looking at the crowd with an indifferent expression. Golden feathered eagle, according to legend, it has the bloodline of a vicious beast. It can travel 1,000 miles in a day. It's the fastest flying demonic beast. That must be Jin Pengzi, the genius who came from the North Sea and shone in the last 100 regions competition. The crowd was shocked again. Today, the Sky Universe Palace had welcomed many peerless geniuses. Lin Ling's eyes were shining. Very strong. Were these geniuses ranked above 250? I heard that the second dream is going to announce her lover. Hee, I'm looking forward to it. Ha. However, to be worthy of the second dream, he shouldn't be a nobody. Otherwise, how could he convince the crowd? Ha. The proud geniuses didn't pay attention to the people around them. They chatted with each other and entered the Sky Universe Palace one after another. As for the others, they could only admire, they simply couldn't enter. Lin Ling frowned. He suddenly felt that the second dream was much larger than he had imagined. It was able to summon so many top geniuses. Moreover, the second dream's sensational announcement seemed to have harmed his big brother. Of course, this was only a guess. After all, whether or not the second dream was his big brother's lover had to be confirmed. This person's face is unfamiliar, and he's only at the early royal spirit realm. He dares to enter the Sky Universe Palace. The top geniuses soon discovered Lin Ling and were curious. After all, every youth that could enter the Sky Universe Palace was famous in the Seven Profound Martial House. Even the weakest of them was at the middle royal spirit realm. For an early royal spirit realm cultivator to dare enter, this was very abnormal. He should be a new rising junior. I heard that there were several dark horses in the preliminaries of the Proud Son of Heaven tournament. This junior is really full of drive. He wants to surpass us older geniuses. The top geniuses looked at Lin Ling in front of the gate. They didn't try to make things difficult for him. After all, with their seniority, they disdained to do anything. They were just curious. Little Rock, what are you looking at? Don't scare this junior. The genius called Jin Pengzi laughed softly. On his shoulder, the golden feathered rock from before had transformed into the size of an ordinary eagle. It stood majestically on his shoulder, and its sharp gaze was fixed on Little Flame, who was on his shoulder. This youth is called Lin Ling. He is known as the Mad God. He is so arrogant that he doesn't place any other genius in his eyes. At this moment, a light voice sounded out. Everyone looked over and saw that the one speaking was the 18th young master, Tang Tianshu. Although Tang Tianshu wasn't a top genius on the Proud Son of Heaven tournament, no one dared to underestimate him. This was because he was less than 20 years old and came from the Great Tang Empire, one of the 5 great ancient countries. Because of this, Tang Tianshu had the qualifications to enter the Sky Universe Palace. Moreover, many of the older geniuses knew that this Tang Tianshu would surpass many of them in the future. Mad God Lin Ling? An early royal spirit realm cultivator has the qualifications to be arrogant? Golden Rock narrowed his eyes. The others were the same. They were beginning to suspect that this youth dared to enter the Sky Universe Palace. They didn't think that this youth would be the Mad God Lin Ling. Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't thought that he would suddenly become the center of attention. He looked at Tang Tianshu and saw a cold smile on the latter's face. Tang Tianshu was pushing Lin Ling into the limelight. The geniuses here were all a cut above the rest. They were all proud and arrogant. How could they submit to a junior like Lin Ling? The second dream? This is hard to guess. According to the rules of the Sky Universe Palace, those who enter must be ranked at least 200 on the Proud Son of Heaven tournament. But this little Lin Ling is only ranked 250. Isn't it embarrassing for us to be together with him? Golden Rock said disdainfully. At first, he didn't care about Lin Ling, but after hearing the name Mad God, he became even more interested. Little Rock, today is a gathering of geniuses. You can't be rude. Even if you see that he doesn't care about you, don't attack him. Yes. Golden Rock said again. Everyone's eyes lit up. They looked at the majestic Golden Rock and suddenly had a guess. Chapter 734. The First Dark Horse. Suddenly, the Golden Rock let out a loud and clear cry. It was looking at the little monkey on Lin Ling's shoulder. The Golden Rock had a noble bloodline. After seeing Lin Ling's Little Flame, it naturally wanted to make Little Flame kneel down and submit. The crowd became even more interested. Jin Pengzi smiled indifferently. Although it was not appropriate for him to teach Lin Ling a lesson due to his seniority, he could use his mount to play with Lin Ling. This would not affect his status. GG. However, under countless gazes, Little Flame on Lin Ling's shoulder widened its eyes. Not only was it not afraid, it even bared its fangs. Many people's eyes narrowed. Demonic beasts should tremble in fear when they see the king of demonic beasts. That little monkey was actually not afraid of the golden rock. One had to know that in the ancient records, the ancestor of the golden rock was one of the 10 ancient ferocious beasts, the kun. It was said that there was a fish in the north. The kun was so big that no one knew how many thousands of miles it was. It transformed into a bird and was called a rock. From its origin, one could see how mysterious the golden rock was. As for the little monkey, it looked so gloomy. What kind of noble bloodline did it have? Little Flame, we are here to attend the banquet. Don't cause trouble. All right. Lin Ling said indifferently. Little Flame on his shoulder waved its fist in dissatisfaction. After that, it fell asleep on Lin Ling's shoulder again. Boom! The golden rock's voice became even louder. However, the little monkey did not seem to have heard it. It even waved its hand in disdain and slept even more soundly. What's going on? Yes. Jean Pengzi frowned. He felt very surprised and embarrassed. Previously, he had proudly ridden the golden-feathered great rock. Everyone was in awe and envy. But now, the little monkey was not afraid of the golden-feathered great rock. It even slept under the pressure of the golden-feathered great rock. This made people doubt the nobility of the golden-feathered great rock. Can you move aside? Yes. Lin Ling's expression remained calm as he spoke to the elite skyprides in front of the door. Lin Ling was truly arrogant. He was only at the early Emperor Spirit Realm, and yet he dared to ignore them. Not only that, but there were so many people watching. This made it difficult for them to step down. After all, according to the rules of the 7 profound martial house, when the weak saw the strong, they should respectfully bow. Even if they were toyed with by a senior, they should swallow their anger. However, Lin Ling did not. His reaction was calm. Golden Rock Z, let me do it. Right at this moment, a voice rumbled like thunder. A tall and sturdy young man walked over and stood in front of Lin Ling. He was at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm and was ranked at the 220th position on the Prodigy rankings. He was extremely powerful while Lin Ling was only ranked at the 250th position. Lin Ling, how about we compare notes? The young man said as he looked at Lin Ling. The other elite skyprides of heaven faintly smiled. With their seniority, it was not appropriate for them to bully Lin Ling. After all, even if they won, it would be an unfair victory. But this young man was different. After all, this young man and Lin Ling's cultivation were similar, and their rankings were also the same. Also, they wanted to see just how strong Mad God Lin Ling was. Did he have the qualifications to be so arrogant? Thunder Lord Ing. As the crowd looked at this young man, a name appeared in their minds. This person was the greatest dark horse of this year's Prodigy Rankings preliminaries. Until now, Thunder Lord Ing had been an ordinary elite of the 7 profound martial house. But this year, he had inadvertently obtained an ancient 7th grade Emperor step martial art, and had displayed his king body to the limit. In the Prodigy Rankings preliminaries, he had swept away all the elites of his realm, and his name had shaken the 7 profound martial house. Obviously, Thunder Lord Ing was a genius that had accumulated a great deal of experience. There were many kinds of geniuses. Some were born as a proud son of heaven, and had a terrifying talent. Some had a sudden epiphany, and soared to the heavens. Some had accumulated a great deal of experience, and cultivated steadily, and finally rose to prominence. Thunder Lord Ing was the third kind. The 7 profound martial house respects martial prowess. We do not rely on arrogance, nor do we rely on arrogance to attract the attention of others. So, do you dare or not? Calm. Thunder Lord Ying's expression was indifferent. His eyes were tranquil, as if he did not want to compare notes with Lin Ling. Rather, it was Lin Ling who wanted to compare notes with him. That was his reward for Lin Ling. Not too far behind him, Tang Tianshu silently smiled. He also wanted to see Lin Ling's strength. Of course, he also wanted to see Lin Ling lose face at Sky Universe Palace, and take revenge for the enmity at Exquisite Valley. What, you don't dare? Thunder Lord Ing said again, the disdain on his face thickening, causing the crowd to laugh. Thunder Lord Ing was tall and steady, like a guardian god. But Lin Ling was thin and tall. Compared to him, Lin Ling was very small. How long have you been cultivating at the 7 Profound Martial House? Lin Ling calmly asked, ignoring the gazes around him. I came when I was 17 years old. I have been here for 3 years, and I am the #1 dark horse of the proud Son of Heaven preliminaries. Thunder Lord Ing proudly replied, as if saying that Lin Ling only dared to bully the weak. Facing a powerhouse, he would return to his original form. So you are 20 years old? Lin Ling nodded. I am 18 years old, younger than you. I have been at the 7 Profound Martial House for less than a year, but you have been here for 3 years. Not only that, but in the proud Son of Heaven preliminaries, you were the #1 dark horse. You should be invincible in the Middle Emperor Spirit Realm. So in order to prove that you are stronger than me, you want to compare notes with me? Thunder Lord Ing was startled, and then his complexion turned ugly. That's right, Thunder Lord Ing and Lin Ling's ages are far apart in terms of cultivation time. The crowd's eyes flashed. Lin Ling was right. If Thunder Lord Ing were to compare notes with Lin Ling, that would be the same as bullying the weak. With Thunder Lord Ying's seniority, he should be challenging Golden Rock and the other top proud sons of heaven. Then do you dare or not? If you don't dare, then don't even think about entering Sky Universe Temple. Thunder Lord Ing coldly said. Now that things had come to this, he could not give up halfway. You are the #1 dark horse. Very overbearing, bullying the weak, and even speaking righteously. Your skin is also very thick. Lin Ling lightly said, causing Thunder Lord Ying's pupils to widen. Lin Ling was taunting him, and Lin Ling did not seem to want to compare notes. Most importantly, if Lin Ling refused, no one would think that Lin Ling was afraid of death. Lin Ling, where is your Mad God title? Tang Tianshu frowned. He couldn't help but ask. If Lin Ling did not want to fight, could he only watch helplessly as Lin Ling entered Sky Universe Temple? Trying to goad me is useless. Also, did I say that I don't dare? Lin Ling's eyes swept over Tang Tianshu, and then he calmly replied. The other party had already come to his door to bully him. If he had the strength, then he naturally did not fear a fight. Not only that, but he also wanted to test the strength of the ranked 220 on the proud Son of Heaven decree. He agreed. The crowd was stunned. Lin Ling was younger, and his time in the 7 Profound Martial House was even shorter. If he didn't fight, then that was normal, and no one thought that he was a coward. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would actually agree to fight? This Lin Ling was truly crazy. In truth, many geniuses did not fear a middle-stage Royal Spirit Realm martial artist. In fact, many of them could even jump ranks to fight. But if they were also facing a genius, then jumping ranks to fight was very difficult. Most importantly, Thunder Lord Ing was a peak middle-stage Royal Spirit Realm talent. He was different from those law enforcement disciples that Lin Ling had killed. After all, Thunder Lord Ing was the dark horse of the proud Son of Heaven decree preliminaries. He was invincible in the middle stage of the Royal Spirit Realm. Chapter 735. Unrivaled Realm. My impression of you has changed, Mad God Lin Ling. You know I'm a dark horse and you still dare to challenge me, you're really crazy. Thunder Lord Ing laughed lightly. He was afraid that Lin Ling wouldn't challenge him, then he wouldn't be able to answer to Jin Pengzi. But since Lin Ling agreed, then he could teach him a good lesson. As for losing? Thunder Lord Ying didn't think about it. He was an unrivaled mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator, how could he lose to Lin Ling? I won't fight to the death in front of so many people. After all, I don't have any enmity with you, I'm only here because someone asked me to. So let's just have a normal fight. If you can break through my defense, then I won't go to Sky Universe Palace. Thunder Lord Ying walked down step by step. An oppressive chi spread out, causing the ground to shake slightly. Jin Pengzi and Tang Tianshu smiled indifferently. They wanted to see how Lin Ling would face Thunder Lord Ying. I'll only defend and not attack. Thunder Lord Ying stopped and said proudly. His words made many people's hearts tremble. As expected of the dark horse of the preliminary round, he had courage. Following Thunder Lord Ying's disdainful voice, the image of an ancient elephant appeared behind him. It was as steady as a mountain, unmoving even if the sky collapsed. Pa, pa, pa. The hard ground of Sky Universe Palace cracked, as if Thunder Lord Ying's strength was as heavy as a mountain. Thunder Lord Ying is a defensive maniac. He once carried 3 cities on his back in Sky Pharma region. Everyone was talking. The crowd was discussing fervently. During the preliminaries of the Prodigy ranking, they had already seen how terrifying Thunder Lord Ying was. It seemed that no one at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm could shake him. However, to be able to carry 3 large cities on his back and not move, this was extremely terrifying. The cities were already enormous, and there were even 3 of them. Even though Thunder Lord Ying was carrying the cities with 2 hands, he still didn't move. This meant that his foundation was extremely solid. I have a 6th grade king body, the suppressing hell elephant body. Thunder Lord Ying continued, I only know one kind of martial arts, the suppressing hell elephant body. It's a true meaning of martial arts, it allowed me to reach 70% true meaning of martial arts. A 6th grade king body, this was a very frightening advantage. Adding on the 70% true meaning of martial, it was no wonder that Thunder Master Ying had the confidence to stand there and let others hit him. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He could also feel Thunder Lord Ying's enormous aura. His cultivation was higher than Lin Ling's, his talent was the same as his king body, and his true meaning of martial intent was also the same. This Thunder Lord Ying was truly formidable. Today is an invitation to a banquet, so it's not suitable for a long battle. Let's settle this in 10 moves. Lin Ling said after taking a deep breath. 10 moves. During the preliminary round, Hu Liehu, a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm prodigy, couldn't break through Lightning Lord Ying's defenses even after 100 moves. This Lin Ling sure is confident. The crowd was stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that Thunder Lord Ying hadn't even stated his conditions, but Lin Ling himself had. He wanted to break through Lin Ling's defense in 10 moves. Lin Ling didn't want to lose face, so he was trying to show off. Ignoring the crowd's thoughts, Lin Ling slowly pulled out his tyrannical song sword. His eyes were cold. He wanted to test the strength of a prodigy ranked 200 on the prodigy ranking, and he also wanted to see his own limits. Earth-shattering sky. Xiao. A sharp sword intent bloomed. Lin Ling took a step forward, and a frenzied sword slash came out like a storm. Amazing. This was the first time many people saw Lin Ling in action, but this move proved that Lin Ling's strength was invincible in the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Is that all you've got? However, Thunder Lord Ying shook his head in disdain. The terrifying aura around him grew even stronger, and an ancient suppressing hell elephant covered his entire body. Dang, dang, dang. All the sword slashes landed on Thunder Lord Ying's body, but the latter was indifferent. He didn't even bat an eyelid. Using his body to block the sword, this defensive power was terrifying. This was the suppressing hell elephant's tyrannical strength. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He noticed that there were rays of light circulating around Thunder Lord Ying's body. He had actually blocked his sword slashes with ease. First move. Thunder Lord Ying's indifferent voice rang out. Sword shaking mountains and rivers. Lin Ling's expression didn't change, and his powerful sword intent slashed out once again. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. Lin Ling also noticed that Thunder Lord Ying was able to reflect his sword intent. At least 30% of it had been reflected back. No wonder Thunder Lord Ying was only defending. The more powerful the attack, the more harmful it would be to the user. However, if one didn't use a powerful attack, they wouldn't be able to break through his defense. Thunder Lord Ying's martial arts and his king physique gave people a feeling of invincibility. Flames of the Great Vermilion Bird. Blazing Sun, Vermilion Bird. Lin Ling's body flowed like water. He stabbed his sword into the ground and stretched out his hands. A great vermilion bird appeared on his left hand, and a blazing sun appeared on his right hand. He was bathed in flames, as if he wanted to destroy everything. What a powerful flame power. Lin Ling actually has a 6th grade king physique. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Some of them had seen Lin Ling fight before, but their impression was that he had a 5th grade king physique. But now, he had a 6th grade king physique. This meant that Lin Ling's king physique was very special and could continuously improve. Lin Ling was able to laugh at the top 200 and below on the Heaven's Pride list. He indeed had some strength. Destroy. The two flame powers crazily rushed out, causing many of the Heaven's Prides to narrow their eyes and retreat. That's all you've got? Outside the gate, the 18th young master, Tang Tianshu, smirked disdainfully. Last time, Lin Ling had strangely broken his flame. He thought that Lin Ling's king's physique was very powerful, but it turned out that he was only of the 6th rank. Boom! The two flames crazily rushed towards Thunder Lord Ying. It was as if the heavens had descended. Prison suppression. At this moment, a cold shout rang out. Thunder Lord Ying raised his right foot high and stomped on the ground. It was as if an ancient giant elephant had lifted its foreleg and stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! A thick and heavy force that seemed capable of destroying everything erupted from Thunder Lord Ying's body, blowing in all directions. Chi! Chi! The flames of the great vermilion bird and the blazing sun that could burn anything were both extinguished. One had to know that these two flames had already reached 70% completion, but they were still unable to harm Thunder Lord Ying. What a terrifying defensive power! Many people's faces stiffened. Thunder Lord Ying was indeed an invincible Heaven's Pride in the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. That's the 4th move. Is that all you've got? Thunder Lord Ying looked at Lin Ling like a giant elephant amidst the surging airwaves. He tilted his head and his words were filled with disdain. It's not even 10 moves. You'd better not be too proud. Lin Ling replied indifferently. His heart was heavy. Thunder Lord Ying was stronger than he had imagined. Dominating the world. With a wave of his right hand, Lin Ling pulled out his sword and slashed out with his terrifying sword intent. AI, you can't even defeat me in 100 moves. You're not qualified to enter the Sky Universe Palace. Thunder Lord Ying said with disdain. 5th move, failure. 6th move, failure. 7th move, failure. The crowd shook their heads when they saw that Lin Ling's continuous attacks were futile. The mad god Lin Ling could not be arrogant at this moment. It was as the top Heaven's Pride had said. Lin Ling could only be arrogant when facing the weak. Facing a true Heaven's Pride, he was like a stray dog. His king physique is the same as mine, and his martial intent is the same as mine. But his cultivation level is higher than mine. Chapter 736. Who was the first dark horse? This sword is interesting. You can actually fuse a half-step 70% sword intent and a 70% sword intent. Lightning Lord Ying's eyes flickered as he said seriously. But that was it. Dominating the world. An even more terrifying sword slashed out. Rumble. The fusion of the two great true meanings caused Thunderbolt Lord Ying's enormous body to finally be pushed back. He stretched out both of his hands, and actually managed to grab hold of Lin Ling's sword. Veins popped out on his forehead as he finally roared, "Break!" The sword slash was also broken. The crowd was even more terrified. Was Lightning Lording torturing Lin Ling? The eighth move, that should be your final trump card. Unfortunately, I have to disappoint you. Lightning Lording waved his slightly numb hand and smiled faintly. But his heart was heavy. The power of the previous sword slash had increased crazily, and he had used up 80% of his strength to break it. This Lin Ling was very powerful. If he had participated in the preliminary round, his result would not have been much worse than his. But the most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling's cultivation was one level lower than his. 10 moves have not passed yet. It's hard to say. Lin Ling replied faintly. His heart was heavy. Another one of his trump cards had been broken. Was Lightning Lording really invincible? It seemed like he was still too weak. The crowd was silent as they stared at the ground beneath Lightning Lord Ying's feet. There were 2 deep marks on the ground caused by Lightning Lording blocking Lin Ling's sword. During the preliminary round, it seemed like no one had been able to do this. Although this Lin Ling was not Lightning Lord Ying's opponent, his strength was also terrifying. Most importantly, Lin Ling was younger than Lightning Lord Ying. What if they were at the same age? The 9th move. Lin Ling slapped his left hand and a pill appeared in his mouth. He then swallowed it slowly. Ancient Demon Welcoming Pill. His current cultivation was weaker than Thunder Lord Ying's, so his king physique and martial true meaning were unable to display his advantage. He could only rely on another trump card. Moreover, this was only one of Lin Ling's trump cards. He still had another trump card that he had yet to use. He was thinking of using it in his 10th attack, which was his sole power. Of course, apart from this trump card, Lin Ling still had another powerful trump card, which was the Ancient Flame Demon. However, the Ancient Flame Demon was unstable and could easily devour its owner. It was a move that would cause both sides to suffer. Therefore, unless it was a life and death situation, Lin Ling would never use it. Boom! A white flame blossomed and enveloped Lin Ling's entire body. A wild and domineering aura filled the air, causing the crowd to tremble. Lin Ling actually had other flames? This flame is very strange. It doesn't seem to be an innate king body. Tang Tianshu furrowed his brows. After the flame appeared, it gave him an ancient and violent feeling. It did not seem to be a flame controlled by a martial artist, but a beast. He also felt that when the flame appeared, the flame in his body seemed to have been affected. Lin Ling borrowed the power of the pill to change the flame. If that flame is Lin Ling's innate king physique, then Lin Ling's innate talent is terrifying. Tang Tianshu thought. Let's try it now. After taking the Ancient Demon Welcoming Pill for the first time, Lin Ling felt a huge amount of energy gushing out from his dantian. The white flame swallowed the vermilion bird's flames and grew crazily. It even made him feel as if he was the Ancient Flame Demon. I didn't expect such a move. Let's try it. Thunder Lord Ying's face turned serious. He did not dare to underestimate Lin Ling anymore. 3 Elephants Prison. Thunder Lord Ying let out an angry roar, and 3 ancient giant elephants appeared. Dominating the world. It was still the same ordinary sword attack. It was still the fusion of martial true meaning and fire true meaning. However, at this moment, the flame changed, turning into a demonic white color. Xiao. A figure slashed towards Thunder Lord Ing like a dream. Boom. Thunder Lord Ing pushed his palms forward. Like a giant elephant raising its legs, a large number of ghosts appeared behind him. It was said that in another holy land, elephants were sacred objects used to guard hell. When the hell-suppressing elephant moved, the ghosts of hell would fly out. However, the divine elephant was not facing ordinary flames. It was facing an ancient flame demon. Roar! Under countless gazes, a huge nine-tailed ancient flame demon appeared. It was formed by flames and clashed with the divine elephant crazily, causing the jade steps on the street to tremble. What a terrifying power! Many people sucked in a cold breath. Some were even affected by the power and spat out blood. The top prodigies' faces turned serious. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so powerful that he could make Thunder Lord Ing use his full strength. Pop! Pop! In the next moment, the sound of spiritual energy exploding rang out. In the open space, the two beasts collapsed. In the rolling spiritual energy fluctuations, two figures flew out. Lin Ling retreated 100 steps. Thunder Lord Ing retreated 80 steps. He was still standing proudly, looking at Lin Ling with a faint smile. Invincible, as expected of Invincible. Looking at the giant Thunder Lord Ing, the crowd was in an uproar. The result of this move was clear. Thunder Lord Ing deserved his title of Invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. The spiritual energy in Lin Ling's body kept surging. He was slightly injured. He looked at Thunder Lord Ing with furrowed brows. The number one in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm was really strong. His ancient demon welcoming pill could not break through his opponent's defense. You can swallow the pill and prepare for the 10th move. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a crazy desire to battle. Today, Lin Ling must enter the Sky Universe Palace. Lin Ling, you haven't given up yet. Many people suddenly admired Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was defeated by an early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator, he was still honorable. The top geniuses sneered. They did not care about the honorable defeat. They only knew that Lin Ling was blocked from entering the Sky Universe Palace and was too ashamed to enter. That was enough. The 10th move? Thunder Lord Ing slowly raised his head and looked deeply at Lin Ling. Suddenly, a bitter smile appeared on his face. When he faced Lin Ling's sword of too true intense, he had already used 80% of his strength. It was just that no one could see it on the surface. But on the 9th move, he had reached his limit. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Thunder Lord Ing gave Lin Ling a thumbs up before collapsing to the ground. Silence. The Sky Universe Palace was completely silent. Thunder Lord Ing lost? This scene was beyond everyone's imagination. They thought that Thunder Lord Ing would continue to crush Lin Ling's pride. But who knew that he would suddenly vomit blood and faint on the 9th move? This meant that Lin Ling had won. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. This result was also beyond his expectations. He wanted to use even more powerful trump cards. Then, he smiled helplessly. After putting away his sword, he slowly walked towards the Sky Universe Palace's main gate. Wherever he passed, everyone would make way for him. Now, no one dared to say that Lin Ling was not qualified to enter. Moreover, Lin Ling did not participate in the preliminary round. If he had, then he would be the true dark horse. You're just borrowing the power of the pill. Without the pill, how could you defeat Thunder Lord Ing? At this moment, Tang Tianshu's disdainful voice rang out. When Lin Ling heard it, he shook his head and sneered. Then can I say that he's just borrowing the fact that he has more time to cultivate than me? If we had the same amount of time, then he would not have been able to defeat me? Tang Tianshu's eyes narrowed. He could not refute this. The crowd also nodded. Originally, even if Lin Ling had lost, he would have lost honorably. After all, Lin Ling's foundation was weak, so Lin Ling won by relying on the pill. This was not embarrassing. Chapter 737. Overbearing and magnificent, get out of my way. Is it fun to stand in the middle of the road? Stop. Lin Ling ignored the pale-faced Tang Tianshu and lightly said. These peak-proud children of heaven were lofty and aloof. Because he hadn't respectfully bowed to them, they had deliberately made things difficult for him. He didn't need to give them any face, and he believed that in front of the gates of Sky Universe Palace, these peak-proud children of heaven wouldn't dare to move against him. Lin Ling. These peak-proud children of heaven glared at Lin Ling, their eyes cold, but they had no words to refute him. If people give me face 3 times, then I give them face 5 times. If people don't want face, then I don't need to give them face either. Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders, his eyes looking at Thunder Lord Ing on the ground. In fact, he knew that in the previous battle, if Thunder Lord Ing had attacked from the side, then it would have been very difficult for him to win. Thus, he had won this battle by a fluke. Not only that, but the ancient demon welcoming pill had a time limit. If Thunder Lord Ing had survived, then he would have had to face another situation. Of course, Thunder Lord Ing had been too confident in himself. He had actually dared to only defend and not attack. Not only that, but Lin Ling still had a hidden card that he hadn't used yet. Through this battle, Lin Ling had a much better understanding of his own strength. Without using his soul force or the ancient flame demon, he could erupt with his full strength and defeat the strongest Middle Emperor Spirit Realm proud children of heaven. Of course, this was only in the 7 profound martial house. As for the peak Middle Emperor Spirit Realm proud children of heaven from the other 6 great martial halls, he didn't know. After all, he hadn't fought them yet. Stop. At this moment, an icy voice sounded out, blocking Lin Ling from entering Sky Universe Palace. It was Jin Pengzi. Get out of here. With me here, you can enter Sky Universe Palace. Jin Pengzi indifferently said. At the start, Lin Ling had been nothing more than an ant to Jin Pengzi. He disdained to move against him, but now he couldn't. Lin Ling had disgraced him twice. He couldn't swallow this humiliation. Even if he lost face, he would not allow Lin Ling to enter Sky Universe Palace. What if I want him to go in? As soon as Jin Pengzi's voice fell, a thunderous voice came from the palace. Then, a burly figure strode out. His aura was unruly, arrogant, and overbearing. Jin Pengzi's eyes flickered. He knew who it was. It was Sakura. What do you mean? Jin Pengzi asked. He seemed to not dare to look down on Sakura. I told you to get lost. Sakura appeared at the entrance. His cold eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at the crowd of supreme geniuses. Those supreme geniuses were all silent. Big brother. Lin Ling was very surprised. Sakura is Lin Ling's big brother? Jin Pengzi was even more surprised than Lin Ling. They didn't know about the relationship between Lin Ling and Sakura, but Sakura was the king of dark horses. During this period of time, he had been in the limelight. After suppressing the law enforcement hall elder, he had repeatedly challenged the top geniuses of the proud son of heaven role. Now, he was regarded as the most tyrannical evildoer in the circle of top geniuses. Within the top 100 of the proud son of heaven role, no one dared to look down on Sakura. I want my brother to go in. You can try to stop me, but I can't guarantee the consequences. If you don't dare to stop me, then get lost. Sakura shouted again, but no one dared to resist him. Sakura, how tyrannical. You actually shouted at Jin Pengzi and the others. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They were ordinary geniuses. How could they know about the top geniuses circle? They also didn't know that Sakura had defeated many geniuses on the proud son of heaven role. Apart from those rumored evildoers, Sakura wasn't afraid of any other geniuses. Big brother, you're so powerful. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. It seemed that when he was cultivating in Linglong Valley, his big brother was also constantly proving himself. Now, he seemed to be smiling proudly. If you want to fight, sure. Half a year later, you can fight with my brother. Let's see how my brother oppresses you. Trash. Sakura said disdainfully. He smiled at Lin Ling and walked in with Lin Ling. When Lin Ling passed by Jin Pengzi, he smiled indifferently and said, "You, before, said that with you here, I won't be able to enter the Sky Universe Palace. But now, please use your eyes to watch carefully. I'm about to step into the Sky Universe Palace." After saying that, Lin Ling strode in. Jin Pengzi stood coldly in the same place. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Lin Ling, borrowing his big brother's prestige, actually dared to mock him. In the distance, many people were secretly envious. Domineering, this was the prestige of a top genius. If you want to get lost, then you must get lost. If you don't want to fight, then fight. At first, Jin Pengzi and the others thought that they were the older generation's geniuses, so they were arrogant and wanted to bully Lin Ling. However, after Sakura came, they immediately didn't dare to say anything. They lost even more face. Lin Ling is so lucky. He's actually brothers with Sakura. I heard that Sakura's strength is comparable to an elder's. His talent is extremely terrifying. These two brothers are both freaks. Many people discussed spiritedly. They were even more in awe of Lin Ling and his brother. One of them was arrogant and the other was overbearing. Both of them were existences that shouldn't be trifled with. At this moment, Lin Ling and Sakura entered the palace. Along the way, they met many geniuses, even elders and apprentices. Lin Ling sensed that those elders and geniuses seemed to be afraid of Sakura. This showed that his big brother had risen in this period of time and should have challenged many people. However, his big brother's talent was already extraordinary, so this wasn't impossible. After all, Lin Ling had always thought that his speed of growth was fast, but he was still not Sakura's opponent. Now that he could challenge those of a higher level and defeat those of the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, then his big brother could naturally defeat those of the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, or even those at the peak stage. After passing through the resplendent corridor, Indra brought Lin Ling to a large hall. The hall was square in shape, with a large number of tables and chairs placed around it. On the tables and chairs were various rare demon beast meat and spiritual herbs from the 100 territories. At this moment, many people had already gathered in the hall and were chatting merrily. However, after seeing Sakura enter, there was a short moment of silence in the hall. Since the battle in the valley, Sakura had risen completely. He challenged all the heroes and dominated the 7 profound genius list. Now, his reputation was even greater than Lin Ling's. During this time, Lin Ling's reputation had risen in the exquisite valley. Many alchemists knew of Lin Ling's name. If a newcomer rose and their background was insufficient, they would naturally attract a great deal of jealousy and dissatisfaction. After all, the proud sons of heaven of the older generation had risen step by step in the 7 profound martial house. They had also experienced many challenges. Many deep eyes looked at him, causing Lin Ling's pupils to sparkle. There were many geniuses here, perhaps those that were ranked in the top 200 of the Heaven's Pride list. In addition, many elders were present. Lin Ling even saw apprentice Gu Sushue. This meant that there were many apprentices present, and even old Xian was present. Besides those old monsters, there are also powerhouses from the other martial arts palaces. There are also people from the 5 great ancient countries. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.